साबण ठेवण्याच्या पेट्या, चष्म्याची पेटी इत्यादी साहित्य आपण इथे बघू शकतो. व्हॉइसराय वेव्हेल यांच्या मंत्रिमंडळात बाबासाहेबांची मजूर मंत्री म्हणून नियुक्ती झाली होती. कामगारांना भर पगारी रजा आणि 8 तासांचा दिवस या महत्वाच्या देणग्या त्यांनी कामगार वर्गाला दिल्या. अस्पृश्यांसाठी केंद्रात 5 ते 6% आरक्षण बाबासाहेबांनी केलं. दलित बंधू भगिनींना ते सतत स्वच्छता, शिक्षण, समता आदी गोष्टींची शिकवण देत असत. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेबांच्या आजारपणाच्या काळात मनोभावे त्यांची शुश्रूषा करणाऱ्या डॉक्टर शारदा कबीर यांच्याबरोबर 15 एप्रिल 1948 ला अत्यंत साधेपणानं आणि नोंदणी पद्धतीने बाबासाहेबांनी विवाह केला. पहिले इंडियन गव्हर्नर जनरल राजगोपालाचारी यांनी आंबेडकर दाम्पत्याला भोजनासाठी बोलवलं होतं. हा आंतरजातीय विवाह त्या काळी खूप गाजला होता. लॉर्ड माउंटबॅटन यांनीही आंबेडकर पती पत्नींना मेजवानी दिली होती आणि तेव्हा राणीचं चित्र असलेली एक चांदीची दौत त्यांना भेटी दाखल दिली होती. तीही आपण इथे बघू शकतो. सर क्रिप्स यांच्या समोर बाबासाहेबांनी अस्पृश्य वर्गाचं म्हणणं मांडलं होतं. एक आदर्श शिक्षण संस्था स्थापून विद्यार्थ्यांना शिक्षणाचा लाभ मिळवून द्यावा यासाठी जुलै 1945 साली बाबासाहेबांनी पीपल्स एज्युकेशन सोसायटीची स्थापना केली. घटना समितीचे अध्यक्ष म्हणून बाबासाहेबांची नेमणूक झाली. मुळात समितीत 7 सदस्य होते, परंतु विविध कारणांनी सरतेशेवटी बाबासाहेबांवरच घटना समितीची जबाबदारी राहिली. दिवसाकाठी ते 18 ते 20 तास काम करत असत. बाबासाहेबांचा चांदीची फ्रेम असलेला चष्मा आणि बाबासाहेबांच्या नावाचे रबरी शिक्के आपल्याला इथे बघायला मिळतील. या खुर्चीचं वैशिष्ट्य म्हणजे बाबासाहेबांनी या खुर्चीवर बसून भारतीय राज्यघटनेची अनेक प्रकरणं लिहिली.
Okay. Jai Bhim and good morning to all. I request all the dignitaries please have a seat here. Ma'am, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. We were starting at 9, but because of some reasons, we are starting now at 10 o'clock. So we will start the program formally. Jai Bhim, and I extend warm welcome to all the guests, paper presenters, and participants. I am Dr. Himangi Kadlak, Assistant Professor at Dr. Ambedkar Chair. We are gathered here for the National Seminar on Educating Ambedkar's Biography, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Life, Knowledge, and Liberation. This seminar has been jointly organized by Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune, and Pragtik Itihas Sanstha, Maharashtra. Before proceeding with the formal inauguration of the function, I would like to provide a brief overview of the Dr. Ambedkar Chair. The chair was established in December 2023 and is dedicated to exploring Dr. Ambedkar's thought and contribution to education in India. It holds the distinction of being the 25th chair in India and the first at a private university housed here at Symbiosis. For updates about the work being done under this chair, we encourage you to visit our website, Symbiosis Center for Ambedkar Studies. We have a YouTube channel, Dr. Ambedkar Chair, SCAS SIU Pune. Additionally, we have 2 WhatsApp groups. One is dedicated to students and another for faculty members, development sector professionals, and anyone interested in joining this initiative. Anyone interested in joining us can contact me or my PhD research scholars Deepali Kamble or Mona Lisa Behera. I now invite Professor Ajay Chaudhary, sir, Chair Professor of Dr. Ambedkar Chair at Symbiosis, to deliver the welcome address and share the opening remarks for the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, this seminar, which we were supposed to organize, and we are organizing it, this particular thought was in my mind since more than 7-8 months. It was going in my mind that so many biographies were coming out, and I was thinking like that. This biographies are becoming very important. And recently, I think since last 4-5 years, the biographies are coming in a very critical manner, giving a very different space, different understanding about the Ambedkar's, life world. And that's why it become a very important for us as a chair professor and the Dr. Ambedkar chair to to understand the biographies, but not merely understanding the biographies of Ambedkar, but try to understand what we are getting from it. Because every biography creates some sort of the impact on the life. And if I'll speak from the sociological point of view or phenomenological point of view, what I feel is that the experiences, no, what we gain, the experiences, it gives us a consciousness, not in with inner world, but also it's projected how the outer world is there. So that's why this particular seminar on educating through Ambedkar's biography, interdisciplinary approach to the life knowledge and the liberation become a very important for us, because what we feel is like that his life story is not just a distant historical account. It's not a distance, it is a actually living testament that create a dynamic force to continue inspire us to bring the social change and intellectual engagement across the generation, because it is creating like that. We are not stuck with that simply we are reading care and just taking out some of the facts. But when we are reading some other biographies, we are actually trying to understand that what type of decision he took it, what were the context of taking his decision, how his experiences not only influence our his own life but also the others life also, in general the whole society itself. So it's become very important. Therefore I feel that biographies serve a potent narratives that weaving together the personal, social and historical context that defines the individual life. And therefore Ambedkar's biography offers some sort of a coherence, connecting the inner world to the collective destinies. Collective destinies like like trying to establish the humanitics values. Everybody is doing that one. We are studying not just for a purpose of getting the jobs or something like that, but we wanted to create a the society based on liberty, equality and fraternity, including the social justice, which is a dream of every person who wanted to see the life in a dignified manner, with a self-respect manner. So therefore this choice to this choice of discourse on the Ambedkar is born from the deep recognition of his intellectual and lived legacy. And therefore, his biography is a vital text of the modern India, which encompasses the question of the caste-based and exclusion, unequal access to the education, right-based citizenships. So therefore, Ambedkar's lived experience as a student, as a student, see, as a student, as an activist, as a constitutionalist, as a philosopher, as a political scientist, so many things are there. I'm not referring that we have many Ambedkars. I'm not saying that. I think we have one Ambedkar with a different perspective. And therefore in itself it is a, intersecting the things where we trying to understand, studying his life, trying to understand his interdisciplinary perspective that invite us to challenge the systematic injustice and envision, trying to envision the emancipatory, feature. So therefore, I feel that, some of the works which are also mentioned in, in a concept note, where we try to understand it, which is very prominent, like Becoming Babasaheb, Akash Singh Rathod, Part Apart, Ashok Gopal sirs, and then Iconoclast of Anand Tel Tumbre, that how they are looking at biographies, from their own different perspective, how they are trying to see the Ambedkar's vision to understand the society and what we are getting from it. Actually, that is become a very, so his seminal autobiography of Waiting for the Visa, which actually continues academic inquiry, it become a base of everything. Sometimes I feel like that this Waiting for Visa is not just 4 5 pages. It must be more than that. Something is missing, I feel like that. There must be, which has tremendously created an impact on the literature. I will not say only Dalit literature, but the literature in general also. Whoever is trying to understand the subaltern perspective or trying to understand the things. So therefore, it become very prominent for us to understand it. So through this our seminar, what we aim is to promote the critical dialogue. I want a critical dialogue. It is not like that we are coming, we are speaking, we are just presenting the things and going back. I don't want that. I'm not worried about that, how many audience are there, but I want the audience which are very sensible and very critical what we are presenting here. So I need the critical dialogues, inclusive strategies, innovative practices, that how Ambedkar's vision of education, which is rooted in justice, dignity, and social transformation, we can carry out. So by engaging with his biography as a both text and method, we invite all of you to reflect on the intersectional realities of the caste, class, gender, and social exclusion. This is a combination of everything. If we are missing something, then it will become something we are losing it. So let us move beyond this particular things, and instead embodying the Ambedkar legacy on the liberation, making his life a blueprint for our own collective or struggle towards a more just society. I feel that let us learn from his example, reaffirm our role as an educator, scholars, and activists in pursuit of the knowledge and liberation. So, welcome to all of you, and let the dialogue begins. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for eloquently setting the stage for today's event. I now request Professor Ajay, sir, to facilitate our esteemed guest, Chief Guest Professor Ajay, Chief Guest Professor Umesh Bagade, sir. Today's guest of honor, Professor Jyoti Chandiramani, ma'am. Keynote speaker, Mr. Samrat Fadnis, sir. And Mr. Ashok Gopal, sir, who is the main speaker of the valedictory function. And Professor Jagdish Sonawne, sir, who is the co-organizer of this program, Pragtik Itihas Sanstha. Yeah. It is my great honor to formally introduce our distinguished guest. So I will go one by one. The first is our chief guest, Professor Umesh Bagade, sir. He is a professor of history at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, specializing in anti-caste movement, intellectual and social history of modern Maharashtra, historiography, and caste gender consciousness. He authored the Marathi work Reform Movement of Maharashtra and Caste Class Hegemony, theorizing religious ideological dynamics within caste class contradictions. His current research includes a trilogy tracing shifting trajectories of Dalit, peasant, and Brahmin caste consciousness in modern Maharashtra. He has served as director of the Rajashri Shahu Maharaj Research Center and contributed to editorial boards of several journals, including Shrivani and Samaj Prabodhan uh, Patrika. Patrika. He has been actively involved with academic governance, serving on boards of studies and as an advisory board member of IGNU Center of Freedom Struggle. Professor Bagare sir is president of the Nana Patil Academy, working towards collaborative intellectual interventions for social transformation. He frequently delivers lectures on anti-caste thought, including on Dr. Ambedkar's view on education and caste, as at Symbiosis Ambedkar Chair in February 2024. Our guest of honor, Professor Jyoti Chandiramani ma'am, has been the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences since June 2010, as well as the Director of the Symbiosis School of Economics at Symbiosis International Deemed University. Presently, she is in the fourth term as a Dean. She also heads the Symbiosis Center for Urban Studies, having taught a number of courses over last 40 years. She has also conducted management development programs. Ma'am has invited to the fifth ASEM Rectors Conference as a mentor for Students Forum, organized by Charles University and Asia European Foundation at Prague, and she was also appointed as a member of the fourth estate of the Manipur University and invited as a part of the Indian delegation to Pakistan for the 10th South Asian Economics Students Meet at Lahore University of Management Sciences. In 2015, Professor Jyoti ma'am was conferred with the ICOGO Institute Gold Karamveer Chakra and Rex Karamveer Global Fellowship in Delhi for her contribution to the field of education. Now, our keynote speaker, Mr. Samrat Fadnis sir, is a seasoned journalist and media professional with over 2 decades of experience in print and digital media. Currently, currently serving as editor of traditional and digital media at the Sakal Media Group. He has played a key role in transforming newsrooms and driving digital convergence. A graduate in science and journalism from Shivaji University, Mr. Samrat sir has worked with leading organizations such as the Times Groups, Lokmat and Sakal Group of Publication, steadily rising from sub-editor to senior editorial leadership roles. His expertise lies in media strategy, digital transformation, and social media research, with a special focus on combating misinformation and analyzing the impact of social media on journalism and communication. Sir, widely recognized for his contribution, he has been honored by the World Association of Newspaper and has reported on pivotal events across India as well as international in Israel, Malaysia, and UK and USA. Our main speaker of the valedictory function, Mr. Ashok Gopal sir, is an acclaimed author, historian, educator based in Pune. A history graduate by training, he initially spent around 15 years as a journalist before transitioning on to the non-profit sector, where for over a decade he has designed school-based programs and educational curriculum rooted in constitutional values. Since 2004, Mr. Gopal sir has been deeply engaged in study of Dr. Ambedkar's life and thought. This long-term scholarly commitment culminated in his debut major book, Apart, The Life and Thought of Dr. Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, published in 2023 by Navyana Publication, which offered a nuanced exploration of Ambedkar's multifaceted legacy. In recognition of the book's depth and rigor, Mr. Gopal sir was honored with the 2024 Kalakar Devi Chatta Padi NIF Book Prize, one of India's premier award for contemporary non-fiction. The prize includes a cash award of 15 lakh, a trophy, a citation, and it will be presented at the Bangalore Literature Festival in December. Our co-organizer of the program, Professor Jagdish Sonawne sir, is an associate professor of history with qualification in MA, PhD, NET. His research interests focus on social movements, and he has published over 21 research papers along with two notable books, Knowledge, Power and Hegemony, Educational Politics in Colonial Maharashtra 2020, The Politics of Social Change in Colonial Maharashtra Reassessment 2021. He has actively participated in numerous national international conferences presenting papers on themes related to Phule, Ambedkar, social change and education. Dr. Sonawne sir is also engaged in academics administrative role, serving as IQAC coordinator, CDC and discipline committee member and secretary of Pragtik Itihas Sanstha, Maharashtra. His contribution to academic have been recognized with awards including the Bharat Vidya Ratan Award, and he has held membership in several prestigious bodies such as the Indian History Congress, Marathwada Itihas Parishad and Maharashtra Itihas Parishad. I now have the privilege of inviting our chief guest, Professor Umesh Bagade sir, to deliver his address.
Respected dais and friends, the first phase of biography writing begins with the demise of Dr. Ambedkar. Basically, to learn what exactly Ambedkar did, what he thought, biography is important kind of tool to educate masses. Secondly, the politics has to be validated. There were several kinds of strands of politics you might be knowing in 1956. So they want to validate their own stance. Therefore, there was an exercise of writing biographically about Dr. Ambedkar. So you can read Shankarao Kharat, you can read particularly Khairmore, and many more. They were engaging with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar with what exactly he thought, what exactly he did. The first phase was somehow was not analytically engaging with Dr. Ambedkar. It wanted certain kind of validation for their own acts. But particularly in 70s, the thing changed. Particularly the rise of Dalit Panther had changed the whole kind of way to engage with Dr. Ambedkar. Particularly at that time, there was a need to establish what is Ambedkarism. Till then, there was no attempt was made to establish what is Ambedkarism. So after the coming of Dalit Panther, there was a certain kind of forces. Middle class was there, was fighting their own battle. The youth was there, and they started, in certain sense, theorizing Dr. Ambedkar. So theorization has a certain kind of vantage point. Particularly at that time, Marxism became a vantage point through which Ambedkarism was defined. And there was another kind of, we can say, vantage point which was there was Gandhi. So you'll find there are two basic attempts. You will see that particularly G.B. Sardar has compared Gandhi with Ambedkar. And then you will know that Rao Saheb Kasbe has compared Babasaheb Ambedkar with Marx. So these are the ways the critical engagement started, the analytical engagement started. That went further. You know about Gail Ombet, you know about Sharad Patil, you know many more. Those who have, in certain sense, made attempt to theorize what is Ambedkarism broadly. Now you have to understand that after 80s, 90s, there was a certain kind of archival opening. particularly the writing and speeches were published, and major kinds of resources were made available. Basant Poon collection was there. You might be knowing Ramesh Jadhav collection was there. So gradually, various kinds of scholars started having access to these kinds of archives, and now new kind of ways of engaging with Dr. Ambedkar started coming up. Interestingly, these new kind of, we can say, biographies, which Ajay has referred, are factually, in certain sense, enriching. There was a vast kind of factual details which is now provided. Secondly, you will find that analytically enlightening, analytically more kind of more nuance and more kind of, you can say, thorough in certain sense. So these kinds of analytical engagement is coming up. Mostly you will feel that these Marx and Ambedkar is still continued. The Gandhi and Ambedkar is still continued. For example, there is Akshay Kumar's book, Radical Equality, which engages Ambedkar with Gandhi. And you will see that there are attempts, iconoclast, which engages Dr. Ambedkar with Marxism. So there are certain kinds of attempts which are still continued. The new way of coming is particularly Mirananda and others, those who started theorizing Dr. Ambedkar in certain sense of pragmatism. So particularly this phase of writing, you will find that it was not new. Particularly, Kasbeh has tried to, in certain sense, unfold the influences on Ambedkar, particularly Ambedkar's becoming Ambedkar has been started in Colombia, and the Colombia teachers were being cited and their information was made available to people, and particularly the influence of Devi has been diagnosed. So exactly this has now flourished into a certain kind of book. Stroud has written a book where you will see that Ambedkar has been understood in terms of evolution of pragmatism in India. So this is a one way of strong kind of argument about how Ambedkar has to be understood as pragmatist. So this kind of, we can say, argument has enormous kind of factual details. Particularly, it shows us that there are certain kind of borrowing of literal frames, phrases from various kinds of books of Devi, and then argues particularly that Ambedkar's kind of philosophy was revolving around pragmatism. This has been broadly, in certain sense, is understood that pragmatism is the grounding philosophy of Ambedkarism. However, I have some problems about accepting it, basically because of the whole exercise of experimentation, which is crucial to pragmatism, is this that Ambedkar was engaging with corpus of knowledge. He was carrying a certain kind of researches in Indology. He was unfolding the processes and structures of caste. He was unfolding the whole kind of religious dynamism in the world and India. He was carrying certain kind of comparative anthropological kind of studies in India and outside, particularly comparing caste with class, comparing caste with slavery. So all kinds of such kind of exercises. Pragmatism particularly can't withhold its own ground, basically because there was a certain kind of shifts which Dr. Ambedkar was carrying out. For example, iconoclast Anand identifies that there was a certain kind of tenet, particularly of the Devi has giving preference to reform rather than revolution. So he understands, particularly Anand understands that now Ambedkar has moved to the trajectory of reform. However, if you understand Ambedkar's writing, the category of revolution haunting all the time. When he has delivered the first speech at Mahad, the category of revolution is there. When he was giving speech, particularly which is undelivered speech, he was putting the prerequisite to the revolution, that these are the prerequisites to revolution. So category of revolution was interestingly coming in his writing, particularly his book, Revolution, Counter-Revolution, in certain sense endorses that he accepts the category of revolution. So exactly what he's doing, he is doing a certain sense of allowing reform and revolution not to be antagonistic. It is a Marxist paradigm where you will find this whole, we can say, reform and revolutions are seen as antagonistic. But Dr. Ambedkar has his own kind of position that revolution and reforms are not antagonistics. They can be having certain kind of reciprocation. And therefore, you will find that his own kind of understanding is quite different than of what exactly we understand as pragmatist. These kinds of ways you can engage with, and particularly the way Ambedkar was espousing Buddhism and the way he was interpreting Buddhism, he, in certain sense, was grounding to a new ways of looking at knowledge. For example, there is some kind of, can say, similarities between Devi and Ambedkar has been highlighted about the conception of knowledge, and particularly the pragmatism conceives knowledge with the kind of involvement of agent. That agent cannot be absolved in the kind of process of knowledge making. So in the certain sense, subjectivity was essential to knowledge making. Interestingly, when Ambedkar was exercising about what is the knowledge, Ambedkar accept a certain kind of validity of truth. It is not, in certain sense, as in postmodernist, we can say lexicon, that each can have its own kind of truths, and even the we can say everything is being constructed under discourse, and so there is no scope for truth in certain sense. Every truth is in certain sense is structured into in the discourse. These kinds of ideas are not, in certain sense, are part of Dr. Ambedkar's ideology. Ambedkar says as that this knowledge is not final. It all the time is evolving. You could somehow do a certain kind of experimentation, you can search, you can have evidences, and through the evidences, you can prove your own point. And that is the new way of, you can say, evolving knowledge. This is a very empiricist kind of notion of knowledge, which Ambedkar is espousing. This is not exactly as you can understand as the notion of pragmatist notion. And there are some kind of small, subtle differences, and that we have to, one has to understand. Particularly, Dr. Ambedkar points out the function of reason, subjectivity, and knowledge. Interestingly, one has to understand these all aspects which Ambedkar was putting forth has to be taken into consideration. And therefore, to reduce him to be only pragmatist is not the way we should be giving justice to his own kind of writing. Second aspect one has to understand is this, that many times it is understood that Ambedkar, particularly Ambedkar's disagreement with Marxism, is now interpreted in terms of that Ambedkar hardly have any access to the original writing of Marx. So becoming a Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, there is a kind of statement that particularly in his kind of library, there wasn't, we can say, collection of Marx writing. So on that basis, it has been understood that Dr. Ambedkar's understanding of Marxism is not proper. And therefore, his kind of, we can say, disagreement with Marxism is not in certain sense could be seen in proper perspective. So there one has to understand that what exactly kind of, we can say, antagonism or disagreement he takes up with Marxism. That argument has to be exhausted. Without exhausting that argument, if you only are taking this point that Dr. Ambedkar has hardly have, we can say, read original writings of Marx, would not be that, we can say, proper to, in certain sense, go to understand Ambedkar. To open up Ambedkar, Ambedkar has a strong grounds on which he is disagreeing Dr. Marxism. So one has to engage with these grounds. That might be because he was influenced by Seligman, he might be influenced by Devi and his kinds of ideas he might have taken, but what kind of engagement he was carrying with Marxism? It was ongoing kind of engagement. You know that many kinds of activists were surrounding him, particularly the kind of phase of Independent Labour Party. Various Marxists were their colleagues. One of these colleagues was Mirajkar, and Mirajkar has written autobiography. And in his autobiography, he says that I have seen, his statement is, I have seen the books of Marx in his library, and I went there to read it. one can't in certain sense now check it what Miraskar is writing, but Miraskar made a certain reference that Ambedkar also had the library of Karl Marx. So interestingly, one has to understand that then what exactly Ambedkar was doing. If at all Ambedkar is in making a certain statement about historical materialism, as I am in certain sense being Marxist, I also have some problem about the materialist interpretation of history, the way it is offered in India. And various kinds of scholars, you can say you can say gurus and you can say people, they in certain sense differed. Goswami differed with materialist interpretation. They have their own kind of ground to differ. So if Ambedkar was in having certain kind of disagreement with the historical materialism, particularly the way it was offered in India, one can't reduce him that his kind of understanding of history as having a certain kind of lacuna. This can't be a way to understand it. So broadly, I'm not, we can say, making a large statement because we'll be discussing many things. We have to engage with him according to our own kind of issues, particularly the way he was unfolding the indigenous kind of social phenomenon, that is caste. So he was instrumental in understanding the functioning of caste and patriarchy. When I was student, particularly, there was no idea that Dr. Ambedkar was the philosopher who has theorized patriarchy, or he could be useful to unfold patriarchy. Mostly, we can say, the feminists had the ideas that Dr. Ambedkar was patriarchal. Particularly when I was in BA, I have seen these kinds of, we can say, ideas around us that Ambedkar doesn't have any kind of way to contribute to feminism. Later on, it was in certain sense evolved that Dr. Ambedkar had a certain kind of central theoretical ploy to understand patriarchy. So then you know that various researchers, particularly of the Dalit writers as well as the other writers, have unfolded that how Dr. Ambedkar has theorized patriarchy in India. So in these ways, there is a certain kind of ongoing process through which we are engaging with Dr. Ambedkar. I really understand that particularly Anand's work has, in certain sense, taking a stand, particularly destroying the infallibility of Dr. Ambedkar. And Dr. Ambedkar is not infallible. That is very true. But still, I would definitely understand that we can decipher meanings, particularly from his writings and his acts, which could be meaningful to our own kind of predicament of present. So interestingly, these all kinds of biographies, including Ashok's biographies, are useful for us to engage with the predicament of present. V. Gita's, then Ashok Gopal's, then Sharmila Rege, again say Sharad Patil, and the Akshay Kumar, everybody in certain sense are offering a certain kind of new way to engage with Dr. Ambedkar. And I thank Ajay for organizing this biography, because biography is the mainstay of understanding Dr. Ambedkar. It is not only his writings. It is interesting that this is a trajectory. For example, the biography becomes a major kind of ploy to understand Dr. Ambedkar. And we are opening this discussion. And he has given me, particularly this institute has conferred honor that I would be chief speaker or chief guest. I thank them, and thank you all for listening. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. I request Professor Ajay sir to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude. I now invite our guest of honor, Professor Jyoti Chandiramani ma'am, to kindly share her views with us.
A very warm good morning to dignitaries on the dais, all scholars, academicians, knowledgeable intellectuals who have gathered here today. A special warm welcome to Ajay for curating this uh, seminar, and to Hemangi, who are the backbone of the Symbiosis Center for Ambedkar Studies. I beg to differ with both of them on one aspect, that I'm not guest of honor. I'm here only in the capacity of the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, under which this study comes in. So please always put it as that, because I'm just here to extend support to the academic, intellectual work that happens at this center. For me, I'm not a scholar on Ambedkar work, I'm an economist. But since 2022, when the center was set up, I remember writing the proposal for the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and that's when um, we got the center, and I worked hard on that and read up a bit. But whatever I read is still inadequate from what all of you know collectively. So I just stand here in a way to say, I wish I had the whole day to be here to hear what were being said by all of you, because as educationalist, I've been in academics for 40 years. I think these values from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, his 65-year journey that has happened, is so enriching, and we feel such proud Indians to know that this gentleman is an institution by himself. Um, as a social scientist, I'm also following what is called a pastel framework when we work on various issues. Pastel framework was, a framework put forward by a Harvard economist, but I think it rates back to all those who are interdisciplinary social scientists. And the pastel framework is politics, economics, sociology, technology in today's time, environment, and the legal framework. And I think Dr. Ambedkar, in his own way, married all his knowledge about all this in a time when digitization was not there. I wish the seminar all the best, and I would love to hear the rest of the speakers today. But I just feel that being an institution that he is, the global order of 8 billion people are today so fractured, the geopolitical framework, that I think thoughts and philosophy of such great scholars will go a long way if they are disseminated even further in bringing about solidarity, global solidarity and fraternity, that is kind of, we are reading every day different aspects which are so guided by 193 countries having their own self-interest. And whether it's the global order or India, and the vast degrees of inequalities, and inequalities can be defined through so many lenses, from regional to social to economic, and it can go on religion. And looking at that, what I feel very strongly about, that I can say that as a dean, as the director of the School of Economics, when I read up on Dr. Ambedkar and the philosophy and the values that we carry forward, whether at Symbiosis, whether me as a Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, I think to a certain extent are embedded in this way. On this note, I'd like to say a big thank you. I've come here just to be a kind of, under the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, give a warm respect to this seminar. And therefore, I will not even take the liberty of speaking more about something where others are scholars aware. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thoughtful and encouraging words. I request Professor Ajay sir to kindly present a book as a token of our gratitude. I now invite the keynote speaker of the program, Mr. Samrat Padnis sir, to address the gathering.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. First of all, I thank Symbiosis International University, Dr. Ambedkar Chair, and Pragtik Itihas Sanstha for inviting me to this national seminar on my beloved topic of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Three keywords mentioned in the topic of this seminar, life, knowledge, and liberation, are very near to me when I study Babasaheb as per my capacities. Frankly speaking, I am the odd man out in this hall because uh, I cannot, despite Jyoti ma'am was saying there are scholars in this room, you and the dais sitting is the scholar. When we join journalism, we give up scholar, the thing we called as a scholar, and we consider that we know everything, each of the things, so that we can please others. So uh, please allow me to speak in Marathi and English. Anybody here who doesn't understand at all Marathi, if it is okay, then please allow me to speak in bilingual, because that will be better for me to present the work that I like, present the work of Ambedkar that I like the most, and the most ignored work of his contribution to the media. Uh, Actually, when I say that I'm the odd man out, there is a reason that अलीकडच्या विशेषतः 10-15 वर्षांमध्ये, त्यातही गेल्या 5-7 वर्षांमध्ये, वी आर मीडिया इज ॲट द हेल्म ऑफ क्रिटिसिझम. So nobody says good about media, and despite of that, you have invited me here. That I'm thankful to you. Not I'm not. I will tell you why we are under the criticism. अ, अ, पहिलं बाब असं आहे की आपण मी जी मांडणी करू पाहतो आहे ती 3-4 भागांमध्ये आहे. त्यातला पहिला भाग आहे की आपला कॉन्टेक्स्ट मीडियाचा आज काय आहे. दुसरा भाग आहे की ज्या ज्या बॅकग्राऊंडवर आंबेडकर स्टार्टेड हिज मीडिया जर्नी. तिसरा भाग आहे हिज ॲक्च्युअल कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन, आणि चौथा एक कन्क्लुजन जे मला वाटतं ते नॉट नेसेसरी की इट इज अ स्कॉलरली रिसर्च कन्क्लुजन, पण जो सगळ्यात इग्नोर पार्ट आहे. मला कायम असं वाटतं की मराठीमध्ये इथं स्कॉलर सगळे बसलेले आहेत, आणि प्रोफेसर उमेश सरांनी आत्ता मांडणी केली, आणि अशोक सरांचं सुद्धा स्वतंत्रपणाने या विषयावर बायोग्राफी आहे. पण मीडियातलं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन, आंबेडकरांचं जर्नलिझम या विषयावर मराठीमध्ये पानतावणे वगळता, आणि एक छोटं पुस्तक आहे ते वगळता काही सापडत नाही. आणि पर्टिक्युलरली ही रोट इन मराठी, आणि ते प्रचंड होतं, आणि ते वाचत गेल्यानंतर कळतं की त्यांनी काय पद्धतीचं लिखाण केलं. आणि एक त्याला जेनेरिक टर्म आपण वापरतो, इज रायटिंग, पण ते जर्नलिझम म्हणत नाही. आणि आपण गेल्या 40-50 वर्षांमध्ये विशेषतः महाराष्ट्रात, भारतात संपादक किंवा पत्रकारांच्या लिखाणाचं जेव्हा जेव्हा मूल्यमापन केलं, तेव्हा तेव्हा त्यातून काही नवीन गोष्टी समोर आल्या, ज्या मला असं वाटतं की आंबेडकरांच्या बाबतीत हा एक पर्टिक्युलर टॉपिक, त्यांचा मीडियातला रोल, त्यांनी स्वतः केलेली एडिटरशिप आणि त्यांनी दिलेलं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन, ह्या बाबतीत खूप दुर्लक्ष राहिलं. त्यामुळे मला हा कित्येक वर्ष वाचनाचा विषय आहे. पर्टिक्युलरली तुम्ही सर मांडणी करत होतात, मी ती खूप काळजीपूर्वक ऐकत होतो, कारण अशा स्वरूपाच्या मांडणीच्या बातम्या वाचणं एवढंच आमचं खरं तर काम असतं. म्हणजे कोणीतरी बातमीदार बातमी लिहितो, आणि प्रत्यक्षात रिसर्चर काय पद्धतीने एखाद्या घटनेकडे बघतो हे खूप इग्नोर केलं जातं. हे खूप कमी पद्धतीनं त्याच्याकडे बघितलं जातं. त्यामुळं मला असं वाटतं की एकतर अगदी माझी सुरुवातीला विनंती आहे की समबडी फ्रॉम यू अलॉंग विथ मी, आय एम ऑल्सो ट्राईंग टू research in his editorship, Ambedkar's editorship, his contribution in the media, especially when he started his journey at the 29 years of age. So 29व्या वर्षी एक वर्तमानपत्र काढणं आजच्या काळामध्ये फक्त अंबानींच्या मुलाला शक्य आहे, पण आपल्यापैकी कुणालाही माहिती नसेल ते किती अवघड असतं. आणि ते म्हणजे मी त्या क्षेत्रामध्ये 30 वर्ष काम करतोय. ते चालवलं त्यांनी 3-3.5 वर्ष खूप इफेक्टिव्हली चालवलं, आणि आपण जे आत्ता आंबेडकरांचं अर्ली रायटिंग म्हणतो त्यातला बराचसा भाग मूकनायकमध्ये आलेला आहे. आता मी अगदी सुरुवातीला जे म्हटलं की मीडिया क्रिटिसिझममध्ये आहे, सगळ्यात जास्त आत्ता मीडियावर क्रिटिसिझम होण्याचा हा काळ आहे. त्याचा सगळ्यात जो पहिला भाग येतो तो पॉलिटिकल बायसचा आहे. ज्याच्याबद्दल खूप मोठं बोललं जातं, विशेषतः सोशल मीडियावर बोललं जातं. पण मजेशीर बाब अशी आहे की त्याच्यावर भारतात कुठेही गेल्या 10 वर्षात रिसर्च उपलब्ध नाहीत की भारतीय मीडिया किती बायस आहे. अजेंडा ड्रिव्हन एक नॅरेटिव्ह मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न करणारा मीडिया अशी एक भारतातली प्रतिमा जगभरात बनत गेलेली आहे. दुसरा पार्ट आहे ज्याचं कारण माझं सेक्टर आत्ता अंडर क्रिटिसिझम आहे. हा ओनरशिप क्रायसिस आहे. हू इज द ओनर? तर मीडिया कन्सॉलिडेशन खूप झालेलं आहे. कागदोपत्री भारतामध्ये 18,000 न्यूजपेपर आहेत. पण प्रत्यक्षात त्यातली 20-25 ओनर्स हे सगळं कंट्रोल करतात आणि भारतातल्या किमान 40% पॉप्युलेशनपर्यंत पोहोचणारा प्रिंट मीडिया असेल किंवा 90% पॉप्युलेशनपर्यंत पोहोचणारा डिजिटल आणि टेलिव्हिजन मीडिया असेल, हे खूप कमी लोकांच्या हातात आहे. त्यामुळं एखादं अजेंडा पुढं ढकलायचा असेल तर तो मीडियाचा प्रभावीपणानं वापर केला जातो. हे जगात अ, वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी या पद्धतीनं सुरू आहे. पण सगळ्यात मोठी डेमोक्रेसी असं म्हणून या पद्धतीनं अजून दुसरा इतर देशांमध्ये इतका मोठा अ, काय उद्योग कुठं चाललेला नाही की डेमोक्रेसी, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच म्हणायचं आणि एक अजेंडा रेटायचा. त्यामुळे एक मीडिया अंडर क्रिटिसिझम आहे. सेन्सेशनलिझम आणि पूर्ण विसरलेला इन्व्हेस्टिगेटिव्ह जर्नलिझमचा अप्रोच, ज्याला ओपिनियन एक देऊ शकू असा अप्रोच, हा एक आत्ताच्या आमच्या वर होणाऱ्या टीकेचं कारण आहे की सेन्सेशनलिझम आहे. आपल्यापैकी अनेकांनी गेल्या काही महिन्यांपूर्वी ऑपरेशन सिंदूरच्या वेळी आपण इस्लामाबादमध्ये पोचून आल्याचं बघितलं असेल. प्रत्यक्षात सेन्सेशनलिझमच्या या 2010 नंतर सुरू झालेल्या सेन्सेशनलिझममुळं सगळ्यात जास्त मीडियाचं या काळामध्ये नुकसान झालं. जे ट्रस्ट या विषयाला मीडियाचा सगळ्यात धक्का बसला. आपल्यापैकी अनेकांना व्हॉट्सॲप मेसेज येतात आणि ते फॉरवर्ड करतो आपण की लिंबाचे 130 उपयोग आणि आपण वाचून फॉरवर्ड करतो. या स्वरूपाच्या फेक न्यूज, फेक इन्फॉर्मेशन हा एक मोठा भाग आहे की जो मीडियाच्या माथी पडतो. त्याला उत्तर देणारी व्यवस्था आत्ता कुठेही नाही आहे. आणि सगळ्यात शेवटचा भाग असा आहे की आम्हाला कोणाची अकाउंटेबिलिटी नाही आहे, रेग्युलेशन नाही आहे. म्हणजे आम्हाला असं वाटलं की आम्ही इस्लामाबादमध्ये भारताचं सैन्य पोहोचले, आम्ही दाखवलं, तुम्ही बघा, त्याच्यावर टीका करा, पण आम्हाला अकाउंटेबल कोणी धरत नाही. आता ह्या बॅकग्राऊंडवर आजच्या मीडियाकडं आपण बहुसंख्य लोक भारतातली बघत असताना आपली लिगसी काय आहे हा मला एक कायम प्रश्न पडतो. वेअर वी स्टँड इन वर्ल्ड कॉन्टेक्स्ट, वेअर वी स्टँड इन इंडियन मीडिया लिगसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट. या बॅकग्राऊंडवर मीडियाच्या भोवती इतकी क्रिटिसिझम असताना पुन्हा एकदा मी थँक्यू म्हणतो की तुम्ही मला या विषयावर बोलायची तर संधी दिली, की ज्याची आत्ता आपल्याकडं माहिती म्हणून, इन्फॉर्मेशन म्हणून किंवा त्याच्यावरची वेगवेगळी ओपिनियन म्हणून, रिसर्च म्हणून सगळ्यात कमी माहिती आहे अशा विषयावर बोलायची संधी दिली. जो आंबेडकरांची पत्रकारिता, त्यांचं एक संपादक म्हणून असलेलं मूल्यमापन, मूल्यमापना शब्दही कदाचित गैर आहे, पण संपादक म्हणून त्यांनी केलेली मांडणी या विषयावर आपण थोडं समजून घेण्याचा मी प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. आपण आंबेडकरांबद्दल जे जे शब्द सगळे वापरतात त्यातला सगळ्यात पहिला पार्ट असतो आर्किटेक्ट ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ज्युरिस्ट असतो, इकॉनॉमिस्ट असतो, पाण्यासारख्या क्षेत्रावर आम्ही मगाशी बोलत होतो त्या विषयात केलेला अभ्यास असतो. एक भारताच्या आज जी इकॉनॉमिक फाउंडेशन आहे त्याची सगळी पायाभरणी करणारा मनुष्य म्हणून आपण विद्वान म्हणून बघतो. आणि सगळ्यात कमीत कमी आणि जवळपास शून्य बोललं जातं तर त्यांनी एडिटर म्हणून, मीडिया म्हणून बजावलेल्या रोलबद्दल असं मला कायम जेवढं काही आंबेडकरांबद्दल वाचन होतं त्यातला मेजर पार्ट म्हणजे हा इग्नोर केलेला पार्ट असतो. सगळ्यात मला पहिला जो भाग वाटतो की त्यांनी जे कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन दिलेलं आहे त्यातला सोशल जस्टिस हे मीडियामधनं मांडायचं आंबेडकरांच्या पेपरच्या आधी किंवा त्यांच्या पत्रकारितेच्या आधी भारतामध्ये छोटे एक्सपेरिमेंट होते. एखादा लेख लिहिणं, आगरकरांनी एखादा एसे लिहिणं इथपर्यंत मर्यादित होतं. पण एखादं पूर्ण वर्तमानपत्र सोशल जस्टिस आणि ऑप्रेस क्लाससाठी काढायचा प्रयोग त्याच्या आधी भारतामध्ये कुठेही झालेला नव्हता. भारताच्या बाहेर झाला असेल तर त्याची नोंद नाही, पण त्या काळातलं जर्नलिझम जर बघितलं तर तसा प्रयोग भारताबाहेर सुद्धा झाल्याचं फारसं नोंद सापडत नाही. पण आंबेडकरांनी हा प्रयोग 2 शब्दांभोवती केला, सोशल जस्टिस आणि एज्युकेटिंग द ऑप्रेस्ड. या 2 शब्दांभोवती त्यांनी पूर्ण त्यांच्या पहिल्या मीडियाच्या ज्याला म्हणतो एंडेवर आहे त्याची मांडणी करायला सुरुवात केली होती. हा त्यांनी जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटी, म्हणजे आता आपण दलित, शेड्यूल कास्ट ह्या सगळ्यांनी ज्याला संबोधतो, अशा सगळ्यात आधी मार्जिनलाइज कम्युनिटीला मेनस्ट्रीम मीडिया त्यावेळी आणि आजही वर्तमानपत्रांना मेनस्ट्रीम मीडिया मानतात. आणि ज्यावेळी एकही शब्द येत नव्हता, अशा वेळी फक्त त्या एका वर्गासाठी म्हणून मी माझं वर्तमानपत्र काढीन, असा पहिला प्रयोग भारतामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी केला. त्या एका 1920च्या दशकाची मांडणी जर बघितली, ज्यावेळी आंबेडकर वर्तमानपत्रांच्या व्यवसायात आले, तर ते सर ह्या मीडिया म्हणून आमच्या दृष्टीनं सगळ्यात क्रिटिकल पिरियड मानला जातो. फार कमी याच्याबद्दल भारतामध्ये रिसर्च अवेलेबल आहे, पण जगभरातला 1920 ते 30च्या दरम्यानचा जर मीडिया बघितला, तर आपल्यापैकी अनेकांना मीडियाचं जर बॅकग्राऊंड असेल, तर आमच्यामध्ये इन्व्हर्टेड पिरॅमिड नावाचा एक प्रकार असतो. बातमी कुठली तुम्ही जी लिहिता त्याचं एक किंवा टेलिव्हिजनवर सांगता, त्याला एक हेडलाईन असते, एक इंट्रो असतो, जो छोटा पहिला पॅराग्राफ असतो. हा इन्व्हर्टेड पिरॅमिडची मांडणी ही त्या पिरियडमध्ये झाली. त्याच्या आधीचा जो मीडिया होता, प्रामुख्यानं गॉसिप, सेन्सेशनलिझम अशा स्वरूपाचा मीडिया होता. 1920च्या आधीचा जगभरातला मीडिया. आणि जसं 1920 सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर संपून, फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर संपून एक इकॉनॉमी स्टेबल झालेली होती. जगभरात नव्या स्वरूपाची इकॉनॉमी उदयाला येऊ पाहत होती. अशा वेळी मीडिया सेन्सेशनलिझमकडनं पहिल्यांदा ऑब्जेक्टिव्हिटीकडे वळायचा हा काळ होता. इन्व्हर्टेड पिरॅमिड, बातमी कशी मांडावी याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा अमेरिकेसारख्या ठिकाणी सुरू झालेली होती. त्याचे प्रयोग सुरू झालेले होते. आणि याचा अर्थ सेन्सेशनलिझम पूर्ण संपलं असं नव्हतं, पण त्याला एक बिझनेसचं स्वरूप पहिल्यांदा आलेलं होतं. त्याच्या आधीचा मीडिया हा पूर्णपणानं ज्याला ॲमेच्युअर म्हणता येईल अशा स्वरूपाचा मीडिया होता. पण 1920 ते 1930 ज्या काळामध्ये भारतामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी पूर्णपणानं ऑप्रेस्ड क्लाससाठी वर्तमानपत्र सुरू केलं, त्यावेळी जगभरातला ट्रेंड काय होता, तर पहिल्यांदा आपण एक व्यवसाय म्हणून मीडियाकडे बघायला सुरुवात झालेली होती. न्यूजपेपरसारख्या सेन्सेशनलिझम सारखी गोष्ट व्यावसायिक रूप घेत होती. ऑब्जेक्टिव्हिटी जर्नलिझममध्ये पहिल्यांदा येत होती. अकाउंटेबिलिटी म्हणजे अजूनही नाही असं मी जरी म्हणत असलो, पण अकाउंटेबिलिटी मीडियाला त्यावेळी पहिल्यांदा यायला सुरुवात झालेली होती. स्वतंत्र त्यांचे विचार घेऊन येणारे वर्तमानपत्र जगात पहिल्यांदा त्याच पिरियडमध्ये आली. आपण जर आजही रशियामधली जी न्यूजपेपर, सगळ्यात मोठी न्यूजपेपर एजन्सी आहे प्रावदा, त्याची पायाभरणी सुद्धा त्या काळामधली. आणि एक स्वतःचा, ज्याला प्रोपगंडा असं म्हणणं एक शब्द आहे, पण ॲडव्होकसी, माझा विचार घेऊन मी पुढे जातोय अशा स्वरूपाची ॲडव्होकसी मांडणारा विचार सुद्धा त्याच काळामध्ये 1920च्या दशकामध्ये पहिल्यांदा आलेला होता. एक इंटेलेक्च्युअल वर्तमानपत्रांना स्वरूप सुद्धा त्या काळातला आहे. हा सगळा जगभरातला पिरियड आहे. भारतामध्ये हाच पिरियड भारतामध्ये सगळा स्वातंत्र्य लढ्याच्या पिरियड म्हणून आपण बघतो. म्हणजे केसरीची मांडणी असेल, त्या काळामधल्या आनंद बाजार पत्रिकेसारख्या वर्तमानपत्राची मांडणी असेल, पण तेव्हा असलेली वर्तमानपत्र जी आजही अस्तित्वात आहेत, त्याच्यात न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स सारखं वर्तमानपत्र आहे, द टाइम्स, युकेचा टाइम्स वर्तमानपत्र आहे, प्रावदाचा उल्लेख केला मी, गार्डियन सारखं वर्तमानपत्र आहे. यांची रचना 1920 ते 30 या काळामध्ये झाली, जी आजही कायम आहे. आणि यातला सगळ्यात इंटरेस्टिंग जो टॉपिक मला कायम वाटत राहिला, की आणि आपल्याकडं तो मिस झाला आणि आपण तो अर्धवट सोडला आणि त्याच्याबद्दल आपण फारसं बोलत पण नाही. आजही मीडिया म्हणून जो काही बिझनेस चालतो, याची सगळी मुळं 1920 ते 30च्या काळामध्ये सापडतात. कुठल्याही म्हणजे ज्या काळामध्ये सेन्सेशनलिझम मीडियानं ॲक्सेप्ट केला, की आता हा असा एक भाग ठेवायचा आणि तो बिझनेसमध्ये कन्व्हर्ट करायचा. तुम्हाला आजही टेलिव्हिजन, डिजिटल, इव्हन प्रिंट मीडियामध्ये तो एक सेन्सेशनलिझम दिसतो, की ज्याला प्रोफेशनल व्यावसायिक स्वरूप आहे. ज्याला आम्ही क्लिकबेट म्हणतो. तुम्हाला आजही विशिष्ट विचारांनी चालवलेली वर्तमानपत्र दिसतात. विशिष्ट समूहासाठी चालवलेली वर्तमानपत्र दिसतात. आणि ती वर्तमानपत्र, त्या वर्तमानपत्रांचा व्यवसाय, त्या वर्तमानपत्रांची सगळी भूमिका ही 1920 ते 30 या काळामध्ये जगभरात घडलेल्या रचनांच्या वरच आधारित आहे. त्याच्या पलीकडे गेलेली नाही. आणि त्याच काळामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी पहिल्यांदा आपल्याकडं स्वतंत्रपणानं वर्तमानपत्र हे एका उद्देशानं सुरू केलं. त्यांनी एक शब्द कायम वापरलेला होता, की जर माझ्याकडं वर्तमानपत्र नसेल तर इट्स लाईक अ बर्ड विदाउट विंग्स, असा एक शब्दप्रयोग त्यांच्याबद्दल जी सरकारनं आत्तापर्यंत त्यांच्या सगळं कलेक्शन जे वर्तमानपत्रांचं प्रसिद्ध केलं त्याच्यामध्ये तो येतो, की मी सोशल मुवमेंट चालवतो आहे आणि माझ्याकडे जर वर्तमानपत्र स्वतःचं नसेल, माझ्याकडे स्वतःचं माध्यम नसेल, तर इट्स लाईक आय एम फ्लाइंग विदाउट द विंग्स. इतका ज्याला आम्ही आत्ताच्या भाषेमध्ये व्हेइकल असा शब्द वापरतो, की एक मीडियाचं व्हेइकल वापरल्याशिवाय त्यांना त्यांचे विचार लोकांपर्यंत पोहोचवणं, त्याला एक व्यापक पायाभरणी करणं, पाया प्राप्त करून देणं शक्य झालं नसतं, जे त्यांनी त्यांच्या विशिष्ट पिरियडमध्ये सुरू केलेल्या वर्तमानपत्रांमधनं दिसतं. 3 शब्दांना त्यांनी कायम त्यांच्या पूर्ण वर्तमानपत्राच्या ॲज अन एडिटर करिअरमध्ये महत्त्व दिल्याचं स्पष्ट दिसतं. त्यातला पहिला पार्ट ऑब्व्हियसली ट्रूथ आहे, की जे बोलायला खूप आजही ट्रूथ हा शब्द उच्चारताना सुद्धा पोस्ट ट्रूथ आपण म्हणतो, पण ट्रूथपर्यंत येऊन थांबत नाही. ट्रूथ, जस्टिस असा शब्द आंबेडकरांच्या सगळ्या लिखाणामध्ये येतो. आणि तिसरा येतो रॅशनल थॉट, ज्याला हे तिन्ही शब्द की जे आजही जर तुम्ही मीडियामध्ये हीच 3 शब्द घेऊन मीडिया ऑपरेट करायचं ठरवलं तर सर्वाधिक विरोध होतो. अशा आजच्या काळामध्ये आपण असताना आंबेडकरांनी 1920 ते 30 या काळामध्ये हे 3 शब्द घेऊन स्वतःचं वर्तमानपत्र सुरू केलं आणि मग ती जर्नी पुढचे 30-35 वर्ष त्यांनी वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारे चालवली. 3 बेसिक उद्देश आंबेडकरांच्या वर्तमानपत्राच्या एकूण सगळ्या कामामध्ये दिसतात. एक म्हणजे त्यांनी जो उल्लेख वारंवार सुरुवातीपासून मी करतो, ऑप्रेस क्लासचे हक्क काय आहेत याच्याबद्दल त्याच्या आधीच्या काळामध्ये खूप छोट्या प्रमाणावर आणि प्रामुख्यानं वैचारिक प्रबोधन अशा स्वरूपाचं लिखाण होतं. पण आंबेडकरांनी अतिशय धाडसानं मूक नायकच्या पहिल्या अंकापासून ऑप्रेस क्लासचे अधिकार काय आहेत, अधिकार हा शब्द ज्यावेळी उच्चारायला सुद्धा कोणी तयार नव्हतं, अशा काळामध्ये अधिकार या विषयावर बोलायला सुरुवात केली वर्तमानपत्राच्या माध्यमातून. हा जो पूर्ण मार्जिनलाइज केलेला, एका बाजूला केलेला आणि ज्याच्याबद्दल आहे असं चर्चा सुद्धा आपण करत नव्हतो, अशा पूर्ण मोठ्या जाती समूहांना, घटकांना एकत्र त्यांना राजकीय विचार द्यायला आंबेडकरांनी वर्तमानपत्राच्या माध्यमातून सुरुवात केली. हा दुसरा प्रमुख उद्देश मला कायम त्यांच्या वर्तमानपत्र म्हणून त्यांनी जी काही मांडणी केली त्याच्यामध्ये दिसतो. त्याच्या आधी त्या काळामध्ये असलेली भारतातली वर्तमानपत्र आणि माझे या क्षेत्रात खरं तर मी ज्यांच्या मुळं आलो ते कलमे सर इथं आलेले आहेत, त्यामुळे मी त्यांचं आय एम व्हेरी थँकफुल टू यू सर. सरांनी शिकवल्यानंतर आम्ही या विषयातल्या मांडणीला पहिल्यांदा बघायला सुरुवात केली. त्यांनी पूर्ण ऑप्रेस क्लासच्या अधिकारांची चर्चा वर्तमानपत्राच्या माध्यमातून पहिल्यांदा सुरू केली आणि दुसरा त्यांना एक राजकीय आघाडी, एक राजकीय ताकद म्हणून पुढे आणायला वर्तमानपत्राच्या माध्यमातून सुरुवात केली. तसा तिसरा पार्ट मेजर जो मानला जातो, जो दिसतो त्यांच्या वर्तमानपत्राच्या मांडणीतनं, त्यांच्या लिखाणातनं, हा त्या काळात होणाऱ्या दलितांवरच्या अत्याचाराचं थेट वर्तमानपत्रांमधनं सादरीकरण, जे अपवादानं सुद्धा भारतातल्या इतर वर्तमानपत्रांमध्ये त्या काळामधल्या सापडत नाही. आणि जे सापडतं ते प्रामुख्यानं त्याला एक सिंपतीची बाजू आहे, पण त्याला जस्टिसची बाजू 20 ते 30च्या दरम्यान, 20 ते 40च्या दरम्यानच्या वर्तमानपत्रांमध्ये सापडत नाही. आणि अशा काळामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी ही 3 प्रमुख उद्दिष्टून त्यांच्या वर्तमानपत्राची सगळी मांडणी सुरू केली. अशा लोकांसाठी त्यांनी वर्तमानपत्र चालवलं की त्यांना मुळात त्या पिरियडमध्ये त्यांचा आवाज आहे याची सुद्धा जाणीव नव्हती. आणि हे सगळं सुरू करताना त्यांचं वय पहिल्यांदा 29, पहिलं वर्तमानपत्र काढताना 29 होतं, जे आत्ता सुद्धा तो विचार करताना अंगावर काटा येऊ शकतो, की 29व्या वर्षी असा विचार घेऊन वर्तमानपत्र चालवायचं की जे कुणीही आधी भारतामध्ये केलेलं नाही, जगात कुणी केलं असेल तर ते आपल्यापर्यंत पोचलेलं नाही. आणि एक राजकीय विचार, न्यायाचा विचार घेऊन पूर्णपणानं वर्तमानपत्र चालवायचं, अशा काळामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी पहिल्यांदा 1920च्या काळामध्ये मूक नायकला सुरुवात केली. त्याच्याबद्दल थोडंफार आपल्याकडं मूक नायकची स्थापना याविषयी खूप सारं थोडंफार लिखाण येतं, पण त्यातल्या प्रामुख्याने शाहू महाराजांचं योगदान, पंधरवड्यातनं सुरू झालेलं वर्तमानपत्र, पण त्यातला जो सगळ्यात मेजर पार्ट होता की जो अगदी सुरुवातीपासून मी म्हणतोय की ज्या विषयावर कोणी बोलत नव्हतं, अशा अस्पृश्यतेबद्दल त्यांनी थेट वर्तमानपत्रांमधनं त्यावेळी लिहायला सुरुवात केली. आणि ते प्रीचिंग नव्हतं किंवा ते फक्त कणव दाखवणारं, दया दाखवणारं असं नव्हतं लिखाण. तर हे सगळं भंपकपणा आहे, हा मूर्खपणा आहे, ही मांडणी पहिल्यांदा भारताच्या वर्तमानपत्रांच्या इतिहासात एक मूक नायकनं पहिल्यांदा केली. हा प्रयोग मेनस्ट्रीम न्यूजपेपर कुठल्याही स्वरूपाची माहिती देत नसताना होत होता. त्यावेळी आफ्रिकेमधल्या आणि अमेरिकेमधल्या रॅसिझमबद्दल आणि ते रॅसिझम भारताच्या जाती व्यवस्थेला किती समांतर चालतं, किती बरोबरीनं चालतं, या स्वरूपाची मांडणी करण्याचा भारतामध्ये कोणी विचारही केलेला नव्हता. तो पिरियड आंबेडकरांनी मूक नायकच्या 3.5-4 वर्षाच्या कारकिर्दीमध्ये मूक नायक म्हणून सातत्यानं समोर आणला. मूक नायक स्थापन झाल्यानंतर चाललं, हा व्यवसाय आहे. त्यामुळं असं काही नव्हतं की आंबेडकरांनीच वर्तमानपत्र काढल्यानंतर ते पुढचे 100 वर्ष चालूच राहायला पाहिजेत. लोकांपर्यंत जेवढं शक्य होतं तेवढं त्यांनी पोहोचवलं आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्यांनी ते बंद पण केलं. ते आर्थिकदृष्ट्या अशक्य पद्धतीनं तोट्यात चालल्यानंतर त्यांनी ते बंद केलं. पण ते बंद करून ते पुन्हा थांबले नाहीत. त्यांनी परत 3-4 वर्षानंतर 23ला मूक नायक बंद झाल्यानंतर दुसरा प्रयोग पुन्हा सुरू केला, तो बहिष्कृत भारत नावानं. आणि ते वर्तमानपत्राचे सुद्धा आयुष्य फार नव्हतं. पण जो एक इव्होल्युशन होत गेलं होतं. पहिल्यांदा त्यांनी मांडणी करायला सुरुवात केली, की ज्या विषयावर कोणी बोलत नव्हतं, ते विषय वर्तमानपत्राच्या पहिल्या पानाचा भाग बनवायला मूक नायकनं सुरुवात केली. आणि मग ज्यावेळी बहिष्कृत भारत काढला, त्यावेळी बहिष्कृत भारतला त्यांनी पहिल्यांदा भारताच्या दलित चळवळीमध्येच फक्त नव्हे तर पूर्ण वर्तमानपत्रांच्या चळवळीमध्ये वर्तमानपत्राचा ॲक्टिव्हिजमकडे वापर करायला बहिष्कृत भारतच्या माध्यमातून सुरुवात केली होती. म्हणजे लोकांना एखाद्या गोष्टीसाठी संघटित करणं, त्यांना आवाहन करणं आणि त्यांना ॲक्च्युअली त्या कॉजसाठी रस्त्यावर आणणं, ही प्रक्रिया आजही खूप अवघड असते. आणि अशावेळी 1927 ते 29 या काळात बहिष्कृत भारतच्या माध्यमातनं त्यांनी ती सुरुवात केली. आणि मग आपण याबद्दल त्यांनी केलेलं त्या काळातलं बहिष्कृत भारतचं लिखाण आजही उपलब्ध राहतं. पाण्यासाठीचा त्यांचं आंदोलन, पाण्यासाठीचं आंदोलन असो, त्यांनी त्यावेळी तिथल्या भारतातल्या दलित अत्याचाराबद्दल फक्त आधी लिखाण करत होते. त्याच्यानंतर त्यांनी संघटित होण्याचं आव्हान बहिष्कृत भारतच्या माध्यमातनं सुरुवात केलेली होती. या 2 बहिष्कृत भारतच्या मोठ्या नोंदी होत्या. पण बहिष्कृत भारत सुद्धा नंतर आर्थिकदृष्ट्या थांबलं. त्याचा काही पुढं फार त्याचा प्रचार प्रसार झाला नाही. पण आंबेडकरांनी परत अगदी सुरुवातीला जो भाग ठेवलेला होता, की वर्तमानपत्र किंवा माझ्या हातात जर माझं माध्यम नसेल तर आय एम हेल्पलेस. मला मग माझ्या मनासारखं उडता येणार नाही. त्यामुळे त्यांनी 1929ला तिसरं वर्तमानपत्राचा प्रयोग सुरू केला होता. आणि तिथं समता नावाचा, जिथं पहिल्यांदा जो अजय सरांच्या बोलण्यामध्ये पण उल्लेख आला, 3 शब्दांचा पुरस्कार समताचे खूप कमी अंक उपलब्ध होतात. पण 3 शब्दांचा पुरस्कार त्यांनी त्यातून केलेला आणि ते 3ही शब्द आजही आपल्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पासून ते आपल्या रोजच्या बोलण्यामध्ये येतात. त्यातलं लिबर्टी, इक्वॅलिटी आणि फ्रॅटर्निटी, हा समता वर्तमानपत्राच्या नावापासूनची ती सुरुवात होती. आता 1929चा हा भाग आहे. 1920 ते 1930 या काळामध्ये जगातल्या वर्तमानपत्रांमध्ये बदल होत होते. ते ऑब्जेक्टिव्हिटीकडं, ते न्यूजपेपरच्या व्यवसायाकडे जात होते. भारतामध्ये त्याच पिरियडमध्ये वर्तमानपत्र ॲज अ टूल फॉर फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल म्हणून वापरलं जात होतं आणि आंबेडकरांनी हे पूर्णपणानं भारतातल्या जाती व्यवस्थेला जगासमोर, लोकांसमोर, समाजासमोर मांडण्यासाठी पहिल्यांदा वापरलं. समताचा प्रयोग फार दिवस टिकला नाही. तो कसाबसा चालला आणि पण आंबेडकरांनी तो बंद केला असं नाही. त्यांनी नाव बदललं त्या वर्तमानपत्राचं आणि मग आता त्यांनी जो पहिला टू इन्फॉर्म पासून सुरुवात केलेली होती मूक नायक. दुसऱ्या टप्प्यामध्ये त्यांनी टू एज्युकेट हा पार्ट बहिष्कृत भारतच्या माध्यमातून केला. टू ऑर्गनाईजच्या लोकांना एकत्रित करणं अशा माध्यमातून केला. समतामधनं त्यांनी व्हॅल्यूज पहिल्यांदा त्यांच्या वाचकांपर्यंत, त्यांच्या अनुयायांपर्यंत पोहोचवायला सुरुवात केली. आणि नंतरचा जो भाग होता जनता, जे रिलेटिव्हली सर्वाधिक काळ चाललेलं त्यांचं वर्तमानपत्राचं माध्यम होतं. जनतामधनं त्यांनी आत्ता जो आपण ज्या पद्धतीच्या आंबेडकरांच्या चळवळींचा अभ्यास करतो, त्याची सगळी सुरुवातीची विचारधारा, त्यांनी त्यात केलेले बदल, लोकांना ऑर्गनाईज केल्यानंतर नेमकं काय काम द्यायचं, असा मास मीडियाचा पहिला प्रयोग भारतामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी जनताच्या माध्यमातून केला. पुढचा जो सगळा आंबेडकरांचा प्रवास दिसतो, ज्याच्यात कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पासून भारतातल्या अगदी वेगवेगळ्या विषयांवर आंबेडकरांनी केलेलं संशोधन होतं. याची बेसिक मांडणी जनता वर्तमानपत्राच्या 20-25 वर्षाच्या प्रवासामध्ये तुम्हाला सगळ्या ठिकाणी दिसत राहते. ही मांडणी जे आपण आंबेडकर आता 2 विषयांचा उल्लेख उमेश सरांच्या, बगाडे सरांच्या भाषणामध्ये होता. एक गांधी आणि आंबेडकर, गांधी आणि मार्क्स, असं गांधी आणि आंबेडकर आणि आंबेडकर आणि मार्क्स अशा गंबा सरदारांच्या आणि पानतावणे सरांच्याच, कसबे सरांच्या लिखाणाचा उल्लेख केला. याची सगळी सूत्र ही जनतामध्ये सर्वाधिक सापडतात. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या त्यांनी जो समतामध्ये प्रयोग केलेला होता, इक्वॅलिटी, फ्रॅटर्निटी आणि लिबर्टीचा, त्याची सुद्धा मुळं समतामध्ये सापडतात आणि त्याचा मास जनता म्हणून वर्तमानपत्र चालवताना याचा समाजावर होणारा परिणाम काय असू शकतो आणि काय व्हायला पाहिजे, नुसताच कुठला असू शकेल अशी थिअरॉटिकल मांडणी आंबेडकरांच्या जनतामध्ये आढळत नाही. तर ती पूर्णपणानं एक मास मुवमेंटकडे घेऊन जाणारी मांडणी त्यांनी त्या काळामध्ये 1930 ते 56 या काळामध्ये केली आणि त्याला एक मॅच्युरिटी होती. त्याच्या आधीच्यामध्ये एक माहिती देण्याचा एक अभिनिवेश एक होता. एक राग त्यांच्या मूकनायकमध्ये असायचा, की हे घडतंय, तुम्ही कोण बोलत नाहीये. दुसऱ्या वेळी त्यांनी बोलण्यासाठी एकत्र या हे आवाहन करत होते. तिसऱ्या वेळी त्यांनी ह्या आव्हानामागं माझ्या व्हॅल्यूज आहे ते सांगत होते आणि आता मात्र त्यांनी खूप स्ट्रॉंगली एक मास मीडिया म्हणून जनताचा प्रयोग सुरू केलेला होता. खूप कमी काळ चाललेलं, पण ज्याचा परिणाम आंबेडकरांच्या ज्याचा अभ्यास खरं तर आंबेडकरांच्या बुद्धिझमच्या प्रवासाकडे जाणारा होता. त्यातला प्रबुद्ध भारतचा अंक होता, की ज्यातनं त्यांनी ज्याला म्हणजे हा प्रवास मी का केला, इथपासूनचे जे आपण त्यांच्या भाषणांमधनं एक्सप्लेनेशन शोधतो, त्यांच्या इतर लिखाणांमधून शोधतो, तो प्रबुद्ध भारतमध्ये त्यांनी त्याची मांडणी खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने त्याची सुरुवात केलेली होती आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्यांच्या महानिर्वाणानंतर या स्वरूपाचा डिस्कशन किंवा या स्वरूपाच्या या त्यांच्या 5ही प्रयोगांबद्दलचं आपण रायटिंग ह्या एका शब्दांमध्ये आटपायला लागलो. पण मला असं वाटतं, की त्या कंटेम्पररी, त्या समकालीन इतिहासाचा जर पूर्णपणानं आपल्याला त्यांचे विचार समजून घ्यायचे असेल, तर त्यांनी ते ह्या 5 पद्धतीनं जे 5 प्रयोग केले, त्याच्यावर जास्त काय इन डेप्थ म्हणता येईल, संशोधन म्हणता येईल, या पद्धतीनं करायला हवं. ज्याचं उपलब्ध साहित्य म्हणून उपलब्ध आहे, पण त्याच्यावर त्याचे आस्पेक्ट मांडण्यामध्ये आपण कमी पडतो असं वाटतं. एक मुद्दा त्यातला खूप स्पष्टपणाने येतो. त्यांच्या मांडणीमध्ये ना मूकनायकमध्ये ना प्रबुद्ध भारतपर्यंत ज्याला वेग म्हणतो, ज्याला गोंधळलेली म्हणतो, अशी मांडणी कुठेही नसते. त्यांना जे म्हणायचं होतं ते त्यांनी लिहून ठेवलं. कोणी सांगोवांगीच्या गोष्टी नव्हत्या, की हे असं म्हणाले होते. आजही जे आपण नेमकं आपल्याला जिथं ट्रूथ या शब्दाभोवती आपण अडखळतो, पण आंबेडकरांनी त्यांच्या 5ही वर्तमानपत्रांच्या प्रयोगामधनं ॲज अन एडिटर त्यांना कुठल्या दिशेनं जायचंय हे अतिशय स्पष्टपणानं मांडलं. त्यांची भाषा अतिशय स्पष्ट होती आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे त्या काळामधली वर्तमानपत्र बोजड मराठीचा वापर करत असताना आंबेडकरांची भाषा ही साधी मराठी होती, जी आजही लिहायला खूप जड आहे. हे सोपी मराठी लिहिणे खूप अवघड असतं. अवघड मराठी लिहिणं सोपं असतं, कारण ते खूप कमी लोकं वाचतात आणि कमी लोकं चर्चा करतात. पण आंबेडकरांची भाषा ही अतिशय सोपी, सुलभ मराठी वापरलेली आहे. मला एखाद्या अभ्यासकावर किती प्रभाव असतो तो आता मला सरांचं भाषण ऐकताना जाणवलं. त्यांनी मुद्द्याला सुरुवात केली. तसं आंबेडकरांच्या सगळ्या एडिटोरियल रायटिंगची थेट मुद्द्यानं सुरुवात असायची. त्याला प्रस्तावना वगैरे अशा गोष्टी काहीही जोडायच्या नाहीत. आंबेडकरांनी ह्या सगळ्या पिरियडमध्ये त्यांच्या 5ही वर्तमानपत्रांच्या पिरियडमध्ये बहुसंख्य काळ ज्यावेळी भारतामध्ये स्वातंत्र्य चळवळीचा सर्वाधिक प्रभाव होता त्यावेळी आणि भारतातल्या जाती व्यवस्थेबद्दल बोलायला आपण कोणीही तयार नव्हतो. अशा काळामध्ये ह्या 5 वर्तमानपत्रांचा उपयोग प्रामुख्याने आंबेडकरांनी या जाती व्यवस्थेबद्दल बोलण्यासाठी केला. आणि मला तो घटक खूप महत्त्वाचा वाटतो, कारण ह्याच्या आधीची उदाहरणं जर कुठेही शोधायला गेलं तर ना न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्समध्ये सापडतील, ना टाइम्समध्ये सापडतात, ना भारतात त्या काळात असलेल्या टाइम्स ऑफ इंडियामध्ये जाती व्यवस्थेबद्दल या स्वरूपाचं सातत्यानं लिखाण आढळतं. आणि हा एक काळ असा होता, की ज्यावेळी आपल्याला साक्षरतेची किंमत कळायला लागलेली होती, शिक्षणाची किंमत कळायला लागली होती आणि हिंदी, मराठी, इंग्रजी या भाषांमध्ये, बंगाली भाषांमध्ये, तमिळ भाषांमध्ये वर्तमानपत्रांचं प्रमाण वाढत होतं. या काळामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी स्वराज्य की हा जो भाग येतो, स्वातंत्र्य आधी हवं की सामाजिक बदल आधी हवेत, याची सुरुवातीची मांडणी आंबेडकरांनी ह्या सगळ्या 5ही वर्तमानपत्रांच्या प्रयोगामध्ये थेटपणानं केली. जात या विषयावर बोलायला आजही आपण घाबरत असताना आंबेडकरांनी तिथं स्पष्टपणानं त्यांच्या मूकनायकपासून ते जनता वर्तमानपत्रापर्यंत पूर्णपणानं स्टँड घेतला की ही भारतातली जाती व्यवस्था काय पद्धतीनं पोखरलेली आहे आणि त्यानं समाजव्यवस्था किती पोखरलेली आहे आणि त्याचं कारण किती डीप रूटेड कास्ट सिस्टीममध्ये आहे. मला त्यांच्या एकूण मांडणीमध्ये जे 4-5 भाग वाटतात की जे आजही आपल्याला आजच्या काळामधल्या कंटेम्पररी मीडिया जर्नलिझमशी जोडणं खूप आवश्यक वाटतं. आम्हाला असं शिकवलं जातं, कलमे सर इथं आहेत आणि आम्हाला असं शिकवलं जातं कायम की यू आर द व्हॉइस ऑफ व्हॉइसलेस, जे आम्ही पूर्णपणाने विसरलो, ज्याची सुरुवात आंबेडकरांनी मूक नाईकपासून केलेली होती. व्हॉइसलेस हे मूक नाईकचं नाव अशा अर्थानं नव्हे, पण व्हॉइसलेसला तुम्ही व्हॉइस दिला पाहिजे, हे आंबेडकरांच्या लेखनाचा, वर्तमानपत्रीय लेखनाचा सगळ्यात पहिला भाग होता. पॉलिटिक्स रिप्रेझेंटेशन आणि पॉलिटिक्समधलं स्वतःचं रिप्रेझेंटेशन आणि स्वतःचे हक्क याबद्दल पूर्णपणानं दलित समुदाय म्हणून, दलित वर्ग म्हणून त्यांच्या आधी वर्तमानपत्रीय मांडणी कुणीही केलेली नव्हती, जी त्यांनी खूप स्ट्रॉंगली पहिल्यांदा या 5ही प्रयोगांमधनं स्वतःच्या केली. जो मधल्या टप्प्यामध्ये मी उल्लेख केला, ॲक्टिव्हिजम, जर्नलिझम टू ॲक्टिव्हिजम, हा वर्तमानपत्र वापरून एखादी चळवळ, सामाजिक बदलाची चळवळ पुढे नेणं, याच्यासाठी सुद्धा आंबेडकरांनी खूप स्ट्रॉंगली वर्तमानपत्राचा वापर केला. महाड सत्याग्रहासारखा वर्तमानपत्रीय लेख लिहून भाषणं करून त्यांनी महाड सत्याग्रहासाठी सुद्धा खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर ॲक्टिव्हिजमचं स्वरूप मीडियाच्या माध्यमातून राबवलं. एक सगळ्यात मोठं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन त्यांचं जे आहे, ज्याच्यावर अधूनमधून आपल्याकडं आजही चर्चा होती आणि मीडियातलं रिप्रेझेंटेशन बेस्ड ऑन द कास्ट सिस्टीम याच्याकडे आपण जातो त्यावेळी विशिष्ट अप्पर क्लास आणि अप्पर कास्ट या दोघांचं आजही वर्चस्व मीडियाच्या सगळ्या स्पेअरवर असल्याचं जाणवतं. त्या काळामध्ये हे आज असताना आंबेडकरांनी दलित जर्नलिझम हा पूर्णपणाने इंडिपेंडंट प्रवाह सुरू केला, ज्याचा पण मला वाटतं सर असा अभ्यास पूर्णपणानं इंडेप्थ अभ्यास आपल्याकडं खूप कमी प्रमाणात अवेलेबल आहे. पण ती मूव्हमेंट दलित जर्नलिझमची आजही टिकून आहे आणि त्याच्या पॉलिटिकल फॉर्म्सची आपण चर्चा करतो, त्याच्यातल्या सोशल रिफॉर्म्सची चर्चा करतो, पण दलित जर्नलिझम, दलितांचा जर्नलिझममधला टक्का आणि त्यांचं प्रत्यक्षातलं ग्राउंडवरचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन याची सगळ्यात पहिली पायाभरणी आंबेडकरांनी केली. त्याचं कंपॅरिझन त्याच्या जवळपास सुद्धा आज 2025 मध्ये आपण पोहोचू शकत नाही. तो जो पिरियड होता ज्याचा उल्लेख केला, त्या पिरियडमध्ये इतर वर्तमानपत्र जगभरात होती का होती, भारतामध्ये होती, केसरी सारखं होतं आणि त्यांना त्यांचा आवाज मांडायला सुद्धा ज्यावेळी पुण्यासारख्या ठिकाणच्या वर्तमानपत्रांनी विरोध केलेला होता, त्यावेळी मी राऊंड टेबलमध्ये गोलमेज परिषदेमध्ये माझी कुठली बाजू मांडणार आहे, ज्याचा जे ऐकून घ्यायला सुद्धा कुठलं इतर माध्यमं तयार नव्हती, त्यावेळी त्यांनी त्यांच्या स्वतःच्या वर्तमानपत्राच्या माध्यमातून त्यांची बाजू खूप स्ट्रॉंगली मांडली. एक त्यातला किस्से खूप निगेटिव्ह पॉझिटिव्ह किस्से खूप असतात, पण आंबेडकरांच्या वर्तमानपत्राची जाहिरात सुद्धा इतर वर्तमानपत्र घ्यायला तयार नव्हते. आता म्हणजे तुम्हाला वर्तमानपत्र चालवायचं आहे, वर्तमानपत्र चालवायचं तर त्याला जाहिराती हव्यात, हे ज्या वर्तमानपत्राला इतर कळत होतं, त्यांना आंबेडकरांच्या वर्तमानपत्रांची जाहिरात सुद्धा नको होती आणि तरीही त्यांनी वर्तमानपत्र चालवली. ती फक्त चालवली नाहीत, तर ती खूप स्ट्रॉंगली एक भारताच्या इतिहासामध्ये एक नवीन पूर्ण ट्रेंड दिला आणि एक आजही ज्या शब्दाची चर्चा करताना आपल्याला, आपण चर्चा करतो, तो शब्द रोज जाता जाता उच्चारतो, पण प्रत्यक्षात सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी या शब्दाभोवती खूप कमी काही अंशच मीडिया टिकून आहे, काही अंशच मीडियामध्ये सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीचं टिकून आहे. अशा वेळी आंबेडकरांनी 1920 ते 1935 या काळामध्ये, 1956 या पिरियडमध्ये या 5 प्रयोगांच्या माध्यमातून सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी खूप स्ट्रॉंगली समाजासमोर मांडली. ती कशी चालवायची, कशा पद्धतीनं ते केला पाहिजे, प्रयोग हा चालवला, कशा पद्धतीनं हा प्रयोग केला पाहिजे हे दाखवलं. मला असं वाटतं की शेवटच्या 2 मुद्द्यांना मी मांडून स्पर्श करून थांबतो आणि मग आपले काही शंका असतील तर सर बोलू शकतील. जसं त्यांनी दलित जर्नलिझमची पायाभरणी केली असं मी म्हटलं, तसं जो शब्द आजही अगदी सुरुवातीला मी म्हटलं होतं की आजच्या मीडियावर टीका होती बिकॉज वी आर नॉट फिअरलेस, असं एक टीका होती. ह्या टीकेला आंबेडकरांच्या 1923च्या मूकनायकचं पहिलं जर एडिटोरियल वाचलं, पहिला लेख वाचला तरी लक्षात येतं व्हॉट इज फिअरलेस जर्नलिझम. Fearless journalism, what you think, what you believe, what your values are, you should present those values. You should present your opinion. You should be able to present your the truth you are seeing. आणि ह्या सगळ्या मुद्द्यांना आंबेडकरांनी पहिल्या अंकापासून स्पर्श केला. एक फिअरलेस जर्नलिझम भारताला दिलं आणि एक हे जे व्हॅल्यूज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनमध्ये आपण नंतर रोज उच्चारतो, त्या सगळ्या व्हॅल्यूची सुरुवात मला असं वाटतं की आंबेडकरांनी त्यांच्या पहिल्या अंकापासून ते शेवटच्या अंकापर्यंतच्या एडिटोरियलमध्ये केली. मला इतक्याच मांडणी करायची होती. हे संशोधन नव्हे, हे मी पुन्हा एकदा आय वुड लाईक टू रिएटरेट बिकॉज दिस इज नॉट अ रिसर्च that should have been presented, but the feelings of the most ignored part of the Ambedkar's contribution to the media, I wanted to highlight it. I thank you again, Ajay sir and the Symbiosis and Pragtik Itihas Sanstha for inviting me despite of being media fraternity and allowing me to present my thoughts here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and enlightening speech. I request Professor Ajay, sir, to kindly present a memento as a token of our gratitude. काही क्वेश्चन आन्सर्स आहेत का? So we can take question answer. नको ना? ठीक आहे. I now request Professor Jagdish Sonawne sir to deliver a vote of thanks for the inaugural program.
Jai Bhim to all of you. On this occasion of National Seminar on Educating through Ambedkar's Biography, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Life, Knowledge and Liberation, I welcome all of you on behalf of Pragtik Itihas Sanstha and I'm Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Symbiosis University, Pune. So I am here to deliver just vote of thanks. I don't want to take much time because many scholars are there, arrived from all over the India, and they are going to deliver their speeches now. So I sincerely thank to Honorable Dr. Umesh Bagade for his speech on biographies, in which he focused on the importance of biographies to understand Dr. Ambedkar and his views on various subjects, various aspects. As he rightly said, biographies are major tools to understand Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar in detail. Then I would like to thank Professor Jyoti Chandiramani, who is a dean here of social science, for delivering his valuable speech. Then I would like to thank Dr. Samrat Phadnis, who is a keynote speaker, and he has focused on Dr. Ambedkar's journalism and he mostly speak in Marathi, where he himself told that बाबासाहेबांच्या पत्रकारितेवरचं ते संशोधन नाही तर ते त्यांचं ऑब्झर्वेशन आहे हे त्यांनी स्पष्टपणे सांगितलं. आणि जर्नलिझम टू ऍक्टिव्हिजम, बाबासाहेबांनी ज्या प्रकारे पत्रकारितेकडे पाहिलं की मग पत्रकारिता नसेल तर माझी चळवळ मी कशी पुढे नेऊ, अशा प्रकारे त्यांनी महत्वाचं एक भाषण इथे दिलं. त्याबद्दल फडणवीस सरांचे पण मी आभार मानतो. पुन्हा एकदा सर्वांचे आभार मानतो आणि थांबतो. धन्यवाद. जय भीम.
Now we'll take a tea break, and then for second session we will come back again.
देतोय की. Okay. Welcome back all after the refreshing tea break. I, Dipali Kamble, PhD scholar, Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Symbiosis International, Deemed University. Now we move to the first session of this seminar, which will be chaired by Professor Umesh Bagade sir. May I kindly invite Professor Umesh Bagade to please come to the stage along with our distinguished guest speakers for this session. Professor Ramesh Kamble, Dr. Pradeep Aglave, Professor Avinash Fulzale, and Dr. Santosh Suradkar. Okay. We have 4 insightful presentations lined up for this seminar. Professor Umesh Bagade sir, I would like to introduce our guest speaker and our chairperson. Professor Umesh Bagade sir is a professor, Department of History at Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Our next guest speaker, Professor Ramesh Kamble. He is an former professor of sociology with over 30 years of teaching experience. He will speak on the dilemma of the Ambedkarite intellectual. Our next speaker, Dr. Pradeep Aglave. He is a distinguished scholar and professor, currently serving as a head of the Department of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Thought at RTM, Nagpur University. He will present on Ambedkar's biography, Struggle for Human Rights. Next speaker is Professor Avinash Fulzale. He is a professor and head of the department, Dr. Ambedkar Chair. He will speak on a critical review of Dhananjay Keer's biography, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Our last speaker is Dr. Santosh Suradkar. He is an assistant professor in the Department of History at Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. He will share his perspectives on understanding Ambedkar's word through Ashok Gopal, a part. Each speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation. May I now request our chairperson, Professor Umesh Bagade, to kindly take charge of the proceeding. Over to you, sir.
Having no special privilege. All right, I mean, organizers of this interesting and important seminar, today's chairperson, Professor Umesh Bagade, yes, and fellow delegates and all of you. Indeed, this is a very interesting attempt of exploring interconnection between biography and thought, between biography and pursuit of knowledge. Not that such an exercise or such an experience, I mean, has not been a part of our lives. Cursorily, I think all of us in various ways are influenced by Dr. Ambedkar's personality or Dr. Ambedkar's biography and his knowledge acquisitions, his attempt of producing knowledge, continuously articulating a critique of the oppressive, exploitative social order in which these lives are formed. So this in itself has been a big influence on us, so much so that if not we, our previous generation has been influenced in such a way that it has tried to fashion their future generation by assuming that they will follow Dr. Ambedkar's footsteps and that they will become in this process, they will become soldiers of movement for equality, movement for dignity, movement for justice. And that has always been there. But what interested me to engage with the theme was essentially the interconnect that you seem to draw or wish to draw in biography and interdisciplinary endeavors as to how we can engage with the question of knowledge making process and how we see biographies as an influential factor in disciplinary practices. I think this is an interesting way of this interconnect is fairly recent. Recent in the sense, perhaps, of last 30 years or so. People like us who joined academics 30 years ago, perhaps, I mean, were both involved involved in academics, okay, and at the same time felt the need to produce knowledge as a necessary commitment. Now, what is it that basically, how to understand this relationship? A particular kind of biography leading to and that biography as a context for production of knowledge. In what way this kind of interconnect, yes, I mean, really happens? At two levels. What happens to us as self-rooted in institutional context of knowledge pursuits. So what happens to us as persons, as self, and what happens to us as knowledge actors, as those who are involved in knowledge-making processes. As both these levels, you find a very complex kind of scenario. The complex scenario basically comes from the deep-seated conflict that the self experiences in the institutional context of pursuit of knowledge. Okay, very, very deep-seated conflict. So much so that I would borrow this from Franz Fanon and say, all of us have experienced fragmented selves. All of us in various ways are all our journey, all along. In fact, our journey has been rooted in this fragmentary sense of self. The sense of self that we have has been, or perhaps continue to be, a fragmentary, non-unitary fragmentary sense of self. Now, this self, again, yes, I mean, as Franz Fanon would, point out, is rooted in psycho-existential conflict. As an academic, in the institutional setting, which is also rooted simultaneously in structures of power of that society, and is reiterated through everyday institutional practices, you would find that the self perceives and experiences this kind of deep-seated conflict within. What is it that we do? Okay. And what is it that we do in terms of knowledge-making pursuits? What is it that we do? What kind of knowledge we produce? Who provides validity to that knowledge? How institutional validity to that knowledge is that process easy or rooted in fundamental conflict? Now, these questions then become extremely important. For example, when we came to sociology, initially we thought sociology talks about society and order, okay? But then kind of sociology that was taught was something which appeared, initially we thought that's a new kind of new context of knowledge that we are trying to pursue. But later on we realized that our lives and that knowledge does not have any connect at all, you see. So how do we perceive that knowledge? Is that knowledge primarily, does it have any connect with our lives at all? That was the first kind of concern that we thought. And we realized perhaps the institutions which have informed and influenced our lives have been discussed in these disciplinary frameworks and in this disciplinary context. But the way they have been discussed do not have any reference to our lives. That they have been discussed. Indeed, for example, caste has been discussed over a long time, but that the connect of that discussion doesn't exist with my life. You see, now that internal conflict of having to study something as part of pursuit of higher knowledge, gaining knowledge, but that knowledge does not have any connection with my life, is the first conflict that we experience as an academics. First conflict. Now, second, again, level of deep-seated conflict is, what is it that I do? Whether the subjects that I wish to pursue for, again, academic, quote-unquote, scientific knowledge, how would I make those subjects as legitimate objects of knowledge? How do I make that as a legitimate object of knowledge? All along, I was taught I was taught to understand society, but understand society in particular through particular perspectives, and fulfilling those theoretical and methodological proprieties was to lead to academic acceptance, since that perhaps did not have. So on the one hand, I have to integrate myself into these knowledge structures of power in order to be accepted as an academic. But the knowledge structure of power remains perennially alienated to me. That there is no connect of my life, that is of my biography, and the pursuit of knowledge, and the institutional disciplinary knowledge that I wish to seek. Now, this disconnect, for example, remains perennially with me. So the first conflict, therefore, was which subject should I take up for study? Second, whether my experience becomes a legitimate object of inquiry. Okay. Third, how do I produce so-called scientific knowledge about these subjects which I think ought to be part of academic knowledge pursuits? Because the methodological propriety wishes me to study this experience from a particular kind of perspective, which is assumed to be objective, but which is primarily rooted in dominant subjective perspectives. So I have to, in this sense, I have to reproduce the dominant subjective perspectives in order to inquire into my life and my experiences. So my experiences will become legitimate objects of inquiry only when I reproduce the dominant subjective perspectives and proprieties of knowledge production. Now, this is a very deep-seated kind of conflict that exists all along. In this sense, therefore, now, my journey in academics, therefore, forces me to see colonization of knowledge. The colonization of knowledge that exists in such a way that in order to be accepted in academia, I must reproduce the perspectives of the colonizers, those who have colonized knowledge, but an attempt of reproducing that necessarily forces me to disconnect my biographies from that knowledge perspective. So unless I practice disconnect from my own life, only then I could be accepted in the knowledge-making processes. Otherwise, acceptance does not come to me. So first precondition to be accepted as knowledge producer is to disconnect your life, disconnect your experience, or even in a way omit your experience, see that experience as if it does not exist. So non-existence of that experience into knowledge-making processes is central to be recognized as legitimate knowledge producer. Now that deep-seated kind of conflict that remains perennially with me. Now, which subjects do I study? First question is, which subject experience, which subjective experience I make as object of knowledge, what kind of methodological, theoretical perspectives I adopt to study that experience, whether the existing methodological, theoretical proprieties which are rooted in dominant subjective practices are useful to understand, my experience. And third is, unless I reproduce, so I might now choose to study my experience, but I'm forced to study that experience from the perspective of the dominant subjective other. So dominant subjective other continue to, in a way, influence my inquiry about my experience. In this sense, in fact, I mean, I confront colonization of knowledge again and again. So not only I confront, I'm forced to reproduce that colonized knowledge in order to be accepted as a legitimate knowledge producer or or a legitimate member of academia. Not that we have not shown critical perspectives. The entire debates, for example, from 70s onwards, anti-race, yes, I'm anti-caste, I mean feminist. These debates have shown this kind of assertion that not only our experience is worthy of producing knowledge, but our experience, we will evolve our own methodologies. We will evolve our own methods. We will evolve our own we will evolve our own perspectives to understand our lives. But question is, while this has produced a very vast body of very interesting knowledge, this, in a way, remains knowledge rooted in making the particular visible, making the particular present in knowledge in knowledge making practices. While particular becomes visible, the ways of addressing that particular also becomes visible, to an extent is accepted. But your claims to overall academic framework within that power structure never gets registered. Okay. Now that is the dilemma that an Ambedkarite, that a Dalit intellectual would always face. While you have with great difficulty, decisive struggle, with 30 years of continuous struggle, you have been able to make your experience visible. You have been able to make knowledge-making practices rooted in that experience as legitimate, but you remain bounded, in a way, gated into particular. You see, there is no way you could move beyond particular. Now, in order to understand my subjective experience, I must know the other as well. The other has to be accessible. Unless the other is accessible, and I'm unable to understand the structure of power and the relations of power which operate through the culture of producing knowledge. For that, the other is necessary. But kind of power structure of knowledge production and institution through which knowledge is produced operates, it does not allow me an access to other. Okay. For example, this is what I'm working recently on, is this, that there has been studies on caste. For example, studies on caste have taken place. First, caste as necessary part of Hindu social order. Then caste in terms of institutions. Then changes taking place in caste, whether caste is ideology or whether caste is rooted in material exploitative social relations, whether ideology or material practices. All these perspectives have been there. When we became knowledge producers, we looked at caste studies basically from the perspective of those who were at the margins of caste, you see. So for us, therefore, we started looking at caste from our experience. So caste in terms of landlessness, caste in terms of deprivation, caste in terms of existential trauma, caste in terms of perennial denial. All these experiences came into academic knowledge practice. But centrally, what remained outside the frame is the dominant other was never accessible to me. See, while now I made my experience visible, Now my experience is available for even the dominant subjective other for interrogation. I have no access to the dominant particular, you see. As an object of inquiry, the dominant particular is not accessible to me. Whereas for dominant particular, my life is accessible and becomes an object of inquiry. Okay, yes, I mean, therefore, for example, people say when Anupama Rao writes, about caste, when that lady, Vajpayee writes about caste, Republic of Ambedkar and others, okay, they are bound to be very serious and very authentic take on Ambedkar. Not that so-called Ambedkarites have written huge body of knowledge, but that in a way always remain at the level of at the level of either at the level of particular, without any contribution to the general legitimate acceptable scholarship, only when this other, primarily coming from the dominant Eurocentric other, again, the multiple others now, the dominant Eurocentric other, unless that dominant Eurocentric other, unless the other rooted in dominant Eurocentric other, in a way enters into this discourse and contributes and makes that experience visible, only then it acquires a sense of propriety or in terms of legitimacy. Whereas when you have been producing that knowledge, even self-critical knowledge, you remain perennially either locked within the boundaries of your own experience. Now, this is very interesting. The colonization of knowledge makes you locked within the boundaries of your own experience. Whereas the boundaries of your experience are dictated from structures of power outside those boundaries. See, so unless you make sense of the power structures and relations of power outside those boundaries, you can't make meaningful your own experience, which is bounded. This is again precondition to produce knowledge. Okay, but the other boundary perennially remains inaccessible to me. For example, is the dominant caste other accessible to me as an object of critical inquiry? It is not acceptable to me as an object of critical inquiry. Okay, I can inquire into my own experience. I can inquire into my own. I can even make that experience visible. My experience is available for the dominant particular, the dominant other, for critical inquiry. But for me, the dominant particular is not accessible, again, for critical inquiry. Now, this is the complex, the psycho-existential complex of a Dalit intellectual who has to continuously be rooted in self-alienation, with deep-seated crisis within, deep-seated fragments within. In order to understand, in order to produce critical knowledge, it is necessary that I must make my own experience critical, but I also have to make the power, the structure of power, the institutions, those who reproduce that power, and the relations of those power also critical. Both of you wrote very interesting work called Homo Academicus. Okay, now both of you was trying to know how the institutions which are responsible for knowledge production have in a way appropriated the whole pursuit of knowledge. And the idea of pursuit of knowledge could become meaningful could become legitimate only if it is passed through criteria of these institutions of knowledge. We were talking about Homo hierarchus, but he was talking about Homo academicus, where he was saying that what kind of power relations operate within the institutions of pursuit of knowledge. So to conclude, I would say, while with great effort, with huge effort, I've been able to make my own experience as context of knowledge, as object of as legitimate object of knowledge. I've even evolved my own methodologies and have even said this is the way this world has to be accepted. All of us know that Vijay Tendulkar's preface, which he wrote to Golpitha, where he says, I had assumed that only my world existed, that such a world exists. I had never even thought of that also exists. Okay. Now he said, Namdev provided me a corrective that there are many worlds which exist. Not only my world exists alone. So therefore, I must know that world in order to even be myself, because I'm also part of that world, even if I'm not related to that world. Why? Because I represent the other of that world. See, the same thing, for example, Ambedkar Srinivas also pointed out, all along when I was talking about caste and village, I was talking about my place in the village, my caste place in the village as Indian villages. Later on, I thought, no, there's a village outside my village also, and that there are many villages. But that realization coming from Ambedkar Srinivas would have a greater authenticity of knowledge, of self-corrective. Whereas if I say, look, I was wrong in understanding this, I needed to understand the dominant other, it is not accepted. For example, for Dalit scholars, quote unquote again, for Dalit scholar, I'm not using the Ambedkarite scholar because the idea of Ambedkarite, we'll have multiple meanings. Even the other of the Ambedkar could also be Ambedkarite in various ways. Yeah. Because you can appropriate Ambedkar from various ways. So instead of that, I would say, again, for a Dalit scholar, the other remains perennially closed. It is just not accessible to you. You just write a project. Say, yes, a transition taken place in Brahmin a Brahmin community in Maharashtra. I'm sure you will not be accepted. Your proposal will not be accepted. Even if your proposal is accepted, the resources will not be available to you. They will say, how can you understand us, you see? While we can understand you, but how can you understand us? You don't have resources to understand us. So this being located into particular and being located into the private domain, okay, domain of private experience is something that is source of deep psycho-social existential crisis, and that all the other scholar perennially have to face. Yes, I'm Professor Sylvia Walby, which is Dr. Abhinay's guide, a PhD guide in Lancaster University. She pointed out that, look, don't consider me as a feminist sociologist or feminist social thinker. I'm social thinker or I'm social theorist, not a feminist social theorist. Why are you foreclosing the possibility of universal into me? I wish to seek the universal as to how the universal world in terms of structures, in terms of institutions, and in terms of everyday experiences operate. I wish to theorize as a social theorist, okay, as opposed to theorizing a society from only a particular kind of standpoint or experience. entire gamut of society is object of my inquiry. So there, in fact, the movement is away from feminist sociology and moving into universal sociology. Women are claiming sociology, not feminist sociology. Women are claiming sociology. I think our again, our dilemma is that academic practice does not allow you to claim that. Okay, but at the same time, our journey is to claim the universal, even if the other is not accessible to us. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
अविनाश पुलझेले.
मैं बाबा साहब को त्रिवार वंदन करता हूँ. इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष और उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर, मैं डॉक्टर अजय चौधरी का बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे इस बायोग्राफी के चर्चा सत्र में बहुत अम्बेडकरी समाज में हर घर में पढ़ी जाती है ऐसी एक ऑटोबायोग्राफी धनंजय कीर, इसके ऊपर मुझे आयोजकों ने 20 मिनट का वक्त दिया है. मैं 15 मिनट में करता हूँ और 5 मिनट अगर कुछ सवाल होंगे तो हम लेंगे. बाबा साहब ने 1944 में कहा था वेल्लोर में कि हम काउंटर रिवॉल्यूशन एज में जी रहे हैं. उन्होंने रखा कि भारत में 2 विचारधाराएं हैं, एक क्रांति को मानने वाली और एक प्रतिक्रांति को मानने वाली. उसी को मैं आज दोहराता हूं कि अभी हम समरसता, भारत में समरसता युग में जी रहे हैं अभी हम. और बाबा साहब का समरसतीकरण इस किताब से किया है, हुआ है, डेलिबरेटली किया है. जब ये किताब आई तो इसका प्रचार और प्रसार आम्बेडकरी बुद्धिजीवी ने भी किया है. उनका यह कहना था कि खैरमोड़े ने जो बाबा साहब का चरित्र लिखा है, खैरमोड़े पढ़ा लिखा नहीं था, ये बहुत पढ़ा लिखा आदमी है, इसको पढ़ना चाहिए. और हर घर में यही किताब अभी एक आइडल करके, बाबा साहब का आइडल करके हमारे सामने परोस दिया है. उसके बाद में न जाने कितने अच्छे अच्छी किताबें आई है. सर खुद बैठे हैं यहाँ पे. तो इन्होंने अपने प्रास्ताविक में, धनंजय कीर ने अपने प्रास्ताविक में जो कहा है वो पढ़ना बहुत जरूरी है. ये मराठी की किताब है, उनका एक पहली किताब, यानी वो पूरा नहीं था. 1954 में इन्होंने डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर लाइफ एंड मिशन लिखा था, वो पूरा नहीं था. उसके बाद में इन्होंने मराठी में भी एडिशन किया है. वो क्या बोलते हैं, चरित्र ग्रंथात समरसता तर असली पाहिजे. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये कर रहे, अपने प्रस्ताविक में कह रहे हो. तो इस किताब को समरसता के दृष्टि से ही देखना चाहिए, पढ़ना चाहिए, और क्या क्या समरसतावादी है ये अब देखना चाहिए. ऐसे बहुत सी चीजें हैं उन्होंने, यानी जब किसी चरित्र ग्रंथ को हम लिखते हैं तो वो हमारा हीरो होता है, और उसके कुछ अच्छी चीजें और उसके कुछ नकारात्मक चीजें दोनों भी आनी चाहिए. मैं इतिहास का विद्यार्थी हूं, मैं सर के किताबें पढ़ के बड़ा हुआ हूं, और मुझसे कुछ गलती होंगी सर मुझे उसको सुधारेंगे अपने अध्यक्षीय भाषण में। तो धनंजय कीर साहब ने जब ये किताब पढ़ते हैं तो धनंजय कीर साहब का हीरो कोई और ही दिखता है मुझे इस किताब पढ़ने के बाद में। और जब ऐसे ऐसी बातें आती है इस किताब से कि जैसे ऐसे बहुत से फडणवीस साहब ने जब इसमें अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क में कहा था कि वो पत्रकारिता बाबा साहब के वक्त भी कितना फेक न्यूज थी। जब वो 1935 की वो बात है, इन्होंने इतने अच्छे से लिखा, उनको खंडन नहीं किया। उस चीज का खंडन करना चाहिए कि ये बात क्यों आई है, क्योंकि चरित्र ग्रंथ लिख रहे हो, ये फेक न्यूज है, ऐसे उन्होंने नहीं कहा। और वो उसको दोहराते हैं 1945 में जब डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर व्हाट कांग्रेस एंड डन फॉर अनटचेबल ये ग्रंथ जब पब्लिश करते हैं, वही चीज वो फिर से दोहराते हैं। तो जिस 1935 जो पीरियड था, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर की धर्मपत्नी, उनकी बीबी, और प्यार से उसको रामू कहते थे, वो गुजर गई थी। पुनः करार, पुनः पैक्ट हुआ था। कांग्रेस का उनके ऊपर बहुत अच्छा प्रेशर था कि हमने तुमको कुछ तो भी दिया है। तभी कांग्रेस और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के बीच में पॉलिटिकल अलायंस की बातें चल रही थी, उसके डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी है। लेकिन डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने बाद में कहा कि हमारी विचारधारा अलग है और कांग्रेस की विचारधारा अलग है, और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने अलग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी निर्माण की थी। और उस समय डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने जो स्वतंत्र मजदूर पक्ष स्थापन किया था, वो कास्ट के आधार पे नहीं किया था, तो ओपन टू ऑल किया था, सभी के लिए, सभी वर्ग के लिए किया था। और यही चीज कांग्रेस के लिए बहुत खटकने वाली चीज थी। तब बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर को बदनाम करने का एक ही जरिया था, वो था कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के अनैतिक संबंध थे। और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर 35 में आए तो विविध वृत्तपत्र ने एक जाहिरात यानी प्रकाशित की थी, एक न्यूज कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने शादी कर ली और अभी वो आ रहे हैं। पूरा समाज ये भी लग रहा था, जो भी जितने भी लोग वहां पे शामिल हो गए थे बाबा साहब का स्वागत करने के लिए, दो दो बुके लेके आए थे। ये जनता में बात है, उनको लग रहा था कि हाँ आए होंगे। बाबा साहब ने खंडन नहीं किया। कमलाकांत चित्रे ने डायरेक्ट पूछ लिया डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर को कि ये ऐसी ऐसी बातें चल रही है। उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं, और पत्रकारों को भी बता कि ऐसी बात नहीं है। तो भी धनंजय कीर साहब इसका खंडन नहीं करते। और ये सब क्यों हुआ, ये ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर क्यों क्रिएट किया, क्योंकि वो चरित्रकार थे। उन्होंने लिखना चाहिए था कि ये अभी ये कैसा इलेक्शन का माहौल है, और इलेक्शन के माहौल में कैसे किसी दूसरे पार्टी के नेता को, जो कांग्रेस को एक अच्छा तगड़ा करारा जवाब दे सकती है, ऐसा पक्ष उन्होंने खड़ा किया। इसलिए उनका कैरेक्टर ही खत्म करो, इस बात का सही में इसके प्रमाण मिलते हैं। दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात कि हमेशा वो कीर साहब महात्मा गांधी और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर, इन दोनों में झगड़ा लगाने का बहुत सा प्रयास इन किताबों में किया है। मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि जब महात्मा गांधी का खून हुआ था, तब ये लिखते हैं कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर वहां पे गए थे, थोड़े दूर रुके और चले आए। और बाबा साहब को लगा, वो खुद ही लिखते यानी ऐसे लिखते हैं कि बाबा साहब को कहना था अच्छा हो गया मर गए गांधी। लेकिन आप अगर सही नजरिए से जाए कि बाबा साहब ऐसे हो सकते हैं क्या, मैंने उसको ढूंढा, मैंने देखा, जनता देखा, जनता में उसका सविस्तर वर्णन है। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर खुद बिरला हाउस में थे, बहुत देर तक रुके थे। बाबा साहब के पैरों में बहुत दर्द था, वो ज्यादा चल नहीं सकते थे, वहां पे बहुत देर तक रुके। वो एक फोटो भी है जनता में, बाबा साहब की काठी और शंकरराव देव के साथ में चर्चा किए हुए जनता ने प्रकाशित किया। इतना ही नहीं, तो जो जनता का अंक है, 31 जनवरी का निकलने वाला था अंक, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने निकाला नहीं, गांधी के खून के इसके लिए उन्होंने जनता को छुट्टी दी थी, बंद किया था वो अंक, नहीं निकाला। ये सब चीजें आनी चाहिए थी, बताना चाहिए था कि नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। और दूसरा एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण कि जब बाबा साहब का शादी हुई थी तब गांधी तो नहीं थे, लेकिन उनके खत, बाबा साहब के खत उपलब्ध है। वो खत के हिसाब से हमको लगता है कि बाबा साहब ने कहा है कि अगर गांधी जिंदा होते तो निश्चित तौर पर उनको बहुत खुशी होती और मेरे शादी में वो आते, क्योंकि गांधी ने किसी की शादी में जाना ही बंद कर दिया था। इंटरकास्ट अगर मैरिज, वही उसी में अगर ब्राह्मण स्त्री और शूद्र पुरुष होगा तो ही उसी शादी में जाऊंगा, इसने गांधी ने कहा था। तो बाबा साहब ने वो वक्त व्यक्त किया था, वो पत्र भी उपलब्ध है कि अगर आज गांधी होते तो मेरे शादी में जरूर आते। 1952 में जब इलेक्शन हुआ, तब बाबा साहब ने पिटिशन भी लिखा था कि मुझे कैसे गिराया गया। तो कीर साहब सिर्फ डांगे साहब का ही नाम लेते हैं। अभी बहुत बवाल आया था, सर की किताब ने तो बहुत कांग्रेस को एक हथियार दे दिया, और उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि इनके साथ में भी एक और आदमी है, सावरकर जी। तो ये तो तब भी कमलाकांत चित्र का पत्र उपलब्ध है, अभी भी है, अभी भी आर्काइव्स में उपलब्ध है। तब भी था, धनंजय कीर के साथ जब लिख रहे थे तब भी था ये उपलब्ध, कमलाकांत चित्र का पत्र। वहां पे उन्होंने खुद लिखा है, उन्होंने उनको किसी ने तो भी जानकारी भी दी है कि मुझे गिराने के लिए डांगे और सावरकर भी थे, और सावरकर का मेरे ऊपर इतना ज्यादा रोष था कि मेरे जो कश्मीर के ऊपर जो विचार थे, वो कश्मीर के ऊपर के विचार की वजह से सावरकर मुझसे बहुत नाराज थे। ये पत्र उपलब्ध है, लेकिन उन्होंने नाम नहीं लिखा, बताया भी नहीं, जिक्र भी नहीं किया। और अंतिम पड़ाव पे हम चलते हैं कि जब डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने बौद्ध धर्म की दीक्षा ली, और बौद्ध धर्म की दीक्षा लेने के बाद में ये महाशय ऐसा कोट करते हैं और ऐसे ही किताब में लिखते हैं, और जो जो बाबा साहब ने दीक्षा दी, जिन्होंने जिस बनते ने दीक्षा दी डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर को, उनको भी कोट करते हैं। उन्होंने एक पत्रक निकाला था, मैंने तो बहुत ढूंढा, मैं तो खुद दीक्षा भूमि के कॉलेज से हूं, कि हमारा प्राचीन धर्म से हिंदू धर्म और बौद्ध धर्म, ये दोनों ही एक ही ब्रांच के दो शाखाएं हैं। ऐसे बाबा साहब ने जिन्होंने बौद्ध धर्म की दीक्षा दी, उन्होंने लिखा है, उन्होंने पॉम्पलेट निकाला है, ऐसे बिना कि कोई रेफरेंस दिए हुए, ऐसी इतनी बहुत बड़ी बात इन्होंने अपनी किताब में की है। और ये आगे में लिखते हैं कि धर्मांतर, दूसरे धर्म में प्रवेश करना, यानी दूसरे कोई जैसे क्रिश्चियन हो गया, जैसे मुस्लिम हो गया, ये इस धरती से पैदा हुए धर्म नहीं है। उसको अगर अंगीकार किया तो उसको धर्मांतर कहते हैं। ये कीर साहब का स्टेटमेंट है, और बाबा साहब ने धर्मांतर नहीं किया है। बाबा साहब ने सिर्फ अपनी राह बदली है, और हिंदू धर्म का ही एक पंथ है जो सावरकर की भूमिका है। वही सावरकर की भूमिका कीर साहब अपने आखिरी पड़ाव पे रखते हैं। वो बिन दिक्कत ऐसे कहते हैं, कोई सवाल यानी कोई रेफरेंस नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, वो लिखते हैं कि डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने कोई धर्मांतर नहीं किया, तो एक अलग रहा, जो भारत की ही आई हुई है उसको हम धर्मांतर नहीं कह सकते, ऐसा विचार उन्होंने अपनी किताब में लिखा है। तो ये सब किताब पढ़ने के बाद में हमको ऐसे लगता है कि आज के युग में जो बाबा साहब का जो समरसताकरण हो रहा है, वो समरसताकरण का ये पहला प्रयास था। और ये भी बताया जाता है कि ये खुद तो बाबा साहब जिंदा थे तब ये किताब लाइफ एंड मिशन 1954 में पब्लिश हुई। बाबा साहब ने कुछ नहीं कहा, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोला। ये सही है, सब सब चीजें सही है, ऐसा इसका प्रचार और प्रसार करते हमने देखा है। लेकिन मैं इतना जनता देखा हूं कि उस जनता में खैर मोड़े के कितने एडवर्टाइज है कि ये किताब आई है खैर मोड़े की, वो किताब आई है, लेकिन मैंने धनंजय कीर साहब की ये किताब आई है ऐसा कोई देखा नहीं है, मैंने मुझे नहीं देखने को मिला। तो इस चीज से ऐसे देखा जाए तो ये ऐतिहासिक दृष्टिया एकदम सेकेंडरी चीज है। मैं इतिहास का छात्र हूं तो ऐसे बहुत से सोर्सेस है कि इसको खंगाला जाना चाहिए। इन्होंने जो बात कही है इस बात को सत्यापित करने के लिए दूसरे और सोर्स देखना बहुत जरूरी है, तो ही बाबा साहब का सच्चा विचार जो समता का था, जो हर एक को न्याय मिलना चाहिए, वो जो विचार था वो विचार सही रूप से इस ऑटोबायोग्राफी से निकलकर नहीं आता, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। मेरा वक्त खत्म हुआ है, तो अगर कुछ आपके सवाल होंगे इसके बारे में तो ओके, थैंक यू। ओके, थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much for having me here. Due to time constraint, I will try to reduce my paper. I'm going to read my paper, and yeah, but 20 minutes, it's a large paper. So I'm going to speak on Ashok Gopal's work. The intellectual biography, A Part Apart by Ashok Gopal, offers a reflective examination of Ambedkar's lives and movement. Published by Navyana Publications in Delhi on April 14, 2023, this English language volume spans 864 pages and comprises 20 chapters. Within its pages, Ashok Gopal provides a comprehensive analysis of Ambedkar's personal life, writings, ideological stances, and the historical context of his political and social movements from his birth to his death. Gopal elucidates Ambedkar's idea as a thinker on democracy, colonialism, nationalism, Buddhism, Marxism, Brahminical philosophy, minority rights, racism, and other globally pertinent issues. To date, numerous biographies of Ambedkar's life have been authored in both Marathi and English. In recent years, significant biographies in English have been published, which, while depicting the history of Ambedkar's political and social struggles, have endeavored to present new information and perspective based on primary and secondary sources. Some of the biographies have placed particular emphasis on ideological development of Ambedkar, thereby broadening the intellectual horizon of Ambedkar's world. From the writings of Khairmode and Dhananjay Keer to the present day, there have been numerous revisions and corrections to earlier facts and analysis. The recent proliferation of biographies on Ambedkar can be attributed to various developments within the social, political, and student movements. Recent student movements across numerous universities, their intervention in academia, and evolving social and political issues have posed significant questions to academic circles and the social sciences, particularly concerning the intricate issues of caste system. This has led to increased engagement with social movements and their theoretical frameworks. Both academic and non-academic scholars have expanded the scope of caste studies and explored Ambedkar's ideas through diverse theoretical lenses. New researchers have endeavored to rediscover the scattered, deteriorating original documents related to Ambedkar's movements found in archives, examining them from fresh theoretical perspective. These new research-based writings, by adopting expensive theoretical approaches while analyzing Ambedkar's life and ideological stances, have contributed to a broader and deeper understanding of his world. The exploration of numerous topics concerning Ambedkar's struggle has indeed paved the way for these recent biographies. In this context, Gopal has authored a significant intellectual biography of Ambedkar, a culmination of 2 decades of research. In his scholarly work, Gopal has reviewed existing literature and through the utilization of primary historical sources has uncovered new information and offered fresh interpretations. He presents a comprehensive historical account of Ambedkar life, his various struggles, intellectual development, and the complexities of the environment in which he lived. Gopal has addressed and rectified the factual inaccuracies and deficiencies identified in works of previous biographies and researchers. He elucidates the reasons for the occurrence of such errors and in earlier narratives. Furthermore, he conducts a critical examination of various intellectual traditions that shape Ambedkar's intellectual growth. Rather than merely analyzing Ambedkar's ideas through textual interpretation, Gopal situates these ideas within their contemporary social, cultural, material, economic, and political context. By employing a rigorous research methodology, he provides a comprehensive analysis of Ambedkar's work. Ashok Gopal is dedicated to thoroughly investigate every aspect to present an accurate and authentic history of Ambedkar's world. In the introduction, Gopal thoroughly maps the available primary and secondary sources on Ambedkar and his movement. He examines the condition in which material of Ambedkar's personal collection destroyed and survived after his death. The history of records reflects the negligence of record keeping by individuals, institutions, and the absence of state to preserve it. Further, he provides a detailed list of private collector of the sources by his followers' personal efforts for the Ambedkarite movement. Additionally, Gopal investigates the various reasons behind the poor condition of the documents related to the Ambedkarite movement. The opening section of this biographical book dwells into Ambedkar's social and personal history. The initial part examines the social condition of the era and covers the period leading up to his return to India after completing his studies in England. The segment not only sheds light on Ambedkar's early years, but also outlines the social, economic, and cultural history of the Mahar community. It provides historical insights into the Mahar's position within the caste system, as well as the village Balutidari and Watan system. While narrating the story of Ambedkar's childhood and family, the book also investigates the Mahar community's involvement in the British Army during colonial times. The author explores the economic condition of the Konkan region compared to other areas, which influenced the Mahar community's choice to seek military employment. It is noted that due to the lack of land ownership in Konkan and limited job opportunities of sustenance, many Mahars from this area enlisted in the modern army in significant number. Additionally, he highlights that army veterans were instrumental in establishing the groundwork for Ambedkar's movement influenced by modernity. This chapter examines the transformation in the lives of Mahars, particularly focusing on Ambedkar's father Ramji Sakpal due to military service. It illuminates how military service exposed them to modernity and the educational opportunities it provided. While tracing the evolution of Ambedkar's thoughts during his childhood, the text dwells into the spiritual and religious influences and traditions within the Mahar community, especially in Konkan. It clarifies that the spiritual tradition of the family and community, notably the impact of the Bhakti movement, significantly shaped Ambedkar's early thoughts, profoundly affecting his intellectual life in later years. Gopal discusses Ambedkar's views on both the importance and the intellectual constraints of the Bhakti tradition. The book details Ambedkar's educational journey through Dapoli, Satara, and Mumbai, describing the experiences he gained in this location. It provides in-depth account of various events in the married life of Ramabai and Ambedkar, the challenges they face due to financial struggles, family obligations, and the intricacies of their personalities. By thoroughly examining the social and public environments of that time, he presents Ambedkar's educational journey. The text offers detailed insight into his interaction with Dada Keluskar while in Mumbai, which led to him receiving a scholarship from Baroda State to study at Infiston College and Columbia University. The narrative provides an in-depth look at the life Ambedkar's family endured in Mumbai Chor during his absence, subsisting on limited income. After securing the Baroda State Scholarship and traveling to America for further education, it outlines the academic programs at Columbia University and the evolving condition in America and the world during that time. The book emphasizes how the ideological perspectives of his Columbia professors continue to shape Ambedkar as a student, with these influences reflected in his subsequent political views and writings. Among these influential educators were James Shotwell, Edwin Seligman, James Horway Robinson, with John Dewey having the most significant impact. Gopal elaborates how Dewey's pragmatic philosophy and contents that Ambedkar's various decisions and positions in his movement were molded by his philosophy. Gopal dwells deeply into Dewey's philosophy to verify John Dewey's profound impact on Ambedkar's intellectual growth. He illustrates precisely which of Dewey's concepts influence Ambedkar and identifies those from which Ambedkar diverged, while acknowledging that other influences also contributed to shaping Ambedkar's unique line of thought. Gopal argues that Ambedkar adopted a pragmatic approach of treating all truth as a human construct that have to be critically viewed and discarded if they do not match our actual experience or are found to be harmful for human progress. A consequence of such an approach was a refusal to be tied down to any ism or to his own earlier ideas, and scant regard for abstract philosophical concept not related to pressing human problems. However, this is compatible with the universal value system that Ambedkar embraced for his anti-caste ideology. Pradeep Gokhale correctly pointed out about the relationship between fact and value. In Dewey's pragmatism, the independent existence of values is denied and values are merged into facts. Values becomes relative to circumstances and the idea of universal or pure values ceases to exist. However, Ambedkar seems to have emphasized universal human values and advocated for sacred ethics. To identify the education Ambedkar received abroad, he lists the courses that shaped academic expertise. Ambedkar chose to study subjects such as philosophy, economic history, anthropology, and a course focused on Indian history and its social and economic changes. In this part, Gopal offers a critical analysis of the works Ambedkar created during this time, included his essays on the caste system and small landholding. Upon returning to India, the initial intellectual disagreement between Ambedkar and Vittal Ramji Shinde is highlighted. The root causes of the ideological differences are explored and examined through the Congress political stance and untouchability. The book also dwells into the early Dalit leadership across various regions of Maharashtra, particularly Vidarbha, by evaluating their methods of social reform, ideological stances, and connection with the Congress and other organizations. I'm skipping some para to cover within the time. The historical context elucidates how, under the leadership of Ambedkar and with the initiative of collaboration of local leaders from the Konkan region, a new wave of social activism emerged within the Mahad Satyagraha. The text provides a detailed account of the two Mahad conferences and subsequent developments. The book offers comprehensive information on the events related to the implementation actions taken by the Mahars of Mahad following the enactment of the Bole Bill, which aimed to open public spaces to untouchables. Extensive information is provided regarding the developments of the Mahad Satyagraha, the incidents of violence that ensue from the assertion of human rights by drinking water from the Mahad tank during the Satyagraha were reported in several newspapers. Gopal critically examines the content published about the event and Ambedkar's detailed responses to the criticism in Bahishkrut Bharat. According to Gopal, Ambedkar's experiences with untouchability and caste issues during the Mahad Satyagraha contributed to the gradual development as his role in social life and the direction of the social movement became more defined. During the second Mahad Satyagraha, Ambedkar addressed women from untouchable community, encouraging them to adopt the practice of wearing saris similar to those owned by upper caste women. He also advised them to refrain from wearing metal jewelry, suggesting the use of gold jewelry instead. While analyzing this Ambedkar's position, Gopal argues that the stance fell within the gendered framework of the upper caste groups. And by comparing Ambedkar's views on the Hindu Code Bill with this perspective, questions whether there are two strands of thought regarding gender in his ideology. Similar to Christophe Jefferlot, Ashok Gopal pursues this early position as an internal to the process of Sanskritization. However, this interpretation misrepresents Ambedkar's ideological position. The notion of Sanskritization entails the pursuit of upward social mobility through the emulation of higher caste, thereby reinforcing one's caste identity and perpetuating caste system. In contrast, Ambedkar's advocacy during this period was not concerned with the re-establishment of caste identity and the preservation of caste. Instead, it focused on transcending the caste-bound, marginalized material existence and advocating towards economic mobility. It is crucial to recognize that the anti-caste stance was rooted in encouraging the untouchables to abandon caste-conditioned material life and embrace modernity and develop a class identity. Ashok Gopal significantly captured the historical evolution of the burgeoning organic connection between rural and urban population during the Mahad Satyagraha. He illustrates how the Dalit community in Mumbai and Mahad coalesced in an organized manner under Ambedkar leadership to initiate the Satyagraha. The type of organic movement intensified in the 1930s. Ambedkar forged a crucial organic link between rural and urban areas in opposition to caste feudal and capitalist forces. This significant collaboration was resulted of Ambedkar's comprehension of the complex interconnection between caste and class structures. However, the history of this substantial mass mobilization in Ambedkar's struggle is absent from Gopal's study from the 1930s. The book provides a comprehensive examination of various conflicts between Ambedkar and Gandhi, includes the Round Table Conference and the provisions of the Pune Pact. Gopal conducts an in-depth analysis exploring the ideological struggles between them within the context of Indian society, religion, and contemporary politics. The 1930s present a pivotal period in Ambedkar's movement, particularly marked by establishment of Independent Labour Party. Gilomvet characterized this era as the radical years in Ambedkar's movement, while Gopal described it as a left turn in Ambedkar's political trajectory. In his examination of the 1930, Gopal explores the founding of the Independent Labour Party, its manifesto and programs, its critiques of communist ideology, the party's involvement in peasant and workers' movement, and electoral activities. According to Gopal, the orientation of the ILP was not just left turn, but it was abrupt swing towards socialist agenda. The history of the initial 2 decades of Ambedkar's movement and his ideological stance presents a distinct perspective. Behind the establishment of formal political entity, the social and political agitation were not fundamentally different from earlier movement. Rather, they represent a developed form of his consistent effort to reveal the realities of caste and class. Ambedkar's core idea, as articulated in Caste in India, elucidate the materiality of caste and untouchability. The resolution passed during the Mahar Satyagraha were economically oriented. In his examination of exploitative forces, apart from colonial rule, he identifies feudal, capitalist, and Brahminical forces as the true adversaries. This approach reflects an engagement with socialist orientation without explicitly naming it. The struggles of peasants and tenants in the Konkan region did not commence solely with the foundation of the Independent Labour Party. These struggles had, in fact, already begun in rural Konkan in 1929. Similarly, the movements of untouchable workers in Mumbai began to emerge in the early 1930s. The ideological foundation of this movement was not confined to a one-dimensional analysis of caste, but was instead based on the intertwined institutional structures of caste and class. Therefore, the argument that the founding of the Independent Labour Party represented a left turn and abrupt shift does not adequately account for his prior analysis of Indian society. Ashok Gopal, while analyzing ILP's ideological program against Brahminism and capitalism, argues that Ambedkar presented no plan to counter Brahminism, and all he offered was a vague hope and to challenge Brahminism. He had given a solution was mass conversion, and Ambedkar himself seemed to be unclear about how to proceed on that path. Effort to discern Ambedkar's critique to Brahminism in a singular and theoretical framework may constrain the comprehensive understanding of Ambedkar through his writing. It is imperative to comprehend Ambedkarism in its entirety. In Annihilation of Caste, Ambedkar advocated for intercaste marriages and urged a critical rejection of discriminatory religious scriptures. His stance on religious conversion was nuanced. However, he posited that the eradication of caste could also be facilitated through conversion. The economic struggles aim at dismantling the material foundation of the caste system, such as the abolition of the Mahar Watan, the termination of the landlord system, the cessation of bonded labor within the Balutedari structure, and the nationalization of land remain significant initiatives against Brahminism. According to Pradeep Gokhale, pursuing a path of casteless religion and one with legacy of resistance against Brahminism is a viable approach to the annihilation of caste. Ambedkar's efforts in the working class struggle in Mumbai and among the peasant and tenant in Konkan were fundamentally opposed to the cultural and material foundation of Brahminism. To eradicate the caste system, Ambedkar anti-caste movement sought to dismantle the mental, material, and cultural underpinnings of caste. Consequently, when tenants motivated by class consciousness united against the caste feudal system, Ambedkar encouraged the untouchables to abandon the Mahar Watan, hereditary service, cease performing village duties, and renounce Brahminical cultural practices. He also urged peasants to unite in a class consciousness against the Khots. These ideological stances were deliberate actions against Brahminism. In his struggle to annihilate caste, Ambedkar encountered challenges arising from simultaneous fight against both caste and class, challenges that were not faced by any other social political organization in India during that era. Last page. In his analysis of the alliance between Ambedkar and the leftist front, Gopal provides a precise examination of why the unity of leftist organization could not be sustained beyond 1938. He contends that this organization failed to recognize both capitalism and Brahminism as adversaries and to combat them collectively. In his presentation of the history of Ambedkar's movement, Ashok Gopal predominantly references examples from Ambedkar's activities in Mumbai. While the struggles in Mumbai have been significant, the foundation aspect of the Ambedkarite movement have extended across various regions of the Marathi-speaking area. Notably, the Dalit movement in Vidarbha has served a critical center of Ambedkar's movement since before the Ambedkar era. However, in Ashok Gopal's book, the Ambedkarite struggle in Vidarbha is not extensively explored, particularly regarding Ambedkar's political engagement in the region, an examination of the emergence of local leadership, working class struggle, internal conflicts within the movement, electoral dynamics, the establishment of the Scheduled Caste Federation, and the conversion movement. And the conversion movement would undoubtedly provide a deeper understanding of how Ambedkar navigated these developments. The point previously mentioned are pertinent to the expansion, comprehension, and discourse surrounding his research. This research, notably Ashok Gopal's intellectual biography of Ambedkar, represent a significant contribution for scholars, activists, and individuals seeking a profound understanding of the democratic struggle in modern India. Ashok Gopal has established a benchmark not only for scholars focusing on Ambedkar, but also for anyone engaged in biographical writing. The meticulous integration of historical sources coupled with detailed interpretation and analysis of various events and ideas clearly demonstrate Ashok Gopal's diligent effort, offering a novel insights into Ambedkar's work. Thank you.
Professor Pradeep Aglavi.
सर्वप्रथम सर्वांना जय भीम. आजच्या या सत्राचे सन्माननीय अध्यक्ष ज्येष्ठ इतिहासकार डॉक्टर उमेश बगाडे सर, या सत्रामध्ये ज्यांनी आपले विचार मांडले ते प्रोफेसर रमेश कांबळे, डॉक्टर अविनाश फुलझेले, डॉक्टर सुरेटकर, आणि ज्यांच्या पुस्तकावर या चर्चा झाली ती आहे गोपाल गुरु साहेब, प्रोफेसर अशोक गुरु सर, प्रोफेसर चौधरी कडलक मॅडम आणि उपस्थित सर्व मित्र हो. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेबांच्या चरित्राच्या संदर्भात या ठिकाणी चर्चा होत आहे आणि चर्चा होत असताना बाबासाहेबांचं जे चरित्र आहे हे चरित्र आम्हाला कोणता संदेश देते, या चरित्रापासून आम्हाला काय बोध घ्यायचा आहे, या संदर्भात मी आपले विचार मांडणार आहे. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं जीवनचरित्र म्हणजे मानवी हक्काचा संघर्ष आहे. मानवी हक्काचा संघर्ष बाबासाहेबांच्या जीवनचरित्रामधून सतत आम्हाला दिसतो आहे. बंधूंनो, बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं जीवनचरित्र हे या देशातील समस्त शोषित, पीडित समाजाकरता मार्गदर्शक आणि प्रेरणादायी आहे. बाबासाहेब आयुष्यभर आपल्या हक्काकरता लढलेत आणि म्हणून त्यांचं जीवनचरित्र हे केवळ व्यक्तिगत नाही, तर त्यांचं जीवनचरित्र म्हणजे मानवी हक्कांकरता केलेल्या संघर्षाचा जिवंत इतिहास आहे. महापुरुषांच्या जीवनचरित्रांचा लोकांच्या मनावर, त्यांच्या जीवनावर प्रभाव पडत असतो. प्रसिद्ध बौद्ध अभ्यासक आणि पाली भाषेचे अत्यंत पंडित असलेले धर्मानंद कोसंबी यांचं नाव आपल्याला माहित आहे. धर्मानंद कोसंबींनी 20व्या वर्षी बालबोध मासिकामध्ये बुद्धाचं चरित्र वाचलं आणि ते चरित्र वाचल्यानंतर त्यांना असं वाटू लागलं की आपण बुद्ध धम्माचा अभ्यास केला पाहिजे. आणि नंतर त्यांनी घरदार सोडलं आणि बुद्ध धम्माचा अभ्यास करण्यासाठी भारतभर फिरलेत. नेपाळ, श्रीलंका आणि म्यानमारला सुद्धा ते गेलेत आणि त्यांनी बुद्ध धम्माचा अभ्यास केला, पाली भाषेचा अभ्यास केला आणि पाली भाषा पुन्हा या देशामध्ये कशी प्रस्थापित करता येईल यासाठी त्यांचे प्रयत्न अतिशय महत्वाचे आहेत. आणखी दुसरी गोष्ट की बाबासाहेब हे मॅट्रिक पास झाल्यानंतर त्यांचा सत्कार घेण्यात आलेला होता आणि त्या सत्काराच्या वेळी केळकर गुरुजींनी त्यांना बुद्ध चरित्र भेट दिलेलं होतं. त्या बुद्ध चरित्राचा बाबासाहेबांच्या जीवनात किती प्रभाव झाला या संदर्भात बाबासाहेब द बुद्ध आणि धम्म या ग्रंथाच्या प्रस्तावनेमध्ये स्पष्टपणे ते म्हणतात, आय टर्न टू बुद्धा विथ द हेल्प ऑफ द बुक गिवन टू मी बाय केळकर गुरुजी. इट वॉज नॉट विथ an empty mind that I want to the Buddha to an early age. बाबासाहेब म्हणतात की मला केळकर गुरुजींनी जे पुस्तक दिलं त्या पुस्तकाचा माझ्यावर फार मोठा परिणाम झाला आणि म्हणूनच मी त्यावेळी विद्यार्थी दशेमध्येच बुद्ध धम्माकडे वळलो, हे बाबासाहेब या ठिकाणी स्पष्ट करतात. आणि म्हणून महापुरुषांच्या जीवनाचा सर्वसामान्य लोकांच्या जीवनावर, त्यांच्या मनावर, त्यांच्या एकंदरीत कार्यांवर काय परिणाम पडतो हे आपल्या लक्षात येतं. आणि जेव्हा आपण बाबासाहेबांच्या जीवनचरित्राचा विचार करतो तेव्हा असं लक्षात येतं की बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी अगदी आयुष्यभर संघर्ष केला. शेकडो वर्षापासून धर्माच्या नावाखाली अस्पृश्यांना वंचित ठेवण्यात आलेलं होतं आणि त्यांना साधे अधिकार सुद्धा दिले नव्हते. उच्च जातीच्या लोकांना त्यांचा स्पर्श सुद्धा चालत नव्हता. अस्पृश्यांना स्पर्श केल्यामुळे आपण अशुद्ध होतो अशा प्रकारची भावना स्पृश्य लोकांमध्ये होती. आणि म्हणून अशा प्रकारे म्हणजे अस्पृश्यांना त्यावेळी जी वागणूक दिली जात होती ती जनावरांपेक्षाही अतिशय हीन अशा प्रकारची वागणूक दिली जात होती. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांचा जो संघर्ष आहे, बाबासाहेबांचे जे काही कार्य आहे, हे कार्य नेमकं काय आहे, तर ज्या लोकांना मानवी अधिकार मिळाले नाहीत, जे लोक मानवी अधिकारापासून वंचित आहे, अशा लोकांना मानवी अधिकार दिले पाहिजे याकरता बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचा हा संघर्ष आहे. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांचं जे चरित्र आहे हे चरित्र हे वेगळ्या अशा प्रकारचे चरित्र आहे, कारण या चरित्रापासून लोकांना म्हणजे मानवी अधिकारासाठी संघर्ष केला पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचा संदेश हे म्हणजे बाबासाहेब जीवन चरित्र देत असते. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांच्या विचारांचा जेव्हा आपण विचार करतो की बाबासाहेबांनी नेमकं काय केलं, बाबासाहेबांनी कोणता विचार प्रस्थापित केला, तेव्हा असं लक्षात येतं की बाबासाहेबांचा एकंदरीत जो संघर्ष आहे हा सर्व संघर्ष हा मानवी हक्काकरता होता. आणि म्हणून ज्यावेळी त्यांच्या लक्षात आलं की या देशातील प्रस्थापित जाती व्यवस्था आम्हाला आमचे अधिकार देत नाही, आम्हाला नाकारते, आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेब जाती व्यवस्थेच्या विरोधात आपलं मत मांडतात की जाती व्यवस्था ही विषमताधिष्ठित आहे. ही जाती व्यवस्था आमचे जे मानवी अधिकार आहे हे मानवी अधिकार सुद्धा नाकारते. आणि म्हणून जाती व्यवस्थेच्या विरोधात, या देशातील अस्पृश्यतेच्या विरोधात बाबासाहेबांना प्रचंड संघर्ष करावा लागला हे आपल्या लक्षात येतो. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांचा हा जो संघर्ष आहे, मग या संघर्षाचा आपण जेव्हा विचार करतो तेव्हा लक्षात येतं की बाबासाहेबांचा संघर्ष हा मानवी मूल्याची प्रस्थापना करण्यासाठी आहे. बाबासाहेबांनी 19 आणि 20 मार्च 1920 ला म्हणजे 1920 ला त्यांनी म्हणजे ना 19 आणि 20 मार्च 1927 ला बाबासाहेबांनी महाराष्ट्रात सत्याग्रह केला. हा सत्याग्रह का केला? केवळ तो पाण्यासाठी संघर्ष होता का? त्यामागे बाबासाहेबांची कोणती भूमिका होती या संदर्भात जेव्हा आपण लक्षात घेतो तेव्हा लक्षात येतं की या म्हणजे पशुपक्षी देखील महाराष्ट्रात 14 तळ्याचं पाणी पिऊ शकतात, परंतु माणसं असून सुद्धा अस्पृश्यांना या तळ्याचं पाणी पिता येत नव्हतं. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांनी हा जो संघर्ष केला, हा संघर्ष मानवी हक्कांची अंमलबजावणीसाठी केलेला आहे. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेब असं म्हणतात की हा जो संघर्ष आहे, हा संघर्ष हा आमचा मानवी हक्कांचा संघर्ष आहे. आणि 20 मार्च 1927ला बाबासाहेब आपल्या अनुयायांसोबत त्या तळावर जातात आणि त्यावेळी ते म्हणतात की आम्ही माणसं आहोत, आम्ही देखील, आम्हाला सुद्धा तळ्याचं पाणी पिण्याचा हक्क आहे, अशा प्रकारचा विचार बाबासाहेब मांडतात. आणि जाणीव त्या अस्पृश्यांमध्ये निर्माण झाली. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेब म्हणजे त्या तळ्यातलं जे पाणी आपल्या उंजीमध्ये घेतात आणि इतर लोक त्यांचं अनुकरण करतात. आणि त्यावेळी अस्पृश्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावर जो आनंद आहे की खऱ्या अर्थानं आज आम्ही माणूस म्हणून आम्हाला जे अधिकार पाहिजे होते, त्या अधिकाराची आम्ही अंमलबजावणी केलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून 20 मार्च 1927 हा जो दिवस आहे, हा दिवस खऱ्या अर्थानं मानवी हक्काच्या अंमलबजावणीचा दिवस आहे. आणखी महत्वाची गोष्ट, 25, 26, 27 डिसेंबर 1927ला बाबासाहेबांनी पुन्हा महाडला परिषद आयोजित केलेली होती. आणि त्या परिषदेमध्ये बाबासाहेबांचे भाषण झालं, ते भाषण अत्यंत महत्वाचं आहे. म्हणजे 20 मार्च 1927ला बाबासाहेब आपल्या अनुयायांसोबत त्या तळावर जातात आणि पाणी प्राशन करतात. आणि 25 डिसेंबर 1927च्या भाषणामध्ये बाबासाहेब काय म्हणतात लक्षात घ्या. बाबासाहेब असं म्हणतात, सत्याग्रह कमिटीने आपणास महाडला बोलावले, ते महाडच्या 14 तळ्याचे पाणी पिण्यासाठी बोलावलेलं नाही. लक्षात घ्या. म्हणजे बाबासाहेबांची काय भूमिका आहे. 14 तळ्याचे पाणी पिल्यामुळे आम्ही तुम्ही काही अमर होऊ अशातला भाग नाही. म्हणजे डिसेंबर मधलं बाबासाहेबांचं भाषण हे फार वेगळं आहे. आणि पुढे ते असं म्हणतात, या तळावर जायचे आहे ते पाणी पिण्यासाठी जावायचे नाही, तर इतरांप्रमाणे आम्ही सुद्धा माणसं आहोत हे सिद्ध करण्यासाठी त्या तळावर जायचं आहे. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेब पुढे असं म्हणतात की ही जी सभा आहे, ही सभा समतेची मेढ रोवण्यासाठी बोलण्यात आलेली आहे. या दृष्टीने या सभेचा विचार करता ती सभा अपूर्व अशी होती असं आपल्याला कळून येईल. आणि इतकंच नाही तर बाबासाहेब त्या सभेची तुलना कोणत्या सभेशी करतात लक्षात घ्या. त्याच भाषणामध्ये 5 मे 1779 रोजी फ्रान्सच्या वर्साय शहरामध्ये जी क्रांतिकारी परिषद भरलेली होती, त्या परिषदेशी या परिषदेची तुलना करतात. आणि ते म्हणतात की त्या परिषदेमध्ये जे 3 जाहीरनामे मांडण्यात आलेले होते, आणि त्यापैकी तिसरा जो होता तो सुप्रसिद्ध मानवी हक्काचा जाहीरनामा होता. आणि म्हणून तो हक्काचा जाहीरनामा संपूर्ण जगानं स्वीकारला. तर बाबासाहेब असं म्हणतात की आमची आजची जी सभा आहे, ही सभा त्या वर्साय शहरामध्ये जी 1779ला सभा सभेसारखी आहे. म्हणजे बाबासाहेबांसमोर कोणता उद्देश होता, कोणतं ध्येय होतं हे आपल्या लक्षात येतं. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेबांच्या या भूमिकेवरून, त्यांनी केलेल्या त्या भाषणावरून हे स्पष्ट होतं की बाबासाहेबांची महाडच्या तळ्याच्या संदर्भातली जी भूमिका होती ती अत्यंत क्रांतिकारी अशा प्रकारची होती. कारण बाबासाहेबांचा संघर्ष हा महाडच्या तळ्याचं पाणी पिण्यासाठी नव्हता, तर तो मानवी मूलभूत हक्काकरता होता, हे आपल्या लक्षात येईल. आणि म्हणून आपल्या नंतरच्या आंदोलनामध्ये असं लक्षात येतं की नाशिकचा जो सत्याग्रह झाला, म्हणजे 1930 पासून ते 1934 पर्यंत जवळपास 5 वर्ष हा सत्याग्रह चालला. आणि या सत्याग्रहामध्ये प्रचंड प्रमाणात म्हणजे लोक सहभागी झालेले होते. 2 मार्च 1930ला नाशिक येथे बाबासाहेबांच्या अध्यक्षतेखाली अधिवेशन झालं. आणि त्या अधिवेशनामध्ये बाबासाहेबांचे भाषण झालं. ते भाषण अतिशय विचारप्रवर्तक अशा प्रकारचं होतं. त्या भाषणामध्ये असं म्हणतात की आज आम्ही मंदिरामध्ये प्रवेश करणार आहोत. पुढे लगेच बाबासाहेब म्हणतात, परंतु मंदिर प्रवेशामुळे आमच्या समस्या सुटणार नाहीत. म्हणजे बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी जे जे सत्याग्रह केले त्या सत्याग्रहाच्या पाठीमागे बाबासाहेबांची भूमिका ही मानवी अधिकाराची, मानवी हक्काची असल्याचं आपल्या लक्षात येतं. आणि म्हणून ते असं म्हणतात की आमच्या ज्या समस्या आहेत या समस्या व्यापक आहे. त्याचे स्वरूप जे आहे ते राजकीय, सामाजिक, आर्थिक आणि शैक्षणिक आहे. आणि म्हणून ते म्हणतात तरी पण आम्ही हा संघर्ष कशासाठी किंवा सत्याग्रह करतो कशासाठी, तेव्हा ते असं म्हणतात की आमचा हा जो मंदिर सत्याग्रह आहे हा सवर्ण हिंदूच्या मानसिकतेस आव्हान देणार आहे. लक्षात घ्या, सवर्ण हिंदूंनी शेकडो वर्षापासून आम्हास मानवी अधिकारांपासून वंचित ठेवले होते. या सत्याग्रह सिद्ध होणार आहेत की आता ते आम्हाला आमचे मानवी अधिकार आहेत हे मानवी अधिकार प्रदान करणार आहेत की नाही हे आता सिद्ध होणार, याचा निर्णय होणार आहे. आणि म्हणून त्या दृष्टीनं बाबासाहेब त्या ठिकाणी भाषण करतात. आणि पुढे बाबासाहेब असं म्हणतात की मंदिर प्रवेशामुळे आमचा काही कायाकल्प होणार नाही, आमच्यामध्ये खूप परिवर्तन होणार नाही, पण आम्हाला सवर्ण हिंदूंच्या मनाची परीक्षा घ्यायची आहे. आणि माणसाने माणसासारखा व्यवहार करणे, माणसाला मानवतेचे अधिकार देणे आणि ही नवयुगाची जी प्रेरणा आहे ही प्रेरणा हिंदू पण मानाव्याला तयार आहे की नाही त्या गोष्टीची परवाई ही म्हणजे परीक्षा होणार आहे. अशा प्रकारचं मत बाबासाहेब त्या ठिकाणी मांडतात. आणखी एक महत्वाची गोष्ट बाबासाहेब अतिशय स्पष्टपणे म्हणतात की या मंदिरामध्ये दगडाची मूर्ती आहे. दगडाच्या मूर्तीची पूजा केल्यामुळे किंवा दर्शन केल्यामुळे आमच्या समस्या सुटणार नाहीत. बाबासाहेब भाषण त्यावेळेच. आणि ते असं पुढे असं म्हणतात, तर्क करतात की कोणी असं म्हणू शकते काय की आजपर्यंत त्या मंदिरामध्ये ज्यांनी ईश्वरांचं किंवा रामाचं दर्शन घेतलेलं आहे त्यांच्या समस्या सुटल्या आहेत असं कोणी म्हणू शकत नाही. आणि मग हा जो सत्याग्रह आहे हा सत्याग्रह हा हिंदूंच्या मनास परिवर्तन करण्याचा एक प्रयत्न आहे असं बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर या ठिकाणी मांडतात. आणि यावरूनच लक्षात येतं की बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचा हा जो महाडचा सत्याग्रह किंवा नाशिकचा सत्याग्रह हा केवळ पाण्यासाठी किंवा मंदिर प्रवेशासाठी नव्हता, तर त्यांचा हा जो सत्याग्रह आहे हा सत्याग्रह हा प्रतिकात्मक होता. आणि कशासाठी, तर मूलभूत मानवी हक्काची पार्श्वभूमी या सत्याग्रहांना होती. आणि म्हणून त्या दृष्टीनं बाबासाहेबांचा जो विचार आहे, बाबासाहेबांची आंदोलन आहे, हे आंदोलन मानवी अधिकारांच्या संदर्भात असल्याचं आपल्या लक्षात येतं. आणि जेव्हा त्यांना कळतं, म्हणजे 4-5 वर्ष हा नाशिकचा सत्याग्रह चालला आणि शेवटी बाबासाहेब लक्षात येतं की यांच्यामध्ये परिवर्तन होणार नाही. आणि म्हणून 13 ऑक्टोबर 1935 रोजी नाशिक जिल्ह्यातील येवले या शहरामध्ये बाबासाहेब मोठी परिषद घेतात. आणि त्या परिषदेमध्ये म्हणतात की म्हणजे आतापर्यंत आम्हाला साधे मानवी अधिकार देण्यासाठी या लोकांची मनधरणी केली, परंतु आमचे अधिकार मात्र त्यांनी मान्य केले नाहीत किंवा ते साधे अधिकार सुद्धा दिले नाहीत. आणि आम्हाला नीच मानलं जातं. याचं कारण आमच्यावर अस्पृश्यतेचा जो डाग आहे तो हिंदू धर्मामध्ये आलेला आहे. हिंदू धर्मामुळे हा डाग लागलेला आहे, कारण आमचा जन्म हा हिंदू धर्मात झाला. आणि म्हणून बाबासाहेब असं म्हणतात की आम्हाला माणुसकी पाहिजे, आम्हाला मानवी अधिकार पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून आता हा जो हिंदू धर्म आहे, ज्या हिंदू धर्माने आमचे मानवी अधिकार नाकारलेले आहेत, तेच अधिकार आता ते अधिकार मिळवण्यासाठी आम्ही हिंदू धर्म नाकारतो, अशा प्रकारची घोषणा बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर करतात. लक्षात घ्या, बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचा हा संघर्ष हा या देशातील तमाम लोकांसाठी एक आदर्श आणि प्रेरणादायी आहे. इतकंच नाही, अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये बाबासाहेब आता ग्लोबल होत आहेत. बाबासाहेबांचा विचार जगामध्ये पसरत आहेत. अनेक लोक बाबासाहेबांच्या संदर्भात पुस्तकं लिहित आहेत. आणि असं एक पुस्तक क्रिस्तोफर जेफरलोट यांनी पुस्तक लिहिलं, डॉक्टर आंबेडकर अँड अनटचबिलिटी. हे त्यांनी पुस्तक लिहिलं आणि हे पुस्तक हंगेरी नावाचा देश आपल्याला माहित आहे. त्या हंगेरी देशातील डेडॉक टिबोर हा एक श्वेतवर्णीय यांनी ते पुस्तक बघितलं, वाचलं आणि ते पुस्तक वाचल्यानंतर डेडॉक टिबोरच्या मनावर प्रचंड परिणाम झाला आणि त्याला असं वाटलं की जे बाबासाहेबांचं जे काही पुस्तक आहे, जे क्रिस्टोफर जेफोर्लेटने लिहिलेलं आहे, हे पुस्तक मी माझ्या देशातील जिप्सी लोक जे आहेत, हंगेरीमध्ये जिप्सी लोक आहेत ज्यांना रोमा सुद्धा म्हणतात, ते नोमॅटिक भटके जमाती आहेत आणि या त्यांचा नेता जॉनस ओर्सोत. तर डेडॉकला असं वाटतं की जिप्सी लोकांचा जो नेता आहे जॉनस ओर्सोस, याला हे पुस्तक मी सांगितलं पाहिजे, हे पुस्तक दिलं पाहिजे जॉनसला. जॉनसने डॉक्टर आंबेडकरांचं चरित्र वाचलं पाहिजे. अशा प्रकारचा विचार डेडॉकच्या मनामध्ये आला आणि डेडॉक ते पुस्तक घेऊन जॉनस ओर्सोसकडे गेला. जॉनस ओर्सोसला सांगितलं की जॉनस, मी तुझ्यासाठी काही वेगळं आणलेलं आहे, आता तुला निराश व्हायचं नाहीये. आणि त्यांनी ते पुस्तक जॉनस ओर्सोसला सांगितलं. जॉनस ओर्सोसने ते पुस्तक बघितलं, कारण ते पुस्तक तेव्हा फ्रेंच भाषेमध्ये होतं आणि म्हणून मग त्या पुस्तकामध्ये फ्रेंच भाषा डेडॉकला येत होती. डेडॉकने आपल्या जॉनस ओर्सोसला सांगितलं आणि जॉनस ओर्सोसनी ते म्हणजे डेडॉककडून जे काही माहिती त्याला कळली, त्या माहितीच्या आधारे त्याला वाटलं की आता मला मार्ग सापडलेला आहे. आणि जॉनस ओर्सोसनी आपल्या लोकांची रोमांची एक सभा बोलावली बुडापेस्टमध्ये आणि सभा बोलावून सांगितलं की आता आम्हाला आमचा मार्ग सापडलेला आहे. आतापासून आता आपला नेता कोण आहे? आपला नेता डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर आहे. त्यांच्या आदर्शानुसार आपण आता यानंतर संघर्ष करू. ही घटना हंगेरीमधली 2006 आहे आणि त्यानंतर हंगेरीमध्ये त्या लोकांनी संघर्ष केला आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणात तिथे त्यांचा संघर्ष सुरू आहे. म्हणजे बाबासाहेबांचे जीवनचरित्र आहे, हे जीवनचरित्र केवळ भारतीय लोकांपुरतंच मर्यादित नाही, तर या जगातील जे जे लोक पीडित आहे, वंचित आहेत, त्या लोकांच्या हितासाठी, त्या लोकांना मानवी हक्क प्राप्त करून देण्यासाठी, त्यांना संघर्ष करण्यासाठी हे बाबासाहेबांचं जीवनचरित्र हे महत्वाचं असल्याचं आपल्या लक्षात येतं. आणि आजची घटना म्हणजे जॉनस ओर्सन नंतर तो नागपूरला आला. 2007-08च्या दरम्यान तो नागपूरला आला आणि अनेक ठिकाणी तो फिरला आणि नंतर तिथे हंगेरी देशामध्ये त्याने डॉक्टर आंबेडकर स्कूल, टायगर स्कूल, तर बाबासाहेब म्हणाले होते शिक्षण हे वाघीण दूध आहे, अशा प्रकारचा बाबासाहेबांच्या विचारांचा, त्यांच्या कार्याचा आदर्श घेऊन त्या ठिकाणी कार्य केलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून असं लक्षात येतं की बाबासाहेबांचा संघर्ष हा मानवी हक्कांसाठी केलेला संघर्ष आहे. हा त्यांचा संघर्ष म्हणजे मानवी हक्काकरता केलेला असा हा संघर्ष. आणि हा संघर्ष जगातल्या सर्व पीडित वंचित लोकांसाठी सुद्धा आदर्शदायक आहे आणि त्याची सुरुवात झालेली आहे. अनेक इंग्रजी लेखकांनी किंवा अमेरिकन लेखकांनी सुद्धा बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांच्या संदर्भात लिहिलेलं आहे. आणि विशेषतः आफ्रिकन लोक जे आहेत, जे अमेरिकेमध्ये आहेत, आफ्रिकन अमेरिकन ज्याला आपण म्हणतो, निग्रो हा शब्द वापरत नाही, तर त्या लोकांना सुद्धा बाबासाहेबांचा संघर्ष हा महत्वाचा वाटतोय आणि बाबासाहेबांचं चरित्र ते वाचतात. आणि अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये आता या 15-20 वर्षामध्ये अशा प्रकारची परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली की आता बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर हे भारतापुरते मर्यादित राहिले नाही, तर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं जीवन, बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचा संघर्ष, बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांचं कार्य आणि त्यांचा एकंदरीत जो विचार आहे, हा विचार आता ग्लोबल झालेला आहे. आणि त्या पार्श्वभूमीवर ही जी आजचं जे सेमिनार आहे मला वाटतं ते अतिशय महत्वाचं आहे. एका चांगल्या विषयावर हे सेमिनार आयोजित केलेलं आहे. त्याबद्दल प्रोफेसर चौधरी यांचं मी अभिनंदन करतो आणि या विषयावर चांगली चर्चा सुरू आहे. आपण सहभागी झालात त्याबद्दल आपलं सुद्धा अभिनंदन करतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
थोडक्यात तुमचे प्रतिसाद द्या. What exactly should be included in kind of biography? मला कल्पना जी आहे की आपल्या भारतामध्ये बाबासाहेबांच्या चळवळीचा पहिला 15 वर्ष तेव्हा डिस्कवरी चरित्र कल्पना ही भारताची चरित्र कल्पना ग्रामली म्हणजे काय की ग्लोरिफिकेशन वर जाणार पण चरित्र म्हणून the second question is that if we differentiate between
If we differentiate between जीवन चरित्र and intellectual biography, वैचारिक चरित्र हे वेगळे करायची का आवश्यकता आहे? जीवन चरित्र हे वैचारिक चरित्र आहेत का याचा अर्थ, किंवा मग आपण त्याच्यातून वैचारिक किंवा सैद्धांतिक मांडणी आपण शोधू शकत नाही का?
This is like, it's not actually a question, but there is one doubt that I have here. This is for Professor Ramesh Kamble sir. So you spoke about deep psycho existential crisis, right? You mentioned about dominant other, perennially closed for the inquiry. So basically, what mechanisms or strategies should be developed to break the non-accessibility of the dominant other, which is perennially closed?
Ramesh sir has posed very pertinent question. Legitimacy and acceptance. After all, to my mind, intellectuals are intellectuals. There should not be difference between intellectuals, Dalit intellectuals and other intellectuals. Does the postmodernity and subaltern faces, neo-Marxist also faces the such problem, legitimacy and acceptance. And these are my comments and my questions.
मला एक प्रश्न संतोषला आहे की अशोक गोपाळांच्या बायोग्राफीमध्ये अनेक वेळेला रेफरन्स म्हणून जे आलेले आहेत ते बऱ्याच वेळेला विजय सुरवाडेचे रेफरन्स आलेले आहेत की विजय सुरवाडेंनी असं म्हटलं, पण बेसिकली विजय सुरवाडेंनी कुठून घेतलं याच्याबद्दलचे ते रेफरन्स येत नाही. तर अशा पद्धतीचे रेफरन्स केवळ विजय सुरवाडेचं म्हणणं म्हणून ते रेफरन्स का, म्हणजे फॉर एक्झाम्पल उदाहरणार्थ भतेनाच्या संदर्भामधला एक रेफरन्स विजय सुरवाडेकडनं आलेला आहे किंवा अनेक वेळेला. तर आता नवल भतेनाची नात आहे आणि तिने एक डायरी दिलेली आहे. तर बेसिकली नवल भतेनाची जी नात होती, तिचा नवरा गुजरात दंगलीमध्ये त्याची हत्या झाली आणि खूप सारं मटेरियल जळालं. त्याची एक डायरी आनंद तेलतुंबडेला आणि त्यांनी मला दिलेली आहे. तर बेसिकली सुरवाडेंनी जे डायरीचा संदर्भ आणि ज्याचा संदर्भ कळतो, तर भतेनाचं अक्षर आणि सुरवाडेकडे असलेलं याच्यातलं काहीही मॅच होत नाहीये. अशा वेळेला की आपण अनेक रेफरन्स अशोक गोपाळांच्या पुस्तकामध्ये की ही चर्चा सुरवाडे बरोबर केली असा सगळा येतो, तर ते सुरवाडेंचे मूळ रेफरन्सेस काय आहेत, तर याच्याबद्दल जरा थोडस.
Jai Bhim to all. My question is to Professor Kamble. First, I have a comment. your attempt to study the dynamics of power within academics in the Indian context with reference to caste is an intellectually enriching and academically challenging. But despite its challenges, it's an inquiry of intellectual power sphere that put forth the complexity of inquiry, the other by marginalized scholars who are at the periphery of intellectual inquiry and knowledge production. And my question is that I have two questions. So I do want to understand from you what is the possibility of making knowledge sphere more hetero-academic, as you talked about Bourdieu's concept of homo academics. On that basis, I formulated this one. And there is another question: is there any utility of scientific knowledge to breach and study the others by the marginalized scholars, such as Dalit scholars, as you referred it, in the context of Indian knowledge production and even the legitimacy of that knowledge?
Complex issues are very complex issues for having sort of what discussion. Stop. One way of approaching that knowledge is not luxury for us. I mean, to begin with, that knowledge is not luxury for us. It is not mere curiosity in terms of understanding the world. Knowledge and theory is an eminent necessity in order to confront the structures of power and in order to engage with an emancipatory practice. Having said this, as a reason to engage with knowledge, the complexities which are involved in making both the experience and the perspective visible in the structures of power, as in society, they are also in academia, remains a perennial challenge. I mean, this is not something which is foreclosed. If we have achieved this state, and now that you have acquired universal status, therefore it is closed. That may not happen. For those, I think, who are producing knowledge to maintain dominance, for them, there is maybe ongoing. I mean, there is ongoing achievement. Whereas for those who are trying to question, this is a perennial engagement, meaning you are never free from that engagement. As regard to the heterogeneity in perspectives of knowledge, while heterogeneous perspectives now have started gaining acceptance in terms of both, in fact, subjugated knowledges, in terms of situated knowledges, in terms of situated knowledges seeking universality of knowledge pursuits, in terms of meaning the other exist, okay, or many others exist, but many others exist and have acquired legitimacy does not necessarily lead to a kind of criticism of the structures of power. And now structures of power exist both in the broader socio-political, material, cultural spheres and apparatuses, including academia or including, again, pursuit of knowledge. So whether the heterogeneity in itself is a status to achieve in pursuit of knowledge, or the complexity of complex positions, for example, at the level of structure and institutions, social, cultural, material structures and institutions, there is continuous co-constitution that is taking place. Continuous co-constitution and co-impacting, which are producing, again, complex set of social relations. So you have structures and institutions, operating through various kinds of apparatuses, which are co-constituting. I mean, you can't understand social unless you understand material and cultural. Or you can't understand cultural without understanding material. Such kind of co-constitution is taking place in terms of structures and institutions. Now, these co-constitutions, these spheres as co-impacting and co-constituting, are in a way impacting the relations, social relations also. Social relations could be class, it could be gender, it could be caste, and it could be many other. Okay. Now, these social relations are impacting, they are being impacted by structures and institutions, and in turn, they impact structures and social institutions, you see. Now, this produces huge kind of complexity in understanding a self. Okay, so self perennially remains fragmented. See, I mean, you are multiple at multiple levels. Okay. Now, but so self has to perennially, continuously, ongoingly, has to engage in this struggle with oneself, because one's own position, and also struggle with the structures of power simultaneously. Okay. Now, I was trying to pose these questions in the context of disciplinary practices that we have undergone. For example, Umesh has talked about history, making history critical, let us say. Or people in political science have, I'm trying to understand how power operates, or how power is generated, how power constitutes a particular kind of social relations. Now, these are, in what way our membership of academia has impacted the institutions of knowledge production. And that was that was starting point in which I thought we must make an inquiry. For the last 30 years, at least a body of people engaging with knowledge, I mean, has already emerged. You see, and for the last 30 years. Initially, they were quote unquote tolerated because of particular kind of policy. They have education, they have this, and they must be part of these kind of institutions. Now, their membership to that institution remained perennially, meaning you are there, but you're not there. Somebody's talking about part apart now, meaning you're part of institutions, and yet you were never fully part of that institution, or the institution does not accept you. Sometimes, obviously, you might spear the institution, but you will not steer the institution. You might hate the institution, but you will not steer the institution. Steering of the institution in terms of its goals and the pursuit is already in a way decided by dominant particular in these institutional frameworks. Within that context, so of course, I mean, my attempt was to draw attention to this deep-seated conflict that one, as an academic in this institution, perennially has to face. You encounter this conflict, and you face this conflict all along, all the time. While it is not possible for you to disentangle yourself from your experience, meaning you have to make that experience critical, if at all your knowledge has any meaning. So you can't dismantle yourself from that experience. Whereas this attempt of making that experience visible keeps you away from the universality and keeps you away from the claim to the universal or claim to knowledge. So you perennially remain particular. Now that kind of state, that kind of state is now, how do you understand this deep-seated conflict of self? No, that is, self as knower, meaning not merely self, as an experiencing, feeling self, but also self as knower. Okay, how that knower encounters, on the one hand, the particularity of your experience as a particular knowledge seeker in the context of broader complexity that I was trying to draw attention to. Now, this broader complexity is, for example, globalization, let us say. Of course, globalization is also one dimension of it. Globalization in terms of massive exchanges taking place in economy, massive networks. All that, of course, is also primarily ideological. But that is just one example. How do we locate yourself, your experience, in the context of global complexities, which are informing the institutions that you live through, or the structures which impact your lives, okay? And how you make your experience particular. For example, the diversity of experiences that you encounter, and the diversity is simultaneous at the same time. You are a worker, you are a Dalit worker, you are unorganized sector worker, you are a worker rooted in some particular kind of affiliation. These are just to name few aspects of self, okay? And that you are related to other workers. All of us are, in a way, in that sense, related to the global the global unfolding of capital and interconnections and various kinds of power structures. Now, within this, how do you locate yourself? Now, that, I think, for me, remains a perennial existential crisis, you see. Because, I can't make sense of myself unless I understand these complexities. In order to make my experience meaningful, I must engage with this complexity. Kind of cultural is constituted by material. And again, culture, material, political, constituting each other and my experience and experience of many others at different axes. I'm not saying hierarchical, but maybe horizontal axes everywhere. Now, all these different experiences are encountering power differentially. Within this, how do you... So perhaps for me, the quest for knowledge production is rooted, to begin with critique. Critique of structures of power, denying autonomy to self. So pursuit of freedom and autonomy as subject, both as knower subject as well, is something that has to be that has to be pursued with our intellectual capacities. That's what I would say.
थोडक्यात उत्तर देतो. नवल भतेनाच्या संदर्भामध्ये जे सुरवाडींच्या रेफरन्सेसच्या संदर्भात जो प्रश्न उपस्थित झाला, मी जे वाचलं अपाट आणि 2 वेळेस वाचन केल्यानंतर म्हणजे माझं तरी रीडिंग सांगतं, की अशोक गोपाल यांनी कुठेच त्यांच्या याच्यामध्ये कुणीतरी सांगितलं म्हणून त्या पद्धतीने कोट करून ते लिहत नाहीयेत. जो मुद्दा असेल तो मला वाटतंय अनअवेलेबिलिटीचा असू शकतो. परंतु सुरवाड्यांचे जे रेफरन्सेस त्यांच्या याच्यात येतात, ते सुरवाड्यांचे रेफरन्सेस हे त्यांच्या टेक्स्टच्या संदर्भामध्ये किंवा जे काही त्यांच्या संदर्भामधल्या ज्या काही रेफरन्सेस आलेले आहेत, त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये ते त्या ठिकाणी मांडणी करताना दिसतात. मला असं वाटतं, की त्यांची जी एकूणच रायटिंगची एक मेथड आहे किंवा काय आहे, तर त्यांनी जी मॅक्सिमम रिसोर्सेस मिळतील, ते मॅक्सिमम रिसोर्सेस एक्सप्लोर करण्याचा त्यांचा प्रयत्न आहे. जर सुरवाडेचं जे लिखित दस्तावेज जर त्यांना भेटलं असतं, तर कदाचित मला असं वाटतं, की ज्या पॅटर्नमध्ये अशोक गोपाल लिहितायत, त्या पॅटर्नमध्ये त्यांनी एक्सप्लोर करण्याचा प्रयत्न केलाच असता. आणि मला असं वाटतं, की तो अवेलेबिलिटीचा मुद्दा आहे, की बरेच रेफरन्सेसचा मुद्दा असतो आणि त्याच्यामध्ये काही मिसइन्फॉर्मेशनच्या हे राहू शकतात एवढं मोठं डेन्स लिहित असताना. उदाहरणार्थ बगाडे सरांशी मी बोलत असताना गेल ऑम्वेटनी लिहित असताना सीताराम केशव बोले हे आग्री होते असं लिहिलं. मग मला नंतरच्या याच्यात जाणवलं, की त्यांनी बऱ्याच लोकांनी आग्रीच्या संदर्भात अशा ज्या गोष्टी घडतात, की एखादी फॅक्च्युअल इनकरेक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन यायला लागली, की ती नंतर कंटिन्यू होते. परंतु जे प्रबुद्धनं सुद्धा जो प्रश्न विचारला होता, की बायोग्राफी ही कशा पद्धतीची असावी? आणि कौतुकाचं म्हणून नाही, परंतु मी मागे ग्रामसीवरती तनिका सरकारने एक सांगितलं होतं, की बायोग्राफी कशी असावी? म्हणजे कुठली वाचावी? तर ग्रामसीवर वाचत असताना ग्रामसी सार्डिनियामध्ये काय करायचा? तो कुठल्या पब्लिक स्पिअरमध्ये राहायचा? कुठल्या लायब्ररीत, कुठल्या पबमध्ये जायचा? कुठल्या फॅक्टरीज होत्या? त्या भागामध्ये त्या फॅक्टरींवरती प्रभाव कुठला होता? हे ज्या पद्धतीची बायोग्राफी पाहिजे, त्या पद्धतीचं बायोग्राफी आणण्याचा पूर्ण प्रयत्न हा अशोक गोपाल यांच्या बायोग्राफीत आहे. म्हणजे मला असं वाटतं, की बाबासाहेबांवरच नाही, तर इतरही बायोग्राफी भारतात जर कोणी लिहित असेल, तर बाबासाहेबांना त्या भौतिक अवस्थेमध्ये किंवा त्या व्यक्तीला उभं करणे, त्या जिओग्राफिकल सिच्युएशनमध्ये उभे करणे, त्या पब्लिक स्पिअरमध्ये उभं करणं, ज्या आयडिओलॉजीज सराउंडिंग आहेत, ज्या लोकांचे फिलॉसॉफिकल इन्फ्लुएन्सेस आहेत, त्या समजून घेणे, त्याच्यातले बारकावे समजून घेणे, त्या रायटिंग्समधले जे बायसेस असतील किंवा इन्फ्लुएन्सेस असतील ते समजून घेणे, या संदर्भातलं ते महत्वाची एंट्री आहे. त्याचसोबत जे इंटेलेक्च्युअल आणि याच्या संदर्भात तू म्हटलं, तर ते जी बॉडी आणि माइंडच्या संदर्भामध्ये जेव्हा आपण बायोग्राफीची गोष्ट करायला लागत असतो, तेव्हा ॲक्शन जी आहे, त्या ॲक्शनच्या मागची फिलॉसॉफिकल कंडिशनिंग जर आपण अभ्यासली नाही, तर ती ॲक्शन आपण तशी रीड करू शकत नाही. सरांनी जे अगोदर महाड सत्याग्रहाचं किंवा काळाराम मंदिर सत्याग्रहाच्या संदर्भातलं जे सांगितलं, हे कथेच्या स्वरूपात जर येत असलं आणि त्याची फिलॉसॉफिकल अंडरस्टँडिंग जर येत नसली, इंटेलेक्च्युअल इंटरप्रिटेशन जर येत नसलं, तर ॲक्शन्स या मिनिंगलेस बनायला लागत असतात. म्हणून कुठलीही बायोग्राफी ही इंटेलेक्च्युअलच असली पाहिजे. ती तशी बॉडी ही माइंड पासून वेगळी करून तशी बायोग्राफी ती इनकम्प्लीट राहणार आहे. आणि राहिला मला मला वाटतं केशवचा जो प्रश्न आहे तो सरांसोबत जास्त चर्चा करून त्याचा उलगडा जास्त होऊ शकतो. मी त्याचा फार उलगडा नाही करू शकत.
हा हा
आपण आंबेडकरांची पण चरित्र वाचलेली आहे किंवा येत आहेत, परंतु एक अभ्यासक म्हणून किंवा त्यांनी जे त्यांचं स्पीचेस आणि रायटिंग जे आलेले आहेत, तर ती कोणत्या कोणत्या काळामध्ये कोणते कोणते पुस्तक आलेलं आहे किंवा ते कधी लिहिलं गेलं असावं आणि त्यानुसार मग त्यांची म्हणजे एक अकॅडमिशियन म्हणून त्यांची कशी ग्रोथ आहे या दृष्टिकोनातून काही असं बायोग्राफी आलेलं नाही, तर असा काय प्रयत्न होऊ शकतो का?
नाही, केलाय. अशोक गोपाल यांनी केलाय. अशोक गोपाल यांनी केलं. आय थँक ऑल दी पॅनलिस्ट. रमेश वॉज थिअरायझिंग आवर एक्सपिरियन्सेस. म्हणजे तुम्हाला मी सांगेन, कदाचित तो ज्या भाषेत बोलत होता, that might not be in certain sense connecting to you, but all we are perceiving these experiences, particularly when a scholar from Europe or America expresses the information about caste in post-modernist paradigm. जेव्हा आपल्याला सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे की आधुनिकोत्तरवादी जी परिभाषा आहे त्यामध्ये कास्टच्या बद्दल चर्चा जेव्हा ते करायला लागतात, तेव्हा आपल्या सर्वांना एक ॲगनी, वी एक्सपिरियन्स ॲगनी, वी एक्सपिरियन्स फ्रस्ट्रेशन, वी एक्सप्रेस सम काइंड ऑफ एन्झायटी वेन दे आर टॉक. तर ते काय आहे त्याचं तो थिअरायझेशन करत होता आणि ते होतं डीप सिटेड कॉन्फ्लिक्टचं. की पॉवर स्ट्रक्चरमध्ये ज्ञान निर्मिती जी होते त्या ज्ञान निर्मितीमध्ये आपल्याला अशा प्रकारे पोझिशन केलेलं आहे की जिथं आपलं एक्सक्लुजन हे इनहेरंटली आहे. For example, he talked about that even Ambedkar has made a mention that if Dalit is a doctor, he will be called as Dalit doctor. But Brahmin would not be called as Brahmin doctor. So this is a certain kind of way exclusion operates. The kind of dispute I would have is this whole kind of perenniality of fragmentedness. And that one has to see that he was mentioning about the boundaries, particularly the boundaries within which we live. तर मला असं वाटतं मुख्यतः the boundary out of the institutions has to be accessed by us. Particularly as Phule used to do, that he used to, we can say, recite his whole kind of book, Farmer's Whipcord, in front of peasantry. शेतकऱ्यांच्या समोरच ते आपला ज्ञानभार करतायत. Sir, that is the kind of terrain where we could somehow generate there we could not find any kind of anxiety, anguish, or certain kind of, you can say, frustration. There would be a certain kind of dialogue where you can build knowledge. So alternative spheres of knowledge has to be in certain sense accessed. That is one point which I could somehow, can say, comment on it. The second kind of paper, which is on particularly appropriation of Dr. Ambedkar, is a long-going process. And within the time of Dr. Ambedkar, the appropriation began. And this particular kind of, you can say, biography, which appeared in 1954, was the first kind of instance to appropriate Dr. Ambedkar. He has, can say, made a kind of elaborate kind of argument that how the Savarkar was made as, can say, hero, where Ambedkar and Savarkar was in certain sense in dialogue all the time in his biography. So this is a certain kind of erroneous representation of Dr. Ambedkar. And mostly we have to understand this appropriation is ongoing process. So there is Panchatirthas now, there is certain kind of icon making. And interestingly, Anand Teltumde's kind of book, in certain sense, make this point of in iconoclast, that we have to fight out this icon making of Dr. Ambedkar, and particularly the appropriation, particularly carried out by the Brahminical forces, that has to be, in certain sense, taken care of. Professor Aglave has mentioned about human rights. Dr. Ambedkar was quite visionary when he was defining what is human rights. And one has to understand that human right, in inception, were in certain sense made exclusive to others. In French Revolution, this agenda was made open, that these are the Charter of Human Rights. But one has to understand that human right was not accessible to blacks. Particularly in French colonies, the blacks in certain sense came and accepted French Revolution. But the whole revolution was curbed down, it was decimated, because the human rights was not given to blacks. And the same thing, human rights was not given to women. So there's ongoing kind of fight has to be seen. Phule was visionary. Phule in certain sense opens up human rights for Dalits as well as women's. Interestingly, until we are not identifying structures which in certain sense deny human rights, we cannot in certain sense take the trajectory of emancipation. Interestingly, one has to understand Dr. Ambedkar was defining untouchability in kind of metaphoric comparison with slavery. So you could understand there are three sets of rights, particularly the civil rights, then there is right to security and right to dignity. All three sets of rights are denied to untouchables. That one has to understand that this is a process through which in certain sense emancipation can be accessed. So this is a certain kind of way Ambedkar was unfolding the structures of oppression, exploitations, and particularly structures of hegemony. There one has to understand that not only in certain sense assuring the principle of human right will help us, but one has to understand how human rights are not denied to people, and this structures has to be abolished. Third thing is particular about the paper which he has presented, There are several ways that we have to, in certain sense, engage with Dr. Ambedkar. Ambedkar has, in his own way, theorized about Brahmanism, and this list talked about, particularly the term Brahmanism or Brahminical is being always understood as casteist. However, this is a term which is used as sociological way or sociological theoretical tool. And there one has to understand Ambedkar unfold Brahmanism in terms of institutions. He diagnoses and defines Brahmanism in terms of Brahminical patriarchy. He understands the whole system of surplus appropriation, which is carried out through a certain kind of mechanism of graded inequality and graded exploitation. One has to understand that Ambedkar was talking about caste governmentality. He was talking about the kind of power forces, and one has to understand how Ambedkar was very vigilant about the modes of caste power, how caste power is operating. Interestingly, when he was talking about particularly the Anishabda caste, when he was talking about the Varna system, he said there is a logic through which the Shudras are subjugated. And the logic of subjugation is necessarily gender logic. That three Varnas, Brahman, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, are patrons, they are the guardians, and Shudra is ward. So for us, guardian and ward relationship is legitimate for us. Parent and children, the kind of control over children is seen as to be very legitimate. Similar kind of logic which is operated that Shudra should not have access to education basically because they are ward. So these kinds of structures of governmentality, caste governmentality operates. So until the Ambedkar was visionary to identify these structures. So if at all we have to take a fight against Brahmanism, we have to understand these ideological structures, cultural structures, and institutional structures around which Brahmanism is based. So in that sense, one has to understand that this kind of, we can say, a way Ambedkar could in certain sense help us to fight, to take a fight against caste. He also mentioned about Sanskritization. Interestingly, this whole kind of debate has to be seen in more complex ways. Ambedkar in first phase was arguing, invoking the Hindu principles, particularly Advaita Vedanta. You might be knowing that in Bhishkrut Bharat, he talks that the best principle to establish equality is Advaita. That is, there is no difference between Atman and Brahman. So that would be the best kind of ground to establish equality. However, one has to understand that he was departing from his own theoretical formulations. And interestingly, no kind of author, particularly the biographic author, has explored the shift of Dr. Ambedkar. That Ambedkar later on has, in certain sense, critiqued the Advait philosophy, particularly the kind of philosophy, particularly when he's writing Revolution, Counter-Revolution, and where you will find the Vedanta philosophy and Vedanta, critique of Vedanta, and various kinds of books of Brahminical literature, he identifies this Advaita principle as antagonist to the interest of equality. So one has to understand that he was shifting. So this shift was, one has to understand. Secondly, one has to understand this particular process of Sanskritization has to be seen within the context to the early Dalit movement. Early Dalit movement was, in certain sense, taken an agenda of giving up dead meat and doing a kind of caste occupation of removing the dead. Interestingly, this particular trajectory was situated within the Brahminical kind of frame where the purity would be achieved through denying these acts. This act is seen as the impure acts. Dr. Ambedkar was putting the struggle within the parlance of dignity rather than of parlance of the upward mobility. That one has to understand that he initiated this struggle, particularly he has explained that in 1927, the agenda where this agenda of giving up Mahar Vatan and giving up the dead meat is assured. At that time only, in Mahar conference. So the one has to understand these kinds of things, that although there was a, you can say, lineage of Sanskritization which went on in Dalit movement, and one has to understand after Ambedkar, this Sanskritization trajectory in certain sense was alive. If at all you read Khairmode, Khairmode is in certain sense invoking the particular Kshatriya status of Mahars, and therefore you write Mahar आणि त्यांचा लष्करी पेशा. So this whole kind of, we can say, way the Kshatriyahood could certain sense could be in such invoked. So these ideas were there. The idea of Sanskritization was inbuilt within Dalit middle classes. And therefore, what he was suggesting, that therefore, this particular kind of biography, which was Sanskritizing Dr. Ambedkar, was not resisted, was celebrated. Basically because of this Sanskritizing tendencies, particularly within the kind of, can say, early Dalit middle classes. So I thank all the kind of co-speakers and Ajay Chaudhary for having this kind of very excellent, passionate session. I thank all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the guest speakers. At this time, we would like to felicitate our guest speakers. So I request Professor Umesh Bagade, sir, to felicitate Professor Ramesh Kamble.
Thank you.
Dr. Pradeep Aglave, sir. Dr. Avinash Fulzale. Dr. Santosh Suradkar. Now I invite Professor Ajay Chaudhary, sir, to please come forward and felicitate Professor Umesh Bagade, sir.
I already had one.
Book नाही दिलं, sir.
You can have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ajay, sir. Thank you to all the guest speakers and chairperson. We will now break for the lunch. Resume at 2:30.
This International University. So, in this second session, our chairperson is Professor Ramesh Kamble, sir. I welcome Ramesh Kamble, sir, on to the stage for chairperson of this session. Then following him, Dr. Ram Ratan Dhumal, sir, Associate Professor at Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, School of Law, Pune. Next to him, Dr. Prabodhan Paul, sir. He is an Associate Professor at the Manipal Center of Humanities, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. And Keshav Wagmare, sir, who is a founding member of Dalit Adivasi Adhikar Andolan. So over to you, Kamble, sir.
All right, so we should go ahead as per the. Yes, all right. Yeah.
आजच्या या आत्ताच्या सेशनचे अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर रमेश कांबळे, डॉक्टर प्रबोधन पोळ, रामरतन धुमाळ आणि आपण सर्व. खरं तर जेवल्याच्या नंतरच्या सेशन्समध्ये मी बोलतो आहे आणि आनंद तेलतुंबडेच्या आयकॉनॉक्लास्ट या पुस्तकाच्या संदर्भात मी बोलणार आहे. साधारणतः मगाशी एक चर्चा झाली की आपण बायोग्राफीच्या धनंजय कीरांच्या बायोग्राफीच्या बद्दलची एक चर्चा झाली. मुळात हे या पुस्तकाच्या बद्दल बोलताना मी साधारणतः त्याच्यातले एक 2-3 मुद्दे घेऊन मी त्याच्याबद्दलच बोलेल. ओव्हरऑल पुस्तकाचा जो काही हे आहे अशाबद्दल बोलणार नाही, पण साधारणतः त्याची एक चर्चा. खरं तर 2 वर्ष या पुस्तकाला इंग्रजीमध्ये येऊन झाली, नियर अबाउट 2 वर्ष. परंतु महाराष्ट्रामध्ये खास करून मराठी विचार विश्वामध्ये राहुल कोसंबी आणि मला असं वाटतं अशोक गोपाळ या दोघा जणांनी सोडले, 2 माणसांनी सोडल्याशिवाय त्याच्याबद्दल आणखी कोणी काही लिहिलेलं नाहीये मराठी ह्याच्यामध्ये. मुळात चर्चेच्या संदर्भामध्ये की चरित्राच्या बद्दलच्या खूप चर्चा झाल्या आणि आनंद तेलतुंबडेंनी मुळात ह्या पुस्तक लिहिण्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये एक चर्चा सुरू केली की मी हे पुस्तक का लिहितो आहे. तर ते म्हणाले की बेसिकली हे जे पुस्तक आहे तर खूप साऱ्या अगोदर अगदी पहिलं चरित्र आळतेकरांनी लिहिण्यापासून ते साधारणतः हिंदी आणि इंग्रजी मधले साधारणतः एक 20-25 चरित्र जरी आपण असं बघितले तर तो आनंद हाच प्रश्न उपस्थित करतो की अशा पद्धतीचे 20-25 चरित्र असताना मला लिहिण्याची गरज का वाटली. आणि मग तो असं सांगतो की मी हे चरित्र बेसिकली की जे पारंपरिक पद्धतीने आणि मगाशी प्रबुद्धनी जो एक विषय उपस्थित केला की भारतामध्ये चरित्र लिहिण्याची जी एक ब्राह्मणिकल पद्धत आहे की एक ग्लोरिफिकेशन करणं, तर हे सगळं आतापर्यंतच्या चरित्रामध्ये खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये झालं आहे. आणि तशाच पद्धतीचं चरित्र लिहिणं याच्यात मला इंटरेस्टही नाही आणि ती माझी स्कॉलरशिपही नाही असं तो क्लिअर सांगतो. आणि मग तो खास करून जो चरित्राला सुरुवात करतो की खैरमोडे आणि किरांची, तर त्याचं एवढं म्हणणं आहे की मी जे काही मटेरियल घेतलेलं आहे काय मी काही नवं शोधलेलं नाहीये की वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं, पण साधारणतः जसं किरांच्या चरित्राची चर्चा झाली तशी खैरमोडेच्या पण चरित्राची चर्चा झाली. आणि जसं किरावर सावरकरांचा जो प्रत्येक गोष्टीला एक रेफरन्स होता तसं खैरमोडे पण त्याच्यापासून काय मुक्त नव्हते की खैरमोडे ही नंतर 1962 ला जनसंघात गेले आणि त्यांनी इलेक्शन पण 1962 ला जनसंघाकडून लढवली. तर केवळ मी असा प्रश्न पण केला आनंदला की केवळ निवडणूक लढवण्याचाच एक मुद्दा होता की आणखी काहीतरी होता. तर आनंदने असं सांगितलं की खूप साऱ्या लोकांना माहिती आहे की साधारणतः 56च्या प्रॅक्टिस नंतर की साधारणतः खैरमोडे हे बाबासाहेबापासून खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये तुटलेले होते आणि ते इनडायरेक्टली जनसंघ आणि त्याच्याबरोबरच्या वेगवेगळ्या ऍक्टिव्हिटीज मध्ये इलेक्शन लढवण्याच्या शिवाय सुद्धा ऍक्टिव्हिटीज मध्ये होते. आणि त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी त्यांच्या ज्या चरित्राच्या संदर्भात त्यांनी जे काही गेले तो एक भाग. दुसरा जो भाग आहे की आनंदनं त्याच्यामधली जी एक चर्चा की लिहिण्याच्या बद्दलचं की तो आनंदची ही काय आत्ताची भूमिका नाही, साधारणतः त्याचं दलित आंबेडकर प्रतीक वास्तवाने नवा अन्वया इथपासून ते रिपब्लिक ऑफ कास्ट या पुस्तकाच्या पर्यंत की आंबेडकरांच्या सत्ताधारी वर्गानं कशा वेगवेगळ्या प्रतिमा उभा केलेल्या आहेत आणि खास करून त्याच्या भक्त वर्गाने पण कशा प्रतिमा निर्माण केलेल्या आहेत आणि त्याच्यामुळं बाबासाहेबांच्या एका मुक्तिक प्रकल्पाला काय पद्धतीचे अडथळे निर्माण होतात याच्याबद्दलची एक मूलभूत चर्चा त्यानं त्या पुस्तकामध्ये केलेली आहे. तो असं म्हणतो की मला हे सगळं कारण का मी आंबेडकराला एक व्यक्ती मानत नाही, तर आंबेडकर एक जर चळवळ असेल ती त्याला कोट्यावधी लोकांच्या मुक्ती आकांक्षेशी जोडलेला एक महत्वाचा हुक असेल, तर मला बेसिकली तोच आधार आहे चर्चेचा. बाबासाहेबांच्या फार व्यक्तिगत जीवनाबद्दल त्याच्या या सगळ्यांच्या बद्दल मला चर्चा करण्यामध्ये काय फार इंटरेस्ट नाहीये. आणि म्हणून त्यांनी जी एक चर्चा केली तर बेसिकली त्यांनी जी चर्चा केलेली आहे की बाबासाहेबांच्या ज्या संकल्पना आहेत, खास करून जातीबद्दलची बाबासाहेब काय म्हणू पाहतायत, धर्माबद्दल काय म्हणू पाहतायत, राज्याबद्दल काय म्हणू पाहतायत आणि खास करून भारतीय राज्यघटनेच्या संदर्भामधला जो काही एक आहे की त्याच्यावरची एक घमासान चर्चा, एक टीकात्मक ही गोष्ट झालेली आहे. तर ह्या तीन गोष्टीच्या संदर्भात मी बोलणार आहे की तो आंबेडकरच्या चरित्राच्या संदर्भानं की तो कसा या आयकॉनॉक्लास्ट मध्ये बघतो आहे. उदाहरणार्थ आंबेडकराची धर्म आणि राज्याबद्दलच्या कल्पनेची चर्चा तो या पुस्तकामध्ये करतोय आणि त्याच्यामध्ये तो रुसो आणि याला हॉब्सला एक कोट करून की साधारणतः हॉब्सला असं वाटत होतं की मानवी जीवनाचं नियंत्रण करण्यासाठी राज्य आणि धर्माची गरज आहे, की माणूस हा मूलतः स्वार्थी आहे, त्याला सगळ्या गोष्टी हे करायच्या आहेत आणि म्हणून माणसाला नियंत्रित करण्यासाठी धर्माची एक गरज आहे आणि धर्म जिथं कमी पडत असेल तिथं राज्याची गरज आहे. तर या उलट रुसो असं म्हणत होता की नाही, की माणूस मूलतः सहकार्यशील आहे, तो एकमेकाला मदत करतो आणि त्याच्यामुळे धर्म आणि खास करून राज्याची काही गरज नाहीये. त्या दोघा जणांना कोट करून आनंद असा म्हणतो की नाही, आंबेडकराची धर्म आणि राज्याबद्दलची जी संकल्पना होती बेसिकली ती अशा पद्धतीच्या हॉब्स आणि लॉक ही जी दोन विचारवंत आहेत, या दोन विचारवंताच्या प्रक्रियेनं कशी घडत गेली, आणि म्हणून की तीच प्रक्रिया धर्माच्या बद्दलची आणि राज्याच्या बद्दलची बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर स्वीकारतायत. आणि म्हणून तो बाबासाहेबाच्या या संकल्पनेला तो काही प्रश्न उभा करतो की धर्म आणि राज्य अस्तित्वात येण्यापूर्वी मानव कसे अस्तित्वात येते, मानव अस्तित्वात कसा येतो याची चर्चा केलेली बाबासाहेबांनी धर्माने याच्याबद्दलची दिसत नाही. तो म्हणतो की धर्म आणि राज्य याशिवाय मानव या जगात होते, तर त्यावेळेला त्यांचं नियंत्रणच होतं ना, की जेव्हा धर्म आणि राज्य नव्हतं तेव्हाही एक प्रकारचं नियंत्रण होतं. धर्म आणि राज्याची खरोखरच तशी भूमिका की जशी बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर की धर्म आणि राज्याची भूमिका अपेक्षित करताय, तशी खरंच कधीतरी इतिहासाच्या काळामध्ये आणि नंतरच्या काळामध्ये सुद्धा धर्मानं आणि राज्यानं अशी भूमिका निभावली आहे का, अशा पद्धतीची एक चिकित्सा करून तो बेसिकली या सगळ्या गोष्टीला बाबासाहेबाच्या धर्मांतराची चर्चा करतो. आणि मग पुढे खास करून धर्मांतराच्या नंतर की दलितांच्या जीवनामध्ये खरंच काय बदल झाला का, तर अशा पद्धतीची पण एक चर्चा तो पुढे करतो. की खास करून असं एक आर्ग्युमेंट केलं जातं की धर्मांतराच्या नंतर दलितांच्या जीवनामध्ये खूप वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं मानसिक पातळीवर बदल झाला, शिक्षणाच्या पातळीवर बदल झाला. तर या आर्ग्युमेंटला तो नीरा बुरा ज्या समाजशास्त्रज्ञ आहेत, तर त्यांचा अभ्यास पुढे करून तो असं सांगतो की नीरा बुराचा अभ्यास तसा काही सांगत नाहीये, की उलट महाराष्ट्रामध्ये दलितांमध्ये जर शिक्षणाचा मोठ्या प्रमाणात हे झाला असेल, तर बेसिकली दुसऱ्या इतर राज्यामध्ये सुद्धा जिथं लोकांनी धर्म स्वीकारलेला नाही, परंतु ज्या मोठ्या जाती आहेत, जसं उदाहरणार्थ आंध्रामधले माला जात आहे, तिथं त्यांनी काही धर्मांतर केलेलं नाही, पण शिक्षणाचं आणि चळवळीचं प्रमाण खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आहे, तर त्यांच्यामध्ये पण शिक्षणाचं प्रमाण आहे. किंवा उत्तर प्रदेशामधल्या चांभारांनी धर्म परिवर्तन केलेलं नाही, तर याचा अर्थ त्यांच्यामध्ये शिक्षणाचा प्रसार झालेला नाही का. तर म्हणून तो बाबासाहेब ज्या पद्धतीनं धर्माकडे बघत होते, तशा पद्धतीचा धर्म खरंच अस्तित्वात आला का याच्याबद्दलची तो एक चर्चा करतो आणि एक क्रिटिकल अंडरस्टँडिंग आपल्याला त्या पुस्तकामध्ये तो आपल्याला देतो धर्म आणि राज्याच्या संदर्भात. दुसरं असं तो सांगतोय की राज्य नावाची जी काही एक संकल्पना आहे, तर बेसिकली अलीकडे असं सगळं सुरू झालेलं आहे की बाबासाहेबांनी राज्य नावाच्या संकल्पनेला फार सिरियसलीच घेतलेलं नाही, असं त्याचं म्हणणं आहे. की बाबासाहेब तसे सिद्धांतकार नव्हते आणि जसं त्यांना जे ज्या त्या वेळेला चळवळीसाठी जे जे आवश्यक गोष्ट वाटेल ते करत गेले, परंतु राज्य नावाचं एक काय कॅरेक्टर असतं आणि ते या सगळ्या क्रांतीच्या प्रक्रियेमध्ये कशा पद्धतीची भूमिका एक देतं याच्याबद्दलचं आपल्याला तो काय सांगत नाही. जसं लेनिन एक क्लिअर, म्हणजे त्याच्यावरची एक टीका होऊ शकते किंवा त्याची एक चिकित्सा होऊ शकते की जसं लेनिन राज्य आणि क्रांती सांगतो, तसं बाबासाहेब राज्य नावाच्या गोष्टीच्या बद्दल एक फार क्रिटिकल चिकित्सा किंवा त्यांच्या सगळ्या विचार प्रक्रियेत नसल्यामुळं नंतरच्या काळामध्ये जी एक आंबेडकरी चळवळ आहे, ती आंबेडकरी चळवळ राज्य या यंत्रणेनं ज्या पद्धतीचं जे काही एक नॅरेटिव्ह उभा केलं, त्या नॅरेटिव्ह मध्ये कशी अलगद फसत गेली, त्याची बीज ही बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांच्या राज्य नावाच्या संकल्पनेच्या मध्ये कशी आहेत, अशा पद्धतीचं एक चिकित्सा तो आपल्याला त्या पुस्तकामध्ये तो देतो. हा दुसरा मुद्दा. आणि तिसरा सर्वात जो एक मुद्दा आहे जातीच्या संदर्भामधला, की बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर जे जातीला बघतायत आणि खास करून जातीला ते धर्मशास्त्रामध्ये शोधतायत, तर तो असं म्हणतो की खरंच की ही गोष्ट भारतामध्ये एक मान्य करायला काही अडचण नसावी की भारतीय जाती व्यवस्थेला इथल्या धर्माने एक अधिष्ठान दिलेलं आहे. ही गोष्ट खरी आहे, एक अधिष्ठान दिलेलं खरं आहे, पण केवळ एखादं टेक्स्ट कोणीतरी लिहितं आणि एक जाती व्यवस्था, कुठली तरी एक समाज व्यवस्था उभी राहते, असं जगाच्या इतिहासामध्ये कधीच घडत नाही. तर कुठलीही व्यवस्था एक सामाजिक आणि आर्थिक प्रक्रियेतून घडत जाते. ती आर्थिक आणि राजकीय परिस्थिती जातीच्या संदर्भामध्ये बाबासाहेब ज्या पद्धतीचं व्यक्त करतायत त्याच्याबद्दल पण आनंद त्या ठिकाणी डिसॅग्री करतो आणि तो एक आर्ग्युमेंट उभा करतो की जर टेक्स्ट न एखादा समाज निर्माण झाला असता, तर आंबेडकरांनी त्यांचं जे आदर्श टेक्स्ट आहे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, समता, स्वतंत्र, बंधुत्व आणि न्याय, तर हे त्यांनी निर्माण केलेलं टेक्स्ट आहे. तर मग त्यांनी निर्माण केलेल्या टेक्स्टच्या आधारे सुद्धा एक आदर्श समाज निर्माण झालेला नाही. त्याच्यामुळे टेक्स्टच्या आधारावर कुठली तरी एक समाज आणि एक माणसं उभा राहतात, अशा बद्दल पण तो बाबासाहेबांच्या संकल्पनेला एक डिसॅग्री करतो. तिसरा जो त्याचा मुद्दा आहे तो आहे खास करून कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या संदर्भामधला, आणि तो खूप एक डिबेटेबल झालेला आहे. की साधारणतः मला असं वाटतं अशोक गोपाळांनी पण त्याच्याच बद्दल एक डिसॅग्री केलेलं आहे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या बद्दल. आनंदची जी काही मतं आहेत आणि अनेक वेगवेगळे आहे, की खास करून की आनंद एक प्रकारे असं केले की जी एक बुर्जवा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनवायची होती तोच एक उद्देश होता आणि ते बुर्जवा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनवण्यासाठी आंबेडकरांचा वापर करण्यात आला आणि आंबेडकर त्याच्यामध्ये ते गेले. तर अनेक लोक असं म्हणतात की याबद्दल आनंद काय पुरावा देतो का, की ह्याच्याबद्दल की तो साधारणतः एक फेक स्टेटमेंट करतो की अशा एका सगळ्या पद्धतीचं. तर आनंद क्लिअर केलेला त्याच्यामध्ये की हो, की मी पुरावा आहे असं बोलतही नाही, पण प्रत्येक गोष्टीचा काहीतरी पुरावा असतो की त्याला एखाद्या त्या सामाजिक आणि राजकीय परिस्थितीमध्ये समजून घ्यायचा हा मुद्दा असतो, की तो त्याच्या विश्लेषणाचा मुद्दा असतो, त्या परिस्थितीच्या विश्लेषणाचा मुद्दा आहे. आणि मग तो हे सांगतो की मुळात जे पटेल आंबेडकराला कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीचं दरवाजाच काय ते व्हेंटिलेशन पण बंद करायला निघालेले होते, तेच पटेल आंबेडकराला वेलकम करतायत. जे राजगोपालचारी बाबासाहेबां आणि गांधीच्या संघर्षामध्ये बाबासाहेबांना एकदम काउंटर करतायत किंवा त्यांच्याबद्दल भूमिका घेतायत, तेच राजगोपालचारी वेलकम करतायत, नेहरू वेलकम करतायत. तर असं काय घडलं की, आणि हे सर्वात महत्वाचं, ह्यांचं आपसामध्ये पण जमत नाही. अशा वेळेला हे तीन एकत्र येऊन आंबेडकरांचं वेलकम करतायत आणि केवळ वेलकमच करत नाही, ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीचा त्यांना ड्राफ्टिंग कमिटीचं चेअरमन पण बनवतायत. तर असं घडण्यामध्ये काय कारण आहे, तर ह्या तीन लोकांना कोण सांगू शकत होतं किंवा हे तीन लोक कोणाचं ऐकू शकत होते. तर बेसिकली हे तीन लोक गांधीचंच ऐकू शकत होते आणि या तीन लोकांना सांगणारा कोण माणूस असेल तर गांधी होते. आणि म्हणून गांधी हे एक खूप लॉंग बघणारे, एक दूरदृष्टी असणारा माणूस होता. ते स्ट्रॅटेजिस्ट होते आणि त्याच स्ट्रॅटेजीच्या अंतर्गत आंबेडकराला कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीमध्ये इंटर करण्याची संधी गांधीनंच दिली. अशा पद्धतीचं एक आर्ग्युमेंट त्यांनी केलेलं आहे. पण त्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनच्या बद्दल की जे सारे मतभेदाचे मुद्दे होते की, आणि मग तो असं सांगतो की हे कसं घडलं, की जो बाबासाहेबांचा आयुष्यभराचा जो एक प्रोग्राम राहिला होता, की जो स्टेट अँड मायनॉरिटी मध्ये पण त्यांनी आला आणि जाती अंताच्या संदर्भामधला पण तो मुद्दा होता. मुद्दा असा होता की आयुष्यभर बाबासाहेब ज्या कॉजसाठी लढत होते, त्या कॉजचं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीमध्ये काय झालं. तर त्याच्यातले एक बेसिक दोन प्रश्न उभा करतो की त्यांचं जे जाती अंताचं जे स्वप्न होतं त्याच्याबद्दल काय घडलं. तर त्याच्यामध्ये त्याने एक रेफरन्स देऊन असं सांगितलं की जाती व्यवस्था जेव्हा अबॉलिशन ऑफ अनटचॅबिलिटीचा मुद्दा आला, तर त्यावेळेला बंगालचे जे प्रथमरंजन ठाकूर होते, त्यांनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीमध्ये बाबासाहेबांना प्रश्न असा केला की, बाबासाहेब, जाती व्यवस्था तशीच ठेवून तुम्ही अस्पृश्यता कशी संपवू शकता. यावेळेला त्यांना के एम मुन्शींनी विरोध केला प्रथमरंजन ठाकूरला. त्यावेळेला एसी बॅनर्जी आणि धीरेंद्रनाथ दत्त यांनी प्रथमरंजन ठाकूरची भूमिका घेऊन सांगितलं की ही आंबेडकरांचीच कशी भूमिका होती. आणि आंबेडकराला ही पण आठवण करून दिली की जेव्हा हरिजनचा पहिला अंक काढायचा होता, तेव्हा गांधींनी आंबेडकरांना शुभेच्छा संदेश देण्यासाठी सांगितलं होतं. तेव्हा खास कुत्सित स्वरामध्ये आंबेडकरांनी गांधीला असा रिप्लाय केला होता की उच्चवर्णीय सवर्ण कधी दलितांचा संदेश मान्य करत नाहीत आणि त्याच्यामुळे मला तुम्हाला संदेश द्यायचा काही हे नाहीये. परंतु त्यांनी असं सांगितलं होतं की हे करा, की गांधी अनटचॅबिलिटीच्या बद्दल बोलत होते आणि बाबासाहेब जाती अंताच्या बद्दल बोलत होते. तर तुम्ही हेच मान्य करा की या देशामध्ये जोपर्यंत जाती संपणार नाही तोपर्यंत अस्पृश्यताही संपणार नाही आणि बहिष्कृतताही संपणार नाही. हाच संदेश माझा तुम्ही छापा. आता हेच अशी भूमिका घेणारे बाबासाहेब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन असेंब्लीमध्ये मात्र की प्रथमरंजन ठाकूर असेल किंवा हे एसी बॅनर्जी असतील किंवा धीरेंद्रनाथ दत्त असतील, की हे बेसिकली जाती अंताच्या जातीला अबॉलिश केलं पाहिजे अशी भूमिका घेत असताना हे मात्र त्यांच्या भूमिकेला बगल देत आहेत किंवा तिथं शांत बसत. हा एक मुद्दा. आणि मग या सगळ्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये की, आणि दुसरी गोष्ट की त्यांचा जो आवडता मुद्दा होता की तो होता स्टेट अँड मायनॉरिटीचा मुद्दा, की जो स्टेट अँड मायनॉरिटीचा मुद्दा की तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मध्ये अजिबातच आला नाही. की जिथे बाबासाहेब असं सांगत होते की बेसिकली की काय असलं पाहिजे संविधानामध्ये स्टेट अँड मायनॉरिटीमध्ये, तर प्रमाणिक जमीन सुधारणा केल्या पाहिजेत, जातीचं उच्चाटन केलं पाहिजे, धर्म आणि राजकारण याच्यात एक फायरवॉल तयार करून एक धर्मनिरपेक्षता कशी उभा करता येईल हा एक मुद्दा होता. आर्थिक समानता प्रस्थापित करण्यासाठी एक चांगली कर प्रणाली कशी उभा करता येईल, आरोग्य आणि शिक्षणाचं सार्वत्रिकीकरण करून लोकांच्या उपजीविकेची हमी दिली पाहिजे, आणि दुसरी गोष्ट आदर्श लोकशाही निर्माण करण्यासाठी प्रमाणित प्रतिनिधित्व निवडणूक प्रणाली अशी एका वेगळ्या निवडणूक प्रणालीची पण गोष्ट अशी ते बोलत होते. परंतु या सगळ्याच मुद्द्याच्या बद्दल त्यांना आपला प्रोग्राम बाहेर काढून ठेवायला लागला आणि ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनवायला लागलं आणि म्हणून ते जे म्हणाले की मला वापरून घेतलं की मी एक हॅक होतो, तर याचा अर्थ तोच आहे की हे समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. परंतु हे सगळं करत असताना तो काही आंबेडकरांना काही कळत नव्हतं आणि मीच एकटा शहाणा आहे असा सगळा जो एक टोन जो लोक काढतायत तो तसा टोन नव्हता. तर तो बेसिकली असा म्हणतो की महापुरुषाला कसं बघितलं पाहिजे आणि तो शेवटी हेच करतो की माझं पुस्तक जे आहे ते पुस्तक केवळ एक बुकिश चर्चा करण्यासाठी नाहीये, तर मुक्तिदायी चळवळीनं आपलं वर्तन कसं केलं पाहिजे आणि मुक्तिदायी चळवळीनं आपलं वर्तन करत असताना की जे आपले आयडॉल आहेत, जे आपले आदर्श आहेत, तर ते आदर्श कसे बघितले पाहिजे, त्या आदर्शाला कसं समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून तो म्हणतोच की मुळात बाबासाहेबांनी बुद्धाला स्वीकारताना की जसं त्यांनी बुद्धाचं क्रिटिक केलं आणि बुद्धावर खूप सारं मटेरियल होतं, परंतु त्यांनी जो पारंपरिक आलेला बुद्ध जसा तो स्वीकारला नाही, तसा मी इथल्या शोषक वर्गानी, भक्त वर्गानी आणि मॅनिप्युलेट करून जो की त्याच्यातला मुक्तीचा संघर्ष बाजूला ठेवून असा जो बाबासाहेब उभा केलेला आहे, तो बाबासाहेब स्वीकारायला मी तयार नाही. आणि म्हणून मला जो बाबासाहेब आहे की मग तो असं सांगतो की बाबासाहेबांचा रिलेव्हन्स कशात आहे शेवटी, तर तो म्हणतो की आंबेडकरांनी जे केलं त्याच्याबद्दलचं कृतज्ञता आपण नक्कीच राहिलं पाहिजे. बाबासाहेबांचा रिलेव्हन्स जे केलं त्याच्यापेक्षा ते काही करू पाहत होते त्याच्यामध्ये आंबेडकराचा जास्त रिलेव्हन्स आहे आणि म्हणून त्या रिलेव्हन्सच्या कॉन्टॅक्ट मध्ये आंबेडकराला बघितलं पाहिजे आणि त्याच कॉन्टॅक्ट मध्ये घेऊन मग ते आरक्षणाची चर्चा करतात, दलित मध्यम वर्गाची चर्चा करतात. की बेसिकली आरक्षणाची पण चर्चा त्यांनी केलेली आहे की आता आरक्षणाची चर्चा खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये सुरू झालेली आहे. परंतु साधारणतः ही आरक्षणाची चर्चा ज्या डू बोईसनं डस्क ऑफ डॉन मध्ये केली आणि जे द टॅलेंटेड 10 नावाचं जे सूत्र उभा केलं होतं, तर तिथून हे सूत्र आलं. पण शेवटी डू बोईसलाच ह्या सूत्राने कसं फसवलं आणि ते कसं त्याच्याबद्दल खूप नंतर बोलले, तर हीच गोष्ट आज रिझर्वेशनच्या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्याला दिसते आहे. असा आनंद डू बोईसच्या चळवळीची आणि दलितात महाराष्ट्रातल्या आंबेडकरी चळवळीची चर्चा करताना आपल्याला तो दिसतो आहे. किंवा आता जसं सरांनी चर्चा केली दलित मिडल क्लासची चर्चा, तर तो हे सांगतोय की दलित मिडल क्लास आजचा बेसिकली कसा एक स्किझोफ्रेनिक असा शब्द त्यांनी वापरला की स्किझोफ्रेनिक अस्तित्व ठेवून, मेंटॅलिटी ठेवून कसा जो जगतोय. आणि या सगळ्याच्या प्रक्रियेमध्ये इथं एक स्टेट नावाची जी गोष्ट आहे ती कशी काम करत होती. आणि दुर्दैवानं तो ह्याही गोष्टीला असं करतो की हा जो दलितातला मधला जो एक इंटेलेक्च्युअल क्लास आहे, तो इंटेलेक्च्युअल क्लास ही नवी उदारमतवादी लोकशाही आणि नवी ही कॅपिटलिझम जे आलं त्या कॅपिटलिझम मध्ये दलितांच्या अस्तित्वाचं आणि एकूणच दलित डिस्कोर्सचं काय केलं त्याच्यातल्या छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टी समजून घ्यायला तयार नाही. आणि म्हणून तो बेसिकली या छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टी समजून आणि त्याची एक चर्चा आणि डिस्कशन आणि डिबेट तो आपल्याच्या समोर ठेवतो. बेसिकली त्याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा होऊ शकते, म्हणजे दृष्टिकोनाची चर्चा कायमच होऊ शकते, ठीक आहे, ते ओपन आहे. पण फॅक्च्युअल गोष्टीची चर्चा कधीच होऊ शकत नाही. तर त्यांनी मुळात या सगळ्या गोष्टीबद्दल आतापर्यंत त्याची चर्चा झाली, त्याच्या दृष्टिकोनाच्या बद्दल माझे पण मतभेद आपल्या सगळ्यांचे पण असू शकतात. पण त्याने जे त्याच्यातल्या ज्या फॅक्ट आणलेल्या आहेत, ज्या फॅक्च्युअल ज्या गोष्टी सांगितलेल्या आहेत, त्याला मात्र आतापर्यंत कोणीही चॅलेंज केलेलं नाही किंवा दाखवून दिलेलं नाही की ठीक आहे फॅक्च्युअल रित्या इथं काहीतरी चूक झालेली आहे. त्याचं इंटरप्रिटेशन काय असू शकतं, त्याचं विश्लेषण काय असू शकतं, याच्याबद्दलच्या बऱ्याचशा चर्चा झालेल्या आहेत आणि त्याच्याबद्दलचा डिबेट आणि डिस्कशन तर नेहमीच महाराष्ट्रामध्ये होत आलेला आहे त्याच्या सगळ्याचा. आणि म्हणून आयकोनोक्लास्ट तो जेव्हा असं बोलतो या शब्दाच्या बद्दल सुद्धा, तर बेसिकली बाबासाहेबांची आहे ती मूर्ती ती इथल्या सर्वसामान्य माणसाला जी प्रेरणा देते ती तुटते असं नाही. तर मी त्याच्याबद्दल पण एक हे केलं होतं, म्हणजे बोललो होतो की एक शेवटचं उदाहरण देतो आणि थांबतो की खरंच कसं बघायचं. हा माझ्या समोरचा पण एक प्रश्न आहे. म्हणजे तर एकदा मला म्हणजे आनंदचं पुस्तकाचं प्रकाशन झालं मुंबईमध्ये, तेव्हा मी होतो आणि मी त्याला हाच प्रश्न विचारला की आयकोनोक्लास्ट, तर त्या पुस्तकामध्ये शेवटी एक मूर्त्या दिलेल्या आहेत, खूप साऱ्या मूर्त्यांचा फोटो आणि हा सगळा समाज एका मूर्तीमध्ये कसा बंदिस्त झालेला आहे आणि अशा पद्धतीचं एक निकालात काढणारं चित्र पण आपल्याला एक वेळ आपण त्याच्यात बघू शकतो की हा सगळा मूर्तीत अडकलेला आहे. पण मला असं वाटतं की तशी फॅक्ट नाहीये. तर मी एकदा भीमा कोरेगावला एका बुक स्टॉलवर, सोगावाच्या बुक स्टॉलवर थांबलो होतो आणि एक म्हातारी बाई त्या बुक स्टॉलवर आली. तिला वाचता येत नव्हतं, पण ती असं म्हणाली की बाबा मला आंबेडकरचं पुस्तक दे. आता मला वाटलं ठीक आहे, तिला म्हातारीला कोणाला तरी वाचायचं असेल, मग मी एक लहान पुस्तक काढलं आणि दिलं. तर ती म्हणे लहान नाही बाबा, मोठं दे, मोठं. आता मला तिचा मोठ्याचा काही म्हणजे तिला इंटेलेक्च्युअलरित्या मोठं तर म्हणायचं नव्हतं, पण तिला साईज न काहीतरी असं मोठं की ज्याच्यात आंबेडकराचं खूप सारं असेल असं एक. तर मी बघत होते की काय करायचं. तर तिनं तिच्या लक्ष गेलं धनंजय कीराच्या ऑटोबायोग्राफीवर. तर मोठी आहे धनंजय कीराची. ती म्हणली बाबा ते मोठं पुस्तक दे. तर मी म्हणलं आजी ते महाग आहे. ती म्हणली तुला काय करायचंय? आणि तिनं ते मोठं पुस्तक ती म्हणाली दे. म्हणली किती आहे? मी म्हणालो 500 रुपये. तर तिनं तिच्या कमरेचे 500 रुपये कुठून तरी आलेली बाई, तिनं कमरेचे ते सगळ्या पिशवीतले पैसे मोजून मोजून काढले. तर मी म्हणालो आजी जेवढे आहेत तेवढे द्या, बाकीचे राहू द्या. तर ती बाई त्या ह्यानं असं म्हणाली की बाबाचं काम आहे पैसे कमी नको पडायला. बाबाचं काम आहे पैसे कमी नको पडायला. आणि तिने मी म्हणलं जायला तरी आहेत का तुम्हाला? ती परत मला म्हणे तुला काय करायचंय? आणि तिनं 500 रुपये बरोबर काढले आणि ते पैसे दिले. आणि मग मी शेवटचा प्रश्न विचारला, आजी हे तुम्हाला वाचता येतं का? तर ती म्हणली तुला माझ्या नातू मला वाचून दाखवेल ना. आणि तिनं नाथाला वाचवण्यासाठी एवढं मोठं पुस्तक गेलं. तर याचा अर्थ हा सगळा समाज जो आहे खालच्या ह्याच्यामधला, की तो एकदा अशा मूर्तीपूजेमध्येच अडकलेला आहे असं नाही. तो आपल्या मुक्तीचे एक वेगळे मार्ग शोधतो आहे. परंतु इथल्या सत्ताधारी वर्गानं ज्या पद्धतीचं एक उभा केलेला आहे आणि या सत्ताधारी वर्ग आणि खास करून रिझर्वेशन आणि या सगळ्या पॉलिसीमधून बेसिकली हा जो एक स्किझोफ्रेनिक दलितातला मिडल क्लास उभा राहिलेला आहे, त्या मिडल क्लासच्या बद्दलचे त्याचे काही एक आक्षेप आहे. तो ओव्हरऑल ह्या सगळ्या समूहाला, त्याच्या स्पिरिटला आणि त्याच्या भक्तीला मोडीत काढतो आहे असं अजिबात नाही. त्याचं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की फक्त ही वेळ आलेली आहे की कोणता आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहे. जाती अंत करू पाहणारे आंबेडकर निवडायचे की संविधानातून जे काही मिळालं त्याच्यावरच आपलं पुढे जाणारा आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहे, की आता जे मोदी म्हणाले की मी पण आंबेडकराचा भक्त आहे, तेच आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहे का मोदीपेक्षा वेगळे आणखी आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहेत, की जे की इथल्या गाण्यामधनं, इथल्या कवितामधनं, आणखी वेगवेगळ्या गोष्टीमधनं जे आंबेडकर येत आहेत तेच आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहेत की आणखी वेगळे आंबेडकर निवडायचे आहेत. आणि खास करून जे रेटॉरिक मधून जे आंबेडकर येत आहेत तेच आंबेडकर आपल्याला निवडायचे आहेत, की एक मुक्तिदायी आंबेडकर की जिथं ज्या बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी समता, स्वतंत्र, बंधुत्व आणि न्याय आणि सर्वात महत्वाची गोष्ट की जाती अंताची जी गोष्ट केली होती त्याचं काय, तर या रिलेव्हन्स मध्ये तो म्हणतो की मी आंबेडकराला बघतोय आणि तिथंच शोधू पाहतोय. मला असं वाटतं की या पुस्तकामध्ये आंबेडकरांच्या व्यक्तिगत जीवनाची बाकी सगळ्या गोष्टीची अशी तपशिलामध्ये त्याने अजिबात चर्चा केलेली नाही. जे तपशील थोडेसे कामाला असतील त्याच्याबद्दल बोललाय आणि तो बेसिकली त्या तपशिलाचं त्यांना आता नव्या कॉन्टॅक्टमध्ये काहीतरी विश्लेषण केलेलं आहे, काही नवं मांडू त्याने पाहिलेलं आहे, त्याच्याबद्दलची चर्चा होऊ शकते, दृष्टिकोनाच्या बद्दलची चर्चा. परंतु त्याने जे फॅक्च्युअल हे आणलेलं आहे त्याच्यामधली खूप मेहनत केलेली आपण त्याच्या बिब्लिओग्राफीमध्ये आपण बघू शकतो. धन्यवाद.
Yes, sir.
You should also speak about his objections to Ambedkar.
Yeah. Basically, I'm focusing on that point only. Yeah. Thank you so much. Jai Bhim to all. My name is Ram Ratan, and I'm not a student of sociology, political science. Rather, I come from a very different background. That's law. We all have a very different understanding when it comes to law. We all believe in certain what you call it, express, provisions. And we study law in a very concrete sort of a form. My friend Keshav, right, he actually spoke a lot about particularly the, I would say, critical side of, the nature of the Constitution. And so I'll try, to argue on certain points, particularly from a constitutional perspective here. But the book, which I was told to review, biography here is of Shashi Tharoor, Ambedkar, A Life. And I think, when I was told to suggest a topic for it, I told my friend that, I'll go with many lives of Ambedkar and taking lessons, from his life and legacy. The two words, which you find in the title, life and legacy, that I've basically borrowed from his content. So if you look at the book, Shashi Tharoor's book, it is divided into two parts. One is life, that is part one. and the other one is legacy. So, the moment you look at the content, right, first thing that you have is, okay, fine. With respect to life, we know there are so many biographies that exist, right? So if you look at, the Marathi biographies, everything has been captured, especially on the life of, Babasaheb. There could be few things, which might need, which require some, new things. But when it comes to the second part, legacy, I think that is something, which is very crucial. And I'll try to, avoid the life part of it because, it will be slightly a repetition because it's basically a journey of Babasaheb from a child, his experiences with untouchability as a student, right? His life, in basically higher educational institutions, how basically his scholarship, his thesis, all those things are covered in his book. Okay. And so I'll not, focus on that point. Let us take a look at the legacy of it. Whatever Babasaheb's struggle was there, right? What has, remained, right? To what extent we see, particularly in the social, system. So before going to that point, I think there are three caveats, which Shashi Tharoor mentions in his book. And I think I take that from, basically he's mentioning that in a note from the author. And he says that, there are three limitations to my study. First, he says with respect to sources, I might forget few sources here and there. So please, spare me, from particularly the criticism. The second one is it's about, Dalit, the use of the term Dalit, right? So he's saying that, Babasaheb used untouchable, right? And, particularly in the later time, or in the contemporary time, we'll use more Dalit as a word. So he basically explains, what exactly this term mean. Beside these two things, I think, the last caveat which is there, I think we need to have attention towards it. And I think in the first session, Professor Ramesh sir, he reflected on it. And he talks about experience, right? He says that I'm not a Dalit, right? My experiences, they are not, particularly of the Dalit here. In spite of that, I'm basically writing a short biography of Babasaheb Ambedkar. And basically my experiences are not there. So, there might be a criticism which might come. So he says that in spite of that understanding, he says that I will try to objectify, Babasaheb, in the context of the resources, basically the primary or secondary resources which were there. He was saying that I'll justify, particularly with respect to those resources, right? In spite of the fact, I don't have an experience, right? So that is one limitation he has. And from there, he moves into the life of the Ambedkar. As I said, I'll be more focusing on the legacy. So I'll refer here a chapter, I won't say, but, on page number 175, he says that he basically identifies 4 flaws in Ambedkar. Okay. And we'll try to, understand those 4 flaws. Okay. The first flaw, which he talks about is that he did not reflected the experiences or the sufferings of scheduled tribes. That's the first thing. Okay. So he says that, he basically takes out, one of his speech, which he delivered on 6th May 1945. Right. And basically with reference to scheduled tribe, and he says that particularly it was on the proportionate representation. And, as there is a paucity of time, I quickly, try to summarize it. He was basically trying to make a point with respect to political opportunities to the scheduled tribes, right? And he said that, that the political sense of the scheduled tribe is not in a particularly advanced, stage where, so therefore, he basically negated the compatibility, right, of the scheduled tribes. So he was saying that he slightly undermined the cause of the scheduled tribe, Okay, so that's one, point which he addresses, and then he takes that point, Shashi Tharoor, he takes that point, and he basically says that Gandhi also at some point of time, he said similar thing to the untouchables, but then Ambedkar, he replied it, countered it, giving, certain, what you call it, a criticism he basically made of Gandhi. But can that same criticism applies to Ambedkar? Right. So that is one point. The second criticism, which is with reference to basically he uses a word here, quasi-Manichaean, right? And where he says that Ambedkar, the language which Ambedkar used, especially in criticizing Hindus, it should have been little watered down, right? So he was very furious in terms of attacking basically the Hindu system, right? That's the second point. The third one it was about Gandhi, and he said that and and I think this is a very old sort of an argument, but he was saying that Gandhi consistently tried to have a kind of a moderate sort of thing with Ambedkar. He tried to compromise with Ambedkar, but Ambedkar he did not. I mean, basically his criticism was of a very what you call it. I shouldn't use this word, but it was not. It was very with full of high criticism, right? And basically there he points out BBC interview which Ambedkar gave in 1955, and then important statements from that interview has been highlighted in this book, where Ambedkar says that I have seen the real fangs in Gandhi, right? So he was saying that that was not required. That's the third criticism. The fourth one, with respect to, and Keshav, he was referring to state. Now, here comes, Shashi Tharoor, and he says that Ambedkar was, favoring or relying more on the state. Right. So he uses the word statism. He says that Ambedkar was more in favor of statism. What he basically tries to make us understand that he felt that with the inclusion or with the emergence of state, the injustice which has been, imposed on the untouchables or on the other caste, especially the caste discrimination, right? That can be taken away with the emergence of state. So he was basically saying that this is you cannot fully rely on the idea of state. That's the approach of Shashi Tharoor. Okay. So these are the four criticisms here. As my scholarship belongs to constitutional law, so I'll speak on the state, right? I mean, it's always good, where you have comfortability, particularly in terms of your scholarship, you should speak on. So I do teach constitution while writing my thesis at Jawaharlal Nehru University. I had worked on constitutionalism, right? So I had taken a lot of comparative constitutionalism, right? And in that comparative constitutionalism, we also have a subject called legal theory or jurisprudence. So like theories we have in sociology and political science. So in law also there are certain theories. And if you look at those theories, those constitutional thing, if you look at Babasaheb's writings, I think there are two things he is trying to address. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I think one of the major objective of his writing is the cultivation of mind. Right. He's trying, especially if you look at his journey, he's trying to portray before the people consistently, telling the people that you need to cultivate mind. Why? Because the problems that we have in the Indian social system, particularly the caste system, right? That caste system, it basically there is an indignified treatment. There is no dignity, right? And in order to get away with that dignity, we need to have an alternative system. And that alternative system, if we wish to have, then we need to have some element, some force, some authority. And that authority, particularly in the modern times, it was through law. So I see law as an instrument to bring social transformation. So in jurisprudence, we have Roscoe Pound, which spoke at length on law as a tool of social transformation, right? So he's basically using that tool of law. Definitely, we understand this point that the nature of law also depends on what values it cherishes. So if I have a very authoritarian, sort of values, or if we have authoritarian values, and if law is framed basically on those values, so definitely the outcome will also be very, very indignified, sort of a way. So he was saying that we need to have, if we wish to have a dignified, values, so the law has to be construed in such way. So we find that as a member, as a chairman of the drafting committee, what Ambedkar is doing, he's trying to identify a constitution. Basically, Granville Austin, who is the author on constitutional law, he says that what is the success of Constituent Assembly is that it could identify different contesting, aspirations, and India could mold it. So there is a compromise which we see, right? And that compromises, especially in the deliberations, they came from different quarters. And I think, when Ambedkar said that, what my friend said, hack, he uses that word, right? Saying that, I was told to, I was briefed. He used this word brief. So I was briefed. And so therefore, I fulfilled that particular task. But then, if you look at the fundamental principles of constitutional law, especially in the advanced legal system, we find that he was not away from those, ideal conceptions of constitutional law. He was consistently placing that the constitution has to be workable. He used this term, and I'm focusing more on that point because author also discusses about the role of Ambedkar in terms of constitution, and that word workable, has not been addressed here. What basically it has got a huge significance. Workable, you may have very ideal constitution, but it may not be a workable. So I think, and this is, my understanding comes here, that the idea of a constitution has to be seen with the idea of workability, and the way in which, the parliamentary system was fixed, particularly in terms of parliamentary arrangement, where we went for, accountable government, then giving stability to the government. So I think that was one of the major, achievement. And also it was a scholarship of Ambedkar, which could look that perspective of the constitution, that constitution has to be workable. That's one thing. The next important point here, a constitution, which is merely a legal text, it has to have certain values. And there he spoke about constitutional morality. So the element of moral, if you look at 1940s, especially 48, we find that there was a huge debate, especially in jurisprudence. We have a debate between law and morality. So there are scholars, such as H.L.A. Hart and Ronald Dawkins. They had a huge debate saying that should law encompass morality, or should natural law supersede the law made by the humans, right? So that, yeah, time is over. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. So, my point here is basically the flaws which were identified by Shashi Tharoor. I mean, definitely it has to be seen in the context of those political dimensions which were there, right? Especially on the larger, in the larger frame, right? I'll end up with this. He also, and there is an extensive discussion on this, nation and nationalism. Right. And I think, when we talk about constitution, I think the ideas of that aspirations, he tried to, assimilate those ideas. Thank you so much.
Keep that note there.
Which one?
Small note. We'll read it.
But he has yet, come up
Thank you. Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Symbiosis International University, and Professor Ajay Chaudhary for inviting me and having a discussion on a topic which has gained some traction in the last couple of years. Ambedkar's biography. Before that, I have to give two disclaimers. One is that my presentation is not going to be as passionate as Keshav's was, and I am not looking at one particular book like the way Ram Ratan did. So yeah, so that's one thing. The second thing is I'm always whenever I present or whenever I'm thinking about anti-caste histories of anti-caste movements, I am also, in fact, I also want to position myself as an academic who is teaching in a university outside Maharashtra, and it is, in fact, it might be, I might be taking this for granted, but I think generally the ambience outside Maharashtra, and especially in the places which are not as politicized as let's say North India or Delhi is, or for that matter Maharashtra is. In fact, I teach in a university which is generally a medical university, and uh, our department is one of the one of the most negligible, the places which doesn't actually have much, prominence. Maybe there are some very important scholars that were associated with it earlier. Sundar Sarukai was one of them, but otherwise, generally, we are, in fact, a place which is, in fact, catering to people who are also interested in pursuing or trying to pursue their academics, their academic career, and therefore in this context it also becomes very important for me, pertinent for me, that how do we understand anti-caste movement? Can we understand anti-caste movement only through certain rhetorical template, or should we also make some engagement? And I think to some extent, that is the struggle that we often have to do, and that is the struggle that generally Ambedkarite scholarship has been doing for a while. So yeah, so I'm a historian, I must tell you, and I have also worked on Ambedkar's writings and his newspapers. So the title of this essay today, the presentation that I am giving, is Ambedkar Reimagined: New Biographies and New Questions. Before we turn to what is reimagination, I want to, in fact, we must understand what the very act of imagination. What is biography? And biography generally, as I'm sure there has been a lot of discussion, and you have some idea of biography, but I thought like I'll start with some basics at least for my convenience. So biography is a sustained interpretive narrative about a real life composed by another person, and it seeks to stitch together different sources like newspaper sources, oral testimonies, documents, letters, and there is a certain narrative that is provided to it. There are three features of prominent features, or chief features of biography one has to keep in mind. One is the narrative construction. So the job of a biographer is to arrange events into a readable arc, formation, turning points, achievements, and legacies. The second feature is interpretive labor. So that is where, in fact, a lot of people, in fact, have some issues there. But it is the biographer's responsibility to select certain events, certain texts, emphasize on it, and also, in fact, work on the causal claims. And that is what that is what we call biographer's craft. And the third function, obviously, a public function, that biographies circulate beyond specialists. And that's why, in fact, biography is something that is read by, and Keshav has just mentioned about the lady who wanted to buy a biography of Ambedkar. So biography basically circulate beyond specialists. It's not an academic, it is not just an academic work, but it is, in fact, it also helps to shape public memory, pedagogy, and political repertoire. So at its core, biography is always an argument as much as it is a story. It's an attempt to capture a life, to fix its meaning,
for posterity. So in doing so, it reveals as much about biographers' time as it does as the subjects. So this is the point that I think we must stress on. Biographers are obviously the products of time, and they are also conversing with the present. So biographers, although they are speaking about the subject who has passed away long time ago, but they are also trying to construct a narrative which would in fact connect with the present. So how does this genre function in relation to figure like Ambedkar? When the subject is larger than life, a biography performs two contradictory functions at once. So biography, in fact, here, it also seeks to canonize and also it demystifies. So it canonizes by supplying ready images, episodes, and quotations that public culture and movements adopt. And on the other hand, it also seeks to demystify when scholarship presses, scholarships, archives, contexts and contradictions are also invoked into the narrative. So the stakes in Ambedkar's case are high because he's both a political icon and a complex intellectual, a constitutionalist, an economist, a mass organizer, and a cultural religious reformer. Biography, therefore, as a genre, must therefore, they have to, look into, or they have to balance reverence with critique, narrative readability, and methodological transparency. So this biographical act in this case becomes intensely political when subject is figure like Ambedkar, as I've said. For decades, writing about Ambedkar was not merely an academic exercise. It was also a battleground for historical recognition and political legitimacy. So there are certain early canons of writers like Tangdev Khairmode, Shankarao Kharat, B.C. Kamble, Vasant Moon, and obviously we also have Dhananjay Keer. So these biographies were instrumental in creating public narrative that could be used in Ambedkarite politics. So these texts did more than narrate a life. They provide templates of heroism, episode, for commemoration, and moral exemplars that Dalit movements could mobilize. However, despite their circulation in Marathi, Ambedkar wasn't legible to diverse public as he is today. So, there has been a reason, there a lot has been said, but in fact, as a historian, as someone who also is interested in historiography, in fact, one could also see a very palpable trajectory of Ambedkar's position in historiography. So there is a conspiracy of silence and on part of mainstream historiography. Yet it is important. It is in fact important to remember an uncomfortable contrast. On one hand, we have the biographers right from 1950s onwards writing about Ambedkar and his life and works. On the other hand, what we see is that there is a measure of reticence about Ambedkar. This is not only a story of emission, but it is also a politics of historical attention. So we have, say, for instance, we have many biographies coming in the 1950s and 60s of larger than life figures like Nehru, S. Gopal's work on Nehru, or B.R. Nanda's work on Mahatma Gandhi. We have T.V. Parvate and Dhananjay Keer writing about Tilak. But Ambedkar was generally in such narratives a marginal figure. And generally in academic accounts also, he was generally understood as someone who was basically associated with constitution as a technical architect. So the reduction to the image of the architect made Ambedkar seem to many scholars a constitutional technician rather than a political thinker, whose critique of caste capitalism and state power should not be engaged with. So it is in this context one must also understand, because we keep on referring to bhakti cult, or referring to the rise of historiography that was very uncritical to Ambedkar. So it was in this response, the hagiography as was the only response, I would say, to this silence that was very conspicuous from 1940s 50s onwards. So we have fierce hagiographers that emerged in this period, and in this vacuum of powerful strand of writings, a powerful strand of writings emerged, and most of them emerged in Marathi. These were not just biographers; they were also intellectual, in fact, who were also trying to position themselves in a certain politics. So they fiercely advocated for Ambedkar's central position in the making of modern India. Marathi biographers and scholars sought to address several linked problems: Ambedkar's participation in nationalist discourse, his campaigns against caste and untouchability, and how a leader from an excluded community became a national leader, national actor. These vernacular or these Marathi biographies were not mere devotional texts. They were political interventions, corrective writings aimed at reclaiming a place for Ambedkar in histories that had been sidelined him. They sought to supply the archival narrative and moral resource that mainstream scholarship had withheld. Professor Kamble had, in fact, in the morning mentioned about how these biographies were used to fashion the next generation, and Ambedkar through these biographies also became a model. And Ambedkarite politics also, we have many problems, many issues here, but at least to some extent, that narrative of Ambedkarite politics was provided, and it became a certain template, at least for people to think and imagine about Ambedkarite politics. So it was only after 1990s, and obviously before 1990s, there were some attempts, as Professor Bagade has also, in fact, mentioned about Marx, Phule, Ambedkar, the current in the 1960s and 70s. But it was only after 1990s Ambedkar's biography, Ambedkar as a figure also was taken up seriously, and by academics. I'm talking about academics. So. It was only after 1990s new questions also begin to emerge. And therefore, in fact, the point that I want to make here is that before I turn to the next phase, that it was till 1990s, from 1950s to 1990s, the questions that were asked by the biographers, and we have many problems with those biographers, but the questions that were asked were questions that in fact were seeking to address the apprehensions that nationalist historiography has tried to pose, whether like Ambedkar was a collaborationist he had a collaboration with colonialism, or he was someone who was very who was anti worker or anti, all those questions were basically there was an attempt to seek a redressal through these biographies. So it was only after 1990s one could also see a certain palpable shift, but again, like it didn't actually happen in 1990s. The impact of the 1990s was so much that the real change, in fact, what we see today is in fact begin to happen only in the decade of the 2010s. And it was only after that the field of biography, Ambedkar's biography, changed in two ways. One is that you have like many more scholars with an outside Dalit studies begin to engage Ambedkar's writings and life as a rigorous inquiry. And second, there were new questions that began to emerge. Was Ambedkar a nationalist? Was not a question now. That in fact, that earlier biographers had to deal with, had to wrestle with. So there was this new wave of scholarship that in fact we can in fact also call, like from 2020 onwards, till 2025. This is in fact, one can say we are in the midst of a golden age of Ambedkar biography. We have set of some formidable texts like Anand Teltumde's Iconoclast, or we have Akash Singh Rathor's Becoming Babasaheb. We have Scott Stroud's The Evolution of Pragmatism in India, or Christopher Jaffer Lord and William Gowell's Ambedkar in London, and obviously Ashok Gopal's monumental work Apart. These works, in fact, attempt to change the narrative from apologia to detailed account. We no longer find an apologetic defense proving Ambedkar as a staunch nationalist. The new scholarship is confident, delving into incredible details. These recent biographies are methodologically diverse. Some are archival synthesis, long like Gopal's. Some are reflective critical biographies, Iconoclast, for example. Some are intellectual histories that situate Ambedkar in transnational circuit. We have Scott Stroud and Ambedkar in London. So there were two notable shifts that we see, and which I have already mentioned, but still I'll mention that, what we see. One is that no more apologetic defense that we see, and the second is that greater empirical granularity. We know the courses that Ambedkar took as a student in United States and Britain, the friendships he kept, the journals he edited, and specific organizational tactics that he deployed. All these, in fact, details are now available for us to know. So as recently as the early 2000s, we have like scholars like Ramchandra Guha, for example. In fact, I remember like the article that he wrote some 22 years ago, and he was in fact not sure. I'm not sure which article that is, but I think it was an opinion piece, and where he said that he was not sure whether Ambedkar was the founder of Independent Labour Party, something on those lines. So in fact, those were the basic details also were missing. And at least, what we see after 2010s is a new wave of Ambedkar scholarship, wherein we have, newer details coming in. But there are some problems, new problems that has emerged. Some of this are, in fact, part of associated with new scholarship. So the first, in fact, problem that I want to pose, and again, like, as I've said, that my presentation is not a very passionate presentation, but this might, in fact, be a little provocative point to make. But I think most of the biographers, although, as I've said, that, they are very emphatic in detailing things, but to some extent, one can also see that there is in fact, there is an invocation of Dalit masses as infantile masses. Like, particularly that comes in Anand Teltumde's work. Anand Teltumde, in fact, he explicitly blames the Dalit masses for creating bhakti cult. And obviously, there are others who didn't, in fact, engage with this question very explicitly. But maybe I'm wrong, but I also got an impression that, there was an attempt also to pose Ambedkar vis-a-vis the Dalit masses, to basically, to measure Ambedkar. Look at Ambedkar and look at yourself, and you have done nothing in your life. Look at him. So so it, in fact, also, I thought it also reinforces old prejudice. There is a tendency to pose Ambedkar's life and work. Sorry? Yeah. What? Yeah. So there is. Yeah. So should I stop or should I end? Or? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm done. Like in 5 minutes. Yeah. So there is a tendency to pose Ambedkar's life and work against Dalit masses, who are often portrayed as having failed him, as being directionless or creating a blind bhakti cult. This, as I have argued elsewhere also, overlooks the immense agency and the complex role played by Ambedkarite masses, particularly the Buddhist converts in Maharashtra from 1960s to 1990s, in keeping his legacy alive and in incredibly, keeping this legacy alive in a situation which was incredibly hostile. Secondly, we see this, the new biographies. Also, there is a certain critical treatment to early biographers, and I must, in fact, I think, for an example, We have Akash Singh Rathor's work, Becoming Babasaheb, where he, in fact, starts with many statements about Khair Mode, for example. And Khair Mode, he, in fact, he's basically trying to point out at the factual mistakes that Khair Mode did. But I was, in fact, I was unable to understand, like, even if the mistakes that he did, that he committed, what was the significance of, pointing it out? I can still understand, as like Anand Teltumde has also, in fact, made certain, remarks on Khair Mode. And in fact, it was, like, frankly speaking, I was also not aware of Khair Mode's association with Hindu Mahasabha, Jansangh in 1962. But in fact, if one looks at it, if one looks at the Ambedkar biography, all the volumes that he wrote, one can also see that, like, at least, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one doesn't, in fact, see any element of that Hindutva that is that is generally associated with the discourse, that is generally associated with with that line of thought. So there is this, this criticism about early Khair Mode, early biographers, I think, which is like out of place, and this labeling doesn't actually work, and it converts historiographical disagreements into political vilifications. And it is, I think, it's also anachronistic and dismissive of this of the foundational role of the biographers. So there are these, unanswered questions that are also sorry, the biographers have to, in fact, look into. And although I don't have any although I have reviewed Ashok Gopal's work in India Forum, and in fact I was trying to search if there is any problem in his work, but I was not able to do it. So his work is certainly an important addition, but also at the same time, there are, in fact, certain questions that are not answered by historians. And I think, as far as Ashok Gopal is concerned, I think Ashok Gopal did speak about early Dalit politics of the 1920s and 1930s. And he, in fact, also tries to, document the movement that emerged from that decade onwards. But I thought there was no attempt to actually look into or there was no attempt to closely understand why and how this early Dalit politics emerged. Like, obviously, I think why, say, for example, a person like his name is Solapur Aidare. Yeah. So why did he come, and why he, in fact, why did he join in 1920? Why do we have Shiv Tarkar, becoming a close associate of Ambedkar? And there is something, I think, that is missing. I'm not saying that it is this makes the biography an incomplete work, but I think, if these questions were taken up, like, how did the anti-caste politics actually emerge in the 1920s? Like, why these young people were coming, and why they were actually driving, like Vitthal Ramji Shinde, for example, driving Vitthal Ramji Shinde away from the public sphere. We have, like, Shivram Danba Kamble also becoming a more of an non-entity. So I think that, in fact, that phenomena is still, under study. So there is this intricate relationship. The other point, the intricate relationship between colonialism and the reshaping of caste is also not generally understood. It's only, I think, Ashok Gopal who, in fact, has a chapter, if I'm not wrong, that deals with this question. Otherwise, we don't have much of yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. No. So. No, I've read it, and I will finish in 2 minutes now. So yeah. So yeah. So yeah, as far as colonialism and caste is concerned, I think this is the question that, like, as a historian, as someone who teaches history and teaches history of caste, history of social movement, history of modern India, this is a question that I think I always have to address. I have to answer. I have to answer if students ask. So what is the relationship between colonialism and caste? I think most biographers generally, apart from Ashok Gopal, generally doesn't in fact address those questions. Keshava, in fact, had already told about Ambedkar's Ambedkar's position vis-a-vis state, but in his work also, in Teltumre's work also, I think we don't find much of discussion on colonialism, colonial state, and um, and 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 um, and caste politics. So there are in fact there are certain questions that I think have emerged, and like, what is the relationship between caste and religion? Uh, how do we understand how do we understand Ambedkar as a political figure? Because maybe Ambedkar has made some statements in 1930s and 1940s. Can we just just take those statements and just argue that this is what Ambedkar stood for? I think those are the things that I think now the next wave or next set of biographers will have to deal with. And I think, and I'll read this now, the conclusion. So where does this leave us? The new biographers have undoubtedly reimagined Ambedkar. They have given us a more complex, human, and intellectually formidable figure. They have freed him from necessity of nationalist apology and equipped us with empirical details. However, we should keep this in mind, that relationship between Ambedkar's biography and social movement he inspired is dialectical, not oppositional. Understanding Ambedkar requires seeing how his life and ideas intertwined with the communities and movements that drew inspiration from him. How we tell Ambedkar's life story continues to shape contemporary debates about democracy, social justice, and the future of Dalit politics. The biography is not only a historical account, but an ongoing site of political contestation. And last, the reimagining Ambedkar is never complete. It is an evolving process, requiring balanced vigilance between both uncritical hero worship and detached academic skepticism, ensuring each generation finds new significances in his life and legacy. Thank you.
Right, do we have some time for 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. No, very short, very short. Yeah, and at least I will let them pose questions, which could be taken up later. Sure.
ते तुम्ही महाडचं जेव्हा वर्णन करा त्यावेळेस ते म्हणतायत की महाडमध्ये जेव्हा दलितांवरती न्याय होतो त्यांच्यावरती हमला होतो ते रिटॅलिएशनची गोष्ट करतात की जर दलितांनी आंबेडकरांनी हो म्हटलं असतं दलितांनी रिटॅलिएशन केलं असतं तर इतिहासातला प्रवास बदलला असता. परंतु अशोक गोपाल सुद्धा ते रेफरन्सेस दिलेले आहेत वेस्टूर भागमध्ये की जेव्हा तिथले सगळे दलित पहा जेव्हा गावाकडे परत जातात तेव्हा अॅट्रॉसिटीज घडतात आणि अॅट्रॉसिटीज घडून त्या सर्व दलितांना जे पार्टिसिपेट करतात महाड सत्याग्रहामध्ये त्यांच्यावरती अन्याय अत्याचार होतात. तर आनंद तेलतुंबडेचं हे 2025 मध्ये उभं राहून त्या 1927च्या काळामध्ये की त्यांनी रिटायरिएशन कसं करायला पाहिजे होतं हे रियालिटीला धरून हिस्टॉरिकल स्टेटमेंट वाटतं का? तर म्हणता की बाबासाहेबांनी जे म्हटलं धर्मांतराच्या संदर्भात केलं आणि त्याच्यानंतरचं जे त्यांच्या फॉलोअर्सचं वर्तणूक आहे त्या वर्तणुकाच्या आधारावरती बाबासाहेबांचं बुद्धिगमच्या अनुषंगाचं जे फिलॉसॉफिकल पोझिशन आहे त्याला आपण क्वेश्चन मार्क करू शकू का? कारण जर तसं करत असू तर मग मार्क्स पासून सगळ्यांनाच आपल्याला कधीकधी उभं करावं लागेल त्यांच्या फॉलोअर्सच्या वर्तणुकीच्या. तिसरा मुद्दा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आणि अॅनिलेशन ऑफ कास्टचा संदर्भ बाबासाहेबांनी तसा जोडलेला नाही, परंतु मोस्टली रायटिंग्स मध्ये आणि क्रिटिक्स मध्ये शरद पाटलांपासून बऱ्याच लोकांना हे क्रिटिक केलं जातं की आंबेडकरांनी हा काहीतरी डायव्हर्ट केलेला आहे. आंबेडकरांनी कसं कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आणि त्याच्यातून कास्ट अॅनिलेशन असं पाहिलं नाही. प्रबोधन करता शेवटची प्रश्न की जे नॅरेटिव्ह घडतंय आणि तुमच्या बायोग्राफीच्या सुरुवातीच्या काळातलं सांगितलं तर जे मासेसचं नॅरेटिव्ह उभं राहतं ते बायोग्राफीच्या माध्यमातून उभं राहतं का दुसरं जे कल्चर आंबेडकरी चळवळीमध्ये जलस्यांचं व्हिज्युअल कल्चर आणि इतर जे कल्चर राहिलेलं आहे त्यांनी फॉर्म केलेलं आहे, जे नॉन अकॅडमिक रायटिंग्स राहिलेले आहेत त्यांनी जास्त अधिक प्रभावित केलेलं आहे की अकॅडमिक रायटिंग कीर आणि एरमोडिंगचं केलेलं आहे मासेस मध्ये? I'm very happy to attend this very
contextualized seminar. It was what I want to know from Hyderabad that at first place, what's wrong with having a iPhone? It's a very fundamental question. The second one is what is Anand's blueprint? Three things to the Wagmani that Anand wants us to see more things into more things. I think I'm audible. More things into his. I'm getting reminded of Max Spencer, her very famous article, representation, and not much more. At the same time that we don't have that kind of fight. And honestly, and we still have one way. I know
संतोषचा जो प्रश्न आहे की रिटॅलिएशनचा जो मुद्दा आहे, मी जरा त्याच्या सैद्धांतिक उत्तराकडे म्हणजे आनंदच्या नंतर जातो. फक्त अगोदर माझा एक्सपिरियन्स शेअर करतो रिटॅलिएशनच्या संदर्भामधला, म्हणजे कदाचित ते क्लिअर व्हायला मदत होईल. मराठवाड्यामध्ये जेव्हा दंगली झाल्या तर मराठवाड्यामध्ये रिटॅलिएशन करण्याला दोन ग्रुप होते. बगाडे सर त्यांना नीटपणे ओळखतात. एक होता दलित युवक आघाडी आणि दलित पॅन्थर. असे दोन होते की दलित पॅन्थर बेसिकली असं रिटॅलिएशन करत होते की ऍज पर जसं ते करतायत तसंच करतायत, आणि दलित युवक आघाडी अशी होती की साधारणतः सामोपचारानं मार्गाने केलं पाहिजे, मिटवून घेतलं पाहिजे, समाजवादी अशी सगळी मंडळी होती. मी याचा एक अभ्यास केला आहे की मी साधारणतः जिथे जिथे दलित अॅट्रॉसिटी झाली तिथे 30 वर्षानंतर मी गेलो आहे आणि तिथं काय बदललं असं मी बघितलेलं आहे. तर जिथे जिथे रिटालेशन झालेलं आहे तिथं तिथं दलित आणि सवर्णातले संबंध हे बराबरीचे संबंध आहेत. मी गावाचे नावं सांगू शकतो त्या गावातले. म्हणजे अनेक महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तक्रार दलित करतात की आम्हाला सवर्ण मारहाण करतात, पण बीड जिल्ह्यामध्ये असे 2-3 गावं आहेत की जिथे सवर्ण तक्रार करतात की दलित आम्हाला मारतात, असे ते तक्रार करतात. म्हणजे मसाजोग नावाचं गाव आहे, आता जे संतोष देशमुखांची हत्या झाली, विडा नावाचं गाव आहे किंवा सादोळा नावाचं गाव. तर मी असं का बघितलं, तर जेव्हा रिटालेशन होतं तेव्हा समोरच्याला कळतं बरोबर की अरे तिकडून पण तसंच येणार आहे. आनंदचा जे एक आर्ग्युमेंट आहे ह्याच्यामध्ये की जेव्हा त्यांनी अशा पद्धतीचा हल्ला केला गेला तेव्हा त्याला रिटालेट न केल्यामुळे, रिटालेट 2 गोष्टीमुळे केलं गेलं नाही की एक तर ते परत आपल्यावर प्रतिहल्ला करतील, पण जेव्हा रिटालेशन टाळलं गेलं तेव्हा ही प्रतिहल्ले चालूच राहिले. कदाचित रिटालेशन केलं गेलं असतं तर ते हल्ले थांबले असते आणि त्याला तो पुढे खास करून महाडच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये तो असं म्हणतो की जेव्हा एखादा आजार येतो तर तेव्हा आजाराचं ताबडतोबीचं अँटीबायोटिक काय असतं. तर तुम्हाला ताप कशाने येतो, तो कशाचा ताप आहे हे तुमच्या डायग्नोसिसचा नंतरचा भाग आहे, पण तुम्हाला जर ताबडतोब तिकडून जर येत असेल, तुम्हाला ते थांबवायचं असेल तर जेव्हा जेव्हा रिटालेट होतो आणि मग तो थोडासा आयंकालीच्या संघर्षाला पण हे करण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. म्हणजे मी आनंदचं उत्तर सांगतोय, हा माझा अनुभव सांगितला. माझा अनुभव हा आहे की कदाचित तो मर्यादित असेल मराठवाड्यापुरता, पण जिथे जिथे रिटालेट केलेलं आहे तिथे तिथे आता बराबरीचे संबंध किमान त्यांच्यामध्ये म्हणजे हे करण्याचे, एकमेकाला वागवण्याचे, म्हणजे सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक बराबरी आली असं नाही म्हणत, पण एकमेकाच्या बरोबर व्यवहाराचे जे संबंध आहेत ते बरोबरीच्या पातळीवर आले. तिथं परत पुन्हा असं कॉन्फ्लिक्ट झालेलं नाही.
वर्षाच्या वरती एक वर्षाच्या वरती संपूर्ण गावाला बहिष्कार, मधून गाव जातो आणि त्या गावाच्या रिटायरेशनची शिक्षा त्या एका गावाला नाही होत, तर अवधी मुख्य 100-50 गावांना त्याची शिक्षा दिली जाते. एक तरी जर रिटेलिएट करत असेल तर ती युनिव्हर्सल पनिशमेंट देतात.
हो,
त्या काळातल्या सोशल पॉलिटिकल कंडिशन होती त्यावेळेस जिनोसाइड होण्याची शक्यता आहे.
पण त्याच्या अगोदर आयंकालीनं त्रावणकोरमध्ये रिटालेट केलंच आहे ना. हा, आणि नंतरचं जर सगळं बघितलं तर बाबासाहेब बेसिकली त्या सगळ्या जनता आणि ह्याच्यामध्ये रिटालिएटच्याच गोष्टी बोलताच आहेत ना, की ह्यांना पुण्यामधले कोणते कलाकार, हा भोपटकर, त्यांना सांगतात ना की तुम्ही आमच्या पाठी शिकले तर आम्ही तुमचे डोके फोडू. म्हणजे या सगळ्या गोष्टी रिटालिएटच्या गोष्टी ते नंतरच्या काळामध्ये बोलतच आहेत. हा एक भाग. दुसरा, तू जसं म्हणालास की मार्क्स आणि म्हणजे फॉलोअरच्या या सगळ्या याच्यावरनं, हे बरोबर आहे की फॉलोअर, पण बेसिकली एक सिद्धांताच्या पातळीवर जर आपण समजून घेतलं तर अधिक चुका कोणाकडनं होत आहेत की मुळात सिद्धांतामधल्या जर चुका असतील तर मग आता आंबेडकरांचे जे वेगवेगळे अर्थ लावले जातात ते आणि मार्क्सिझमचे जे वेगवेगळे अर्थ लावले जातात त्याचे उद्देश एकच आहेत का, हे आपण जरा नीटपणे बघितलं पाहिजे. मुळात आंबेडकरवाद्यांनी आंबेडकराचा अर्थ लावताना स्वतःच्या सोयी बघितलेल्या आहेत खूप जास्त, की जे आता बघतो की वेगवेगळे मंडळ खाली काय होतंय ती. मार्क्सवाद्यामध्ये जो काही सगळा भाग आहे तो बेसिकली मार्क्सच्या सिद्धांताच्या बद्दलचा आहे आणि म्हणून एक सिद्धांताच्या पातळीवर नीटपणे आपण कॉन्क्रीटपणा न आणल्यामुळे काही प्रॉब्लेम तयार झालेत याच्याबद्दल तो बोलतो आहे.
त्याची कारण मात्र ती आहे. त्याची कारण ही आहेत की तिथल्या ज्या पद्धतीत आहेत मी पाहिजे कोणासाठी त्याला पहिल्या जाईल
प्रसादोत्तर जे आहे ते मातृत्वामध्ये तरुणी आहेत ते शिक्षित त्यामुळे एक कारण आहे
अॅट्रॉसिटीच्या कारणात जात नाहीत आपण एवढंच म्हणायला अॅट्रॉसिटीला रिटालिएट कसं करायचं याच्याबद्दल बोलतो आपण त्याच्या कारणाचे विवरण
त्याच्यानंतर आपण करायचं ती सत्य गाव जातच नाही साधारण रोखती करत नाही
मग ते सांगतोय की आता तिथला जो काही एक आहे खूप सगळं बदलून गेले की एक रिटालिएशनचा जो पिरियड आहे तेवढ्यापर्यंत ते कॉन्फ्लिक्ट
आणि कारण हे झालं त्यांनी तिथे हे केले लोक त्यांनी एका गावाला आणि सोनं पटला गावात तुम्ही गेले त्यानंतर ती गरज त्यामुळे ते सध्या
माझा तसा प्रश्न खूप छोटा आहे पण बायोग्राफी कधी कधीच म्हटलं नाही की बायोग्राफी फक्त बायोग्राफी एकच असं साधन आहे की त्याच्या थ्रू सर्व काही बदलू शकतो बायोग्राफी त्याच्यामध्ये त्या इकोसिस्टम मधले तो एक किस्सा आहे आणि बायोग्राफी फक्त अकॅडमिक नाही म्हटलं अकॅडमिक आहे अकॅडमिक तसं नॉन अकॅडमिक सुद्धा असू शकतात.
Right, yes, so we have come to an end of the discussion. I think Anuj Shawnee's book, why first week once more should have also been taken up to engage with. So why you left him out? Anyway, yes, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Once I think Anupama Rao once I think pointed out and observed that there is fidelity to Ambedkar. That if at all to engage with Ambedkar is to show fidelity to God. And yes, I mean, why I think it was, if there is no familiarity with Ambedkar, how the question of fidelity and if there was kind of substantial understanding of time, which you spoke, there was a long run absence and silence right from 1940 up to 1990. And it is much later that we started thinking of it more seriously in 1991 onwards, and that as a series of which are programmed the biographical at the same time also looking for this book. I myself have not read any of that, I was involved in something else. But they appear to be this kind of a diverse kind of scholarship. Right? But it also means that discussing Ambedkar has become eminent. You can't anymore ignore of it. You have to deal with Ambedkar. Now, for various reasons, you might want to deal with Ambedkar because Ambedkar poses a challenge before us. He poses a challenge to national order, or that you need to, anyway, by writing biography, you also need to direct Ambedkar. Meaning, there is also reimagination, as you were saying, is also reconstitution of Ambedkar. Through writing, could also reconstitute Ambedkar. So, writing also constitute Ambedkar in such a way so as to well, I would not say to our contemporary concerns, but in a way tune with our concerns. Some of which could also be not to provide a kind of rupture, kind of departure from conventional scholarship. Okay. As opposed to all its works, Anand's works so to speak, it is not in that sense, it is not speaking to academic word, it is speaking to largely in fact of public domain. Now, in the public domain, you find Ambedkar suddenly becoming visible. Now, you see him in films, you see him posters, you see also, you see Ambedkar now in the context where freedom and autonomy is playing. All progressive forces now are carrying Ambedkar. Whenever you speak about freedom of, for example, speech, freedom of another kind of, so for the democratic struggle, Ambedkar, not Gandhi, not even any other figure, but Ambedkar is now at the center of all reclaiming democracy, especially in current times. Now that I think means that Ambedkar is seen as an extremely important voice for reclaiming democratic voices. Within that context, now how do you look at it? I think that becomes an really important kind of thing. There was this think about what we think. Anyway, Arnold seems to speak about. Arnold wrote this before his experience in jail is to write the difficult thing. Speaking from margins, margins. I mean, one of the margins speak. He had talked about Ambedkar and Dubey, and he said Ambedkar is nothing beyond Dubey. You want to understand Ambedkar, just read Dubey, and all Ambedkars and the other papers also in a way close Ambedkar to that kind of pragmatism. In my question, it was, do you look at complete severance from Hinduism as non-revolutionary? That's it. So there, Anand writes about this, saying that beyond Dubey there is no Ambedkar, and all limitations of Dubey's pragmatism are given to respect. Beyond that, it's not writing also about hard satyagraha was not at all a revolutionary kind of incidents on the book in that instance. So kind of Ambedkar presenting is someone who of course I'm not going to be that, not be that great, but these two writings seem to show that Ambedkar is not the icon for me. So within that kind of thing, how do you look at the reconstruction of it? Are we saying, look, I mean, you are looking at that figure as an inspiration for freedom or as symbol of claiming your freedom, but that icon is not an icon at all. Whether that found, of course, since I have not read, I can't speak about it, but these two writings are very clearly what lead us to that kind of thing. A second question which I wanted to pose very quick is this, and I tried to pose also coming down, is this that middle block RSS is now completely undertaken. Okay, it has grown in its not only in terms of institutional or kind of structure, but it has also grown in terms of converting people to their country. Whereas progressive movements largely, in a way, have become, I would not say redundant, but absent, completely absent. Should we not pose that question? Is that someone here was posing? Why is it that we are not looking at this absence? Is that this very huge absence, or the helplessness on part of progressive forces of not able to engage with this kind of all-round disenfranchisement of any voice? Why is it? Now, that kind of a criticism is also centrally important. You can't single out Ambedkar and say, look, I mean, he is the one over the space. To have all progressive forces and all of them fail is the same. So this failure needs a very, very dispassionate self-critique. Unless that happens, perhaps I mean, we can't even enter into any kind of discussion given democracy. So you're saying yes, it's very good. So right, thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh sir. Now I want to ask Ramesh sir to present the mementos to our guest speakers. Keshav Agmane sir,
Since all of them have spoken their Ambedkar, so they have their Ambedkar.
Prabodhan Paul sir, and Dr. Ram Ratan Dhumal sir. Now I would like to ask Neeta Inamdar ma'am to present memento to Kamble sir. Sir. Okay, now we will proceed for tea break. 5 minutes. Please come back by 5 minutes, within 5 minutes. Yes. Time. You people keep time.
Yeah, you also keep now. Okay, sure. Thank you.
हाँ वही लगा और एक टेबल लगा और बीच में लगा बीच में नहीं इधर लगा अच्छा ज्यादा लोग हैं ना
एक को ऐसे बिठा देना होगा। हाँ, जान कितना हुआ? मैम स्टार्ट करूँ का? चेयरपर्सन नहीं है ना? हाँ, पाच. हाँ, इथे 3. मैम स्टार्ट करू का? हो सकते हैं. अरे इनको बैठने के लिए एक मत की. वो बैठने के लिए. मैम चालू करू का? हाँ, चालू करो. We now begin session 3 of our seminar, which will be chaired by Professor Neeta Inamdar. Professor Neeta Inamdar is the Dean of the Faculty of Education at Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune. She also serves as Jean Monnet Chair and Professor at the Symbiosis Center for Higher Education, Research Policy, Advocacy. I invite our chair and guest speakers on the stage. Apeksha and Shruti, Deepa Nitin Jamnik, and Yashwant Mankhedkar, Mohammad Amir Khan, Dr. Nalini Wagmare, and Dr. Avinash Wagmare. Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Mihir Ranjan Das. Let me briefly introduce our esteemed speakers and their topics. Continue. Yeah. Apeksha and Shruti, they are the research scholar in the Department of Sociology at Christ University, Bangalore. They will present on reclaiming Dalit female identities through documentaries, through cases of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar now and then, and writing with fire. Our next... Okay. Okay. Now I request Professor Neeta Inamdar to chair the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening. This is the last session of today, but I think, of course, no, there is a valedictory. That's a different session. That's a valedictory session. But the paper presentation, this is the last one. And I see a lot of students who are presenting, and they deserve to be heard. And that's a very important voice that all of us look forward to. Of course, there are a few faculty members, but also students. And if it's a paper between the student and the faculty member, I would request the student to make the presentation, if possible. If possible, I mean, I don't want you to change your plans at last minute. So I think very quickly we'll start. So who's going fast? Okay, Shruti and Apeksha. So please start your presentation. Can we have within 10 minutes, please? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, Ajay will have to give another tea.
Good evening, everyone. We are research scholars from Christ University, Bengaluru. I'm Shruti. I'm Apeksha. So we have co-authored a paper titled Reclaiming Dalit Female Identities Through Documentaries, Conceptualizing Dalit Female Gaze and Dalit Female Cinema Through Dalit Sourcing. So before delving into the main concepts that we've tried to conceptualize, let's first get into the understanding of what is gaze. So I'll just read out a simple definition of what is gaze. Gaze simply means to look at. The gaze represents the notion that something happens inside of us, which is both cognitive and psychological. When we become conscious of others' observation of us, and that we often alter our physical presentation, language, demeanor, behavior in response to these changes. So how is this relevant to our study? Now, we all know, also in the works of bell hooks, gaze is a look that is loaded with perspective, right? So the domination of certain sections in society leads to the production of gaze, which is favorable to them. So in Indian society, we all know it's a Savarna gaze. So the Savarna gaze is the gaze of the so-called upper caste that intends to glorify and maintain the caste order. Now, we will move on to the stereotypical representation of Dalit females or Dalit women in popular media, or basically in popular discourse. So Dalit women are usually shown as victims of violence, sexual assault, rape, molestation. The media representation of Dalit women and their narratives are portrayed to be insignificant and representing feminist issues, thereby implicating that it's normalized to show that they are victims of injustice and violence. So the perpetual consumption of stereotypical narratives of caste's femininity underlies the imminent danger of reproducing the Savarna male gaze. Like Sandra Harding says, or rather argues, the individual's knowledge is shaped by their social positioning in society. So the absence of the Dalit female gaze is a reminder of the transcending casteism in various arms of media, like that of news, cinema, and so on. So the Brahminical patriarchy and Dalit feminist thought has led to the questioning of the root problems surrounding the politics of identity for Dalit women in media, especially cinema, which is our focus in this paper. Like we all know, movies and documentaries that are categorized under the Dalit genre, they have often done little to no contribution in representing Dalit female narratives or their gaze. For example, for the past 40 years, we have movies like Achut Kanya or Bandit Queen that are being get discussed, during forums like these when it comes to Dalit female narratives, wherein they're often victims or hypersexualized, easily available bodies. So in the current times, documentaries bring fresh discourse to the fore. And that's why we have chosen documentaries such as Writing with Fire, released in 2021. That was directed by Rintu Thomas and Sushmit Ghosh, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar now and then released in 2023 by Jyotinisha. And these become important because both the documentary makers and the content, they largely speak of the challenges faced by Dalit women, as well as other elements of Dalit life, through the Dalit female gaze, which has been a missing narrative. So what exactly does our paper do? It helps, we have conceptualized concepts such as the Dalit female gaze, Dalit female cinema, and Dalit sourcing through these two aforementioned documentaries. So we have used two oppositional models, which we could use the PPT. We have used two oppositional models analyzing the production, reproduction, and restoration process of the Savarna ideology and Dalit ideology in the cinematic landscape. So the conceptual frameworks or the theoretical grounding for our paper is taken from Oppositional Gaze by Bell Hooks, Brahminical Patriarchy by Uma Chakravarti, Bahujan Spectatorship by Jyotinisha, Sourcing by Herman and Chomsky. Now, we will directly go into what is Savarna sourcing, Savarna ideology, as opposed to what is Dalit sourcing and Dalit ideology. So the Savarna narratives are widely popular in media, production, as well as consumption, because the thought process that goes behind building such narratives into any text that is rooted is in the dominant Savarna ideology, right? So the production certainly depends on the sources. The films are no exception to that. The Herman and Chomsky, they write about sourcing in their book Manufacturing Consent, right? So they state that media depends on the dominant source for information, and it's always in a race to impress the dominant advertisers, thereby producing content that is favorable to them. So the Savarna dominate in terms of creating or curating a certain discourse that becomes favorable to the market for both sale and consumption. So this success of the cycle of production of sale, consumption, and again reproduction reinforces the dominant structures of caste oppression, keeping the Savarna order alive in every sector, especially in media. So what exactly is a Savarna ideology? It produces Savarna gaze through the process of Savarna sourcing. It's a phenomenon wherein the media arms like news, cinema, and others, they choose Savarna sources like Manusmriti, Dharma Shastras, the epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata. And all of this is used in order to keep the caste order alive. And information, ideology, principles, they're all sourced from these value-based or value-laden, scriptures. So, yeah. So the intersection of caste, gender, patriarchy in the process of production of knowledge results in the Savarna male gaze as well as Savarna female gaze. So what exactly is the issue here? As Sharmila Rege points out to the experiences of oppression, it's very different for Savarna women, especially Brahmin women, as opposed to Dalit women, right? So the Savarna female gaze cannot successfully narrate or do justice to the Dalit lived experiences or the Dalit female experiences unless they depend on Dalit sourcing. Now, once the content is produced, it is consumed through the spectatorship. And this is where we've used Jyotina Shah's Bahujan spectatorship and also Bell Hooks' oppositional gaze. So the process of watching visual media or listening to it or reading it, all of it solidifies Kasti Savarna gaze, which is inherent in the Chaturvarnya system. So the cycle of production, reproduction, restoration of the dominant Savarna ideology in society is easily perpetuated due to the Savarna's societal dominance. So therefore, we have scholar Wankhede, who calls for the involvement and collaboration and encouragement of Dalit filmmakers, artists, producers, and technicians in popular culture, so that the Savarna ideologies can be rid of caste biases. 2 minutes. Okay, and the Dalit voices emerge. Okay, so and also jumping to Dalit sourcing and Dalit ideology. So the Dalit sourcing and Dalit ideology, it's in the opposition to the Savarna sourcing and Savarna ideology, wherein it comes from the lived experiences of Dalit lives and the Dalit narratives. And okay, so I'll just jump. Okay, so even amongst the Dalits, there's an urge to suppress women of their own community, or in terms of how like what Gopal Guru calls Dalit patriarchy. So thereby, where Dalit women are overlooked by three gazes of society, which is Savarna male gaze, Savarna female gaze, as well as Dalit male gaze. So there is an element of invisibilization that happens, and the Dalit female narratives or the Dalit female gaze, it gets negated. So the consumption of content that is produced using the Dalit gaze takes place through spectatorship, right? So we have a scholar like Rajangam Stalin, as well as Shalin Maria Lawrence, who's a Dalit activist as well as feminist, who talks about that there is market for anti-caste cinema, right? But the content consumed and the impact of the consumption also have to be important. Mere consumption of this kind of content is not enough, but the intention to practice would leave the ideology stagnant without reproduction and restoration. So that leads to fragmented restoration of Dalit ideology. So to sum up the Savarna sourcing, and Dalit ideology and Savarna ideology, there are caste barriers and bias that encourage the Savarnas to conveniently ignore Dalit culture, maintaining the perpetual caste boundaries produced out of Savarna ignorance. So, and gender barriers further complicate this issue, leading to the discrimination of Dalit women, both because of identity politics of being Dalit as well as female.
I'll just sum up because along with Dalit sourcing and Savarna sourcing being the main part of our study, we tried to develop on the gaze that is produced, the Dalit female gaze. And we sort of used two case studies. So why we used Writing with Fire and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Now and Then is because Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Now and Then is by a Dalit filmmaker, and Writing with Fire is by Savarna filmmakers. So there's a huge difference on how they are looking at the Dalits who are, portrayed in both the documentaries. So when we come to Writing with Fire, they have looked at Khabar Lehriya's story. So we all know that that is the only Dalit women-led media house in the country. So they just capture the narrative. But when we also took the interviews of these particular filmmakers, and when we asked them particular questions like how, why there is no presence of Ambedkar at all in Writing with Fire. So they simply say that, the entire film deals about educate, agitate, organize. So only the man is not present there. But you always have a creative liberty to sort of, bring in elements of the Ambedkarite ideology in the film, which is completely absent in Writing with Fire. But when we look at Jyoti Nisha's documentary, she sort of blends how Ambedkar is present in people's lives, in her life. So she travels across 10 states, and she's done the documentary for around 8 years. And she brings in the incident starting from Ekalavya to Ambedkar's lives. And she mentions how she portrays how the production of knowledge has been gate-kept. She brings in examples of how the mere advertisement of Mook Nayak was denied, the paid advertisement was denied to be published in Kesari. So those kind of examples. And then she brings in her own lived experiences. And of course, the victim gaze is what is mostly reproduced by the Savarna filmmakers. So you see that again in Writing with Fire. And the Writing with Fire does not clearly explore the Dalit identity along with the women identity that is present, which is very significant in Khabar Lehriya's story. But in Jyoti Nisha's, we see that she brings out these intersectional identities together, and not just she brings out the resistance that is, largely missing, because when cinema happened, Ambedkar's struggle was constantly there. It was happening in those spaces, but it was never taken up by the popular culture. But that is what Jyoti Nisha does. So she brings in all the movements that are currently taking place, where Writing with Fire, on the one hand, focuses on the BJP campaign of 2017, which is shot by the women of Khabar Lehriya and not the others. But Jyoti Nisha's brings in the campaigns which are done by Bhim Army, by Chandrasekhar Azad, Jignesh Mevani's protest. So like this, they bring out the Dalit resistance. So this is a Dalit female gaze that we are talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you.
I think with that, yeah.
Diksha and
Thank you.
Shruti. I think that deserve a hand here. And my apologies for rushing you through this. A very interesting paper and something that's going beyond the biographies, and would have, I'm sure there's going to be questions at the end, and I really wish you come back with your responses again at the end. And yes, Ajay, this is the first panel where we are having women since morning. And I'm not okay with this at all. I'm going to pick up a fight with you later. That's for later. But okay, huh? So now moving to our next presenter, Deepa Jamnik. Yes, please. So your time starts once you have the mic. Right there, 10 minutes, please. Huh? Let's.
I need a PPT. Yeah. Can I come there?
No, it's fine. I'll change.
Okay, fine. Okay, so I would like to, 10 minutes, no? Yeah, okay. So being a teacher, when we start, no, so I think 40, 55 minutes, we are not, yeah. Okay. So I would like to, still in a hurry, I would like to thank and appreciate all the efforts Dr. Ajay Chaudhary sir you have taken for arranging such a wonderful seminar, and with specifically this topic, the autobiography of Dr. Ambedkar, educating through the autobiography. And so all the scholars, myself, Dr. Deepa Jamnik, I'm heading integrated BBA MBA department, and I'm feeling outsider because all the scholars are from history and sociology, and I'm okay. So, and even the topic which I bring, I think you people feel that it is somewhat a primary level of study. Okay, so. Yeah, I think since morning there are 4 to 5 people, those who don't know me, but they ask me that why you are here. So I just want to say that I'm staying in Pimple Saudagar, and Jagtap Sahib, he's running, means he's having the Vihar over there, Mahabodhi Buddha Vihar. So he come and asked me one day, ki madam तुम्हाला lectures घ्यायचे आहेत विहारात, Sunday school मध्ये. So that time, तेव्हापासून मी थोडा विचार करायला लागले. So एक research paper I have already submitted, and this is the another paper. After that I have started. So yeah. So the topic of my research is a study to understand Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's legacy through his autobiography, a role model for every Indian student. Right from morning, even I have heard that we people are still struggling that which Ambedkar you people have to adopt. So I think this is what the irony we people are having. The all Ambedkaroid. You all are so means scholars and I think expert from the field, but still I'm doing that dare to say this. So I think this is the time we people have to think to give the Ambedkar, which you people have accepted, and you have to hand it over to your people, your student. So I think we have to identify, this is the high time we have to identify our Ambedkar, which we can give it to our students. So now this is what the Ambedkar, the biography I have studied, and a role model, I feel that that is for every Indian student we can post. So introduction part, this research is aimed at creating awareness among all Indian students about Ambedkar's resilience, discipline, and his lifestyle. Okay, and we all have to learn a lesson on the moral strength, leadership, integrity, and dedication of the society, what he has shown for his society and his people. So I thought we could take out this lesson, and we have to give it to our students through this. The objective of this research is to understand Dr. Ambedkar's life as a role model for every Indian student through the autobiography. And to prove that, I have been gone through the literature review, and I identified the points that how the which particular story and the moral, what we have given to the students. Okay, the second objective, to analyze the key moral, social, and leadership lessons reflecting from this autobiography, the journey of his life, and to highlight the values such as discipline, education, okay, resilience, and equality, which are crucial for the student in modern India, the all students. Yes, next. Autobiography, definitely. Dr. Ambedkar's autobiography I studied. My autobiography by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, later on translated by Professor Bariram Gaikwad, sir. Yeah. So through this literature, I was trying to explain through this paper that we people can keep this biography as a role model for all Indian students. And at the end of the paper, even I suggested that we people can prepare a syllabus through which we can teach our students even in the Sunday schools. Like I have been going to the Sunday school to Buddha Vihar. Okay, so we people can keep this syllabus, and we can teach this to all the students as a moral value. Okay. So when I have been through this specific autobiography, okay, as per students' perspective, when I read this, the first story, in that he mentioned that I was born on Mool Nakshatra. Okay, Babasaheb told about his childhood story, and he mentioned that he born in Mool Nakshatra. That time the astrologers said that this boy was he's a risk to his mother's life. Okay, and after his death, his mother died. So he think that in after that his siblings started hating him because of this reason. So irrespective of all these situations outside. Okay, so what we people should understand and what we have to taught to our students, that when everybody is making fun of him being so unlucky boy, instead of having so much of negativity around him, he always positively influenced his mind. So this is what the lesson we people can teach our students. In another chapter, it's my father who educated me. He has given all the credit of his education to his father. In the second chapter, he said that he has given me the guru mantra. Okay, he has mentioned that the guru mantra he has shared with all the students to sharpen your memory. So this is what the biography we can, okay, we can keep. Yeah, next. Yeah, in another chapter, realization down. In that chapter, he shared an experience from then, when a local barber refused him and his siblings. That time his elder sister began cutting his hair and all his brothers out of necessity. And that's when he will understand the depth of discrimination when he moved to Satara. But this humiliation and discrimination never ever created a negative energy, okay, in him for the Indian society. So irrespective of so much negativity around him, so he said that, so these are the moral values we people have to give it to our student. Because nowadays even I know that the students studying in third and fourth standard, he said that mala frustration ahe, and okay, the number also, they are depressed. They are saying I am under depression. So if the person can sustain in this situation, so what sort of depression the people should come? Okay, so yeah, in another story, while writing a, yeah, after that, the next year, next slide, ma'am. Yeah, in one of the story, he mentioned that our situation, Babasaheb said that during the time of Peshwai, specific rules governed clothing by my mother. And he said that often she spoke to him, okay, specifically when concerning about Mahar community, if his mother wanted to purchase a cloth, they would only view in front, afar, or inquire about the price, okay, and would display the cloth from that store once bought, and the cloth would be sprinkled with water, stamped upon a soiled and mud, because Mahar were prohibited from wearing a new attire. Only torn or old one were permitted. Okay, so they would then tear
Deepa,
these. Yeah,
maybe you would like to go to your conclusion.
yeah, fine. Okay. So these are the stories I mentioned, okay, in the paper. And the last one, no, earlier, earlier, earlier. Yeah, no, before that. Yeah, wait. Okay, in the last chapter, the philosophical foundation of life, Babasaheb said, on the positive side, my life philosophy can be summarized in 3 words: liberty, equality, and fraternity. His mentor is Lord Buddha, and he adopted the philosophy from his teaching. In his philosophy, the place for equality is higher than freedom. Okay, and he believes that seeking the truth is the true religion. In the book, he mentioned that. So these are the things we people have to taught to our students. Okay, the findings. Next. Okay, so finding, these are the moral values we people could teach our student through the biography. Okay, through the specific uh, stories we have been mentioned in the paper earlier. Okay, next. And these are the suggestions, the important 2 suggestions on the top. The first is, we can incorporate Dr. Ambedkar's autobiography into school and college curricula as a part of moral and character building education. When we make the Indian education system compulsory as per new education policy. So after this paper, I would like to recommend that we can keep this biography, okay, as a part of curriculum. Then the second is, include this teaching in Sanskar Varga. In India, when we said that there are no, I think most of the Ambedkarite people are sitting here also. Okay. So we people are still struggling that how the people should come to the Buddha Viharas on Sunday. We people are still struggling. So I think that is one of the way we can get our students also. Okay, we can include the teaching of this particular autobiography in the Sanskar Varga at Buddha Vihara and other cultural institutions also to promote the resilience, equality, and social justice amongst the students. Next, please. Okay, and the scope of research, okay, so we can, the scope also extend to promoting the Ambedkar's teaching in formal education as well as cultural and ethical learning platform. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Deepa.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so though the paper is quite naive and it's interesting to see how somebody wants to bring Ambedkar to classroom. Of course, it's a very complex phenomenon, and then it needs to be addressed, taking into account all that, and also yeah. And what we are looking at in today's world is basically a complexity informed pedagogy. Okay, so we cannot just go ahead. Okay, this is what to be taught. So we are looking at complexity informed pedagogy. We can discuss it a little later. Okay, very quickly, I now invite Mohammed Amir Khan. He's reviewing the book review, Iconoclast again, a reflective biography of Dr. Ambedkar by Anand Vidyan. Your time. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you very much. Yes. So I'm going to talk about the Anand Teltumde's Iconoclast. Yes, Anand Teltumde's Iconoclast, a reflective biography of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. In the preface, Anand Teltumde says that Ambedkar himself classified as, the iconoclast means the breaker of the icon. So during the time of the Ambedkar, there were, the lots of icons like Keynes, Bertrand Russell, and Mahatma Gandhi. He criticized these icons. But the irony is, at the present time, he became, one of the icon at the present time. This book, talk about Dr. Ambedkar and, and other parallel movement which was going on for the freedom of struggle. So this book contains more than 200 pictures, divided into 4 phases. Means 4 chapter is divided into 7 chapter divided into 4 7 phases, and the photograph was contained after every phases. So when you read this book, you get to know about the influence of John Dewey on Ambedkar, and the philosophy of pragmatism, and one ideology is Fabian socialism. When Ambedkar started, the new political party, Independent Labour Party in 1936. So, according to Anand Teltumde, it was like an alternative of Marxist socialism. He was trying to say that there is alternative to Marxist socialism, that is the Fabian socialism. So, it was the attempt of the Ambedkar to give the new approach to the labor and other. There is an influence of this famous slogan, educate, agitate, and organize. According to Anand Teltumde, it is like, the Fabian slogan taken by Ambedkar, with the influence. But if you read, the writing and speeches of Babasaheb Ambedkar, you will not get to know that, in the writing, he is not mentioning the, Fabianism, not, pragmatism. But in practice, one can see that according to the Anand Teltumde, there is influence of pragmatism as well as the Fabian socialism. There are various aspects in this book. But the main motive of the book is to present the the Ambedkar as a simple human, not like a godlike man. So he presented the various example which prove that Ambedkar is a human, and he make some sort of the mistake, and some speech which he mentioned. When I read that comment about the the woman parliamentarian, then I find the reference which is Babasaheb Ambedkar's volume, Writing and Speeches, volume 18, part 3, page 535. It was actually in Marathi, but Anand Teltumade translated it in English and presented, and he was trying to show that with such example that this mistake was made by human because he was a human, so he born to make a mistake. So the one this biography presented one aspect about the the Ambedkar's view on democracy. There is a in present time in India we practice first past the post system of democracy, which allowed the multiple party, where if you get the more than one vote to your second opponent, then you are the winner. But there is another democracy which is like proportional representation. In this first past the post, there is the chances of ignoring one community, which is second largest majority in our country. If you look at the present context, we can really observe that this ignorance is taking place by the ruling party. 2 minutes. Oh, thank you. So I will finish in 2 minutes. So if one can practice the proportional representation, then according to the population, if the population is 18%, then chances are that your representative in the parliament may be the 18%. But at the present time, talking about this community which I belong, so the population is about the 18%, but the representative in the parliament and assembly is not. It is less than 4 or 5%. So this try to give a new perspective to think about the method of democracy which we are practicing in our country, which was first question by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So this must be discussed among the scholars and intellectuals, so that we can get some alternative to first post the past we have the system to change into the proportional representation, so that everybody get the equal representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir Khan. We now move to the very next presentation, Dr. Nalini Wagmare and Dr. Avinash Wagmare. So Dr. Dr. Nalini Wagmare. Okay. So she's going to speak on Dr. Ambedkar's views on eradication of untouchability and its relevance to the contemporary era.
Good evening, everybody. The position of chairperson, I want to present it to you. Thank you. Good evening. I, along with Avinash Wagmare, both are prepared this paper for presentation. My topic is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's views on eradication of untouchability and its relevance to contemporary era. As we know that only 10 minutes allotted me to complete this one, so many slides, so I run fastly. As we know that Dr. Ambedkar was one of the very few Indians who struggled to restructure the Indian society with the most egalitarian humanitarian principles. As well as Ambedkar has been recognized as a epoch maker leader in the history of modern India also. Ambedkar, aim of this paper is to firstly study Ambedkar thoroughly and his brief life sketch, as well as Ambedkar works, which were books written by Ambedkar, and other also authors written the book on Ambedkar. What is the, since morning I find that the biographies written by various authors on Ambedkar also. So another thing is purpose of this article attempt to brief information on Ambedkar works for eradication of untouchability and how his thoughts relevance to present era. Because while we are teaching the history and to UG, PG and PhD students also, whenever the philosophers or reformers, their thoughts, how relevance to present era to eradicate the caste system and peace, prosperity, maintained in the society. For that purpose, I have selected this topic, and research methodology, primary and secondary sources I have referred. Basically, which are available books in our library team. More than, when I search to present this paper, I search my libraries, more than 75 books available in Maharashtra Vidyapeeth library on Ambedkar. Along with survey, field visit survey, visited to some communities, the Dalit areas, as well as some places, some institutions, along with some questionnaire with the experts. So this is the about Ambedkar as an economist, politician, as social reformer and writer, and so other things. A few books, when I started to review that time, Muknayaka, Bahiskrit Bharat, Prabodhan Patrika, and etc. And even few books also I find there that when I started to literature review also, Ambedkar's, when I wanted to know the untouchability, eradication untouchability, then the most book focus on caste, annihilation of caste, who were the Shudras, untouchables, and all other things. So these books give us a lot of information about how Ambedkar thoughts to eradicate the untouchability from the society and what points he mentioned there. So caste system, already since morning most of the scholars discussion about this. So when we open the book related to caste system, the hierarchy is mentioned like the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and what are the duties of the Shudra communities and all others. So Ambedkar mostly said that there is a initially is based on caste differences based on caste and Varna system. Along with the abolition of caste, he's taken the so many steps related to what was the status of the untouchables in that time? So they are not enter the temples, they are not able to not participate in society, political as well as religious function and all other things. So Ambedkar mainly given the importance that you have to get the education as well as fight against this system which is existing, along with given the importance to dignity, self-respect, self-confidence to untouchables, to live a human, untouchables also as a human being, not a slave or not a animals which is treated in ancient time. So that points we also find it there. Along with that, many of his followers against this, they are not ready to die. As we know, the Ambedkar in the last moment conversation in Buddhism. So few provisions also made for untouchable, give the judgment to them. Ambedkar made the few provisions in Indian Constitution, article related to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, so and so mentioned in the detail when you refer to this Indian Constitution, then detail mention in that articles also. Along with the eradication of untouchable, as a woman, I tried to that. Is only Ambedkar given the information to men only? No, women also. You also get the education and remove the blind beliefs, superstitions, clean, neat, educate, and educate yourself, educate your children also. These also points I find when the Ambedkar started in this movement. Even he also involved the women also in participate Satyagraha, Mahad Satyagraha, whenever he started this movement, and he against this sati system and given the importance to widow remarriage and all other things. Yes, ma'am, I come to the conclusion. So here that we find that if educated women, they also educate their children also. So men and women equality given in his, for that we find the Hindu code bill and how we get the equality. That is also find here. So Ambedkar basically given, if you want to progress, you have to get, education is the most, education is the weapon you get the your rights. So which we are forgetting today, because when I find the survey, I find that the most of the Dalit, not I am living that, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes and people, they get the fellowship and later on they forget and they not submit thesis, they not come to the classes. Few, not all. But while we are consider Ambedkar as our ideal and all other things, why not we continue and get our rights? So there's also points, yes. Suggestion is that even for education, the people, Ambedkar started so many education institutions, how he is relevance to not to discriminate on the basis of caste, community, and sex, and give the importance to all are equal, and he fight for the humanity. That is the basic point I wanted to focus here. So thank you very much for organizer for giving the opportunity to present, and ma'am, next time give the more time to present this, because we have taken a lot of time to prepare this PPT and all other things. So thank you organizers and
my apologies to each one of you. I know it's very unfair that we have to rush through. Okay. Yeah. Yes, okay. So, but I now invite Mr. Mihir. No? Mihir Ranjan Das, Ambedkar's biography, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Life, Knowledge and Liberation.
Thank you, madam. First, respected our chief guest and all the dignitaries and my colleagues. Today, I have got an opportunity to deliver a speech on this occasion. I feel very proud that I have been from Bhopal, and due to shortage of time, just I want to share the keynotes in my speech. Each and everyone discussed that the beginning of part of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, how he struggled to stand on his own leg. And during that period, he studied, he completed 32 degrees, highest degrees in our countries. And each and every time he spent by reading different types of books and publications. And he once read a book written by Swami Vivekananda. When he was Swami Vivekananda at Chicago, a journalist of America put a questions. I am just going to talk about how Ambedkar ji motivated towards, he did work for especially Dalit. Put a question, the journalist put a question to Swami Vivekananda, tell something about, in short, tell something about what is Indian religion? Indian religion. He saw the journalist and why you are putting such type of questions to me? No, you are, we know that India is a country of religion. Tell me that what do you know about your religion? He gave the answer with a disgusting way. He said, our religion is in the kitchen. Our religion is in the kitchen. Our religion is in the cooking pot. Our religion is that, don't touch me, I am holy. He has given such a word. What he is facing, what Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is facing, he realized it is absolutely right. What statement has been given by Swami Vivekananda. And another, some similarity I have seen. These are the three peoples. First, I am going to talk about Mahatma Gandhi. He did so many works for the upliftment of untouchability. He is the father of nation. And father of constitution is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He also did the same things for the upliftment of Dalit. Although Ambedkar is trying to take the help of Swami Mahatma Gandhi, and so many times he discussed about such type of problems. Once he asked so many things to Mahatma Gandhi, but Mahatma Gandhi said a simple word. When others are guided by whims and caprices, I stand for an ideology. That means I can change myself. Both are doing the same thing. One is doing the upliftment for the untouchable, and another is doing work for the Dalits. But their views each and every time differ, and they can't come with a particular. Thank you. Thank you to all the dignitaries, those who are here, and thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, for closing early. And then I think we have had a long day already, but we are all looking forward to listening to Shri Ashok Gopal, the valedictory address. And therefore, I'm not going to make any comments or anything to present here. So I'm closing it immediately to make way for Shri Ashok Gopal. Sir, over to you. And we all look forward to listening to you. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, as I request to you, please distribute the certificates to presenters. Apeksha and Shruti. Apeksha, Shruti. Deepa Jamnik,
I don't know why they haven't. They want to invite us.
Mohammad Amir Khan, Nalini Wagmare, Mr. Mihir Ranjan Das. I request to, I request. No, ma'am.
Okay, okay, okay.
याला सरळ
नाही बघाडे सर बसणार नाही इथे नेहमी बसत असत बस 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 हो सर या सर या
रमेशला बोलवला रमेश पाहिजे ना
I now invite Mr. Ashok Gopal sir to enlighten us with his insight in the valedictory function. The topic of his address is narrating Ambedkar between archive, maths, absence, and also invite Professor Umesh Bagade sir. Sir, yeah, you can start, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chalo. Everybody is in a hurry to go home, so let's.
Yeah.
Okay, just a small, not by formality, but anyway, Sarji, thank you very much for organizing this. Yes. Mainly because we say Oxford of the East and all that, but it kai hot nahi, and only once in a while some intellectual debate happens, and very rarely do you come to meet so many people interested in Ambedkar under one roof. That is the reality. So this is a opportunity, fantastic opportunity you have given us. I hope we have more such opportunities, and next time I hope we have more students also. Ultimately, it is for them only. Okay. So I'm going to talk about, of course, Ambedkar biography. There is a lot to talk about in terms of Ambedkar, Dr. Ambedkar and his movement. When we say there is Dr. Ambedkar and there is a movement that grew around him, there is so much to talk about that movement. There is so much to talk about what happened to that movement, where it is now. There is so much to talk about the way Dr. Ambedkar has been represented in various ways, not only biography, but also in, say, comic strips, in films. And there is one large unknown or untold story, which I also came to realize only recently because of the book I happened to be called here and there, and different places you go to India. and you realize that outside of Maharashtra, people really know very little about Ambedkar. You know, as people have said, there was only that one biography of Keir, and that was all they were surviving on. Strangely, because there is actually a much better biography, pocket biography, that by Gail Ovett, which is in multiple languages, which is incomparably better biography. At one time, I used to give it to people, you know. Then I realized that that is not a very sensible thing, you know. People have to come to Ambedkar. You don't put it on him. So, so that is also there. That and then there is a lot of writing in different languages, writing based on Keir's biography. On that, something has been written in Tamil, in Kannada, and all that. And really, God knows what has been written there. Huh? But that has been transmitted for such a. So there is so much to talk about, but I will focus only on the issue of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. And why also, I will just explain a bit about that. Admitting that all this other research and all this writing is also required, there is still, I think, a reason to talk about Ambedkar again and again. But before that, I will just give a little incident. It's a, so in 1980, I was in Bombay. I was staying in Matunga, and I was a journalist at that time. And you know, people go through phases in life. So you read Marx, you read Gandhi. You know, there are these phases. So at that time, I was in the Gandhi phase. A lot of guys read Gandhi. And I was staying with a paying guest, and my roommate was teaching in Siddharth College. Maths, he was teaching. And I used to sleep on the floor, and he used to sleep on the bed because he had the advantage that he was short, so he could fit in the bed. And he would look at me reading Gandhi, and he keep shouting at me, "Kai मूर्ख आहेस काय? Gandhi काय वाचतो? फक्त बाबासाहेब. भारतात फक्त एकच इंटेलेक्च्युअल झालेले आहेत, बाकी सगळे मूर्ख आहेत. तू काय वाचतोस?" And so that was one thing. And we used to go to Dadar, and when you pass from Matunga, you pass the big house of the great man, and we used to say, "This is the house." At that time, frankly, I had no idea that one day I would end up writing about him. Years later, now this part, how the story changes. Years later, by the way, this friend of mine was a Marxist. At one time, card holder, CPM. So, but as it happens with many Marxists, they find a very good reason to become capitalists, because Marx says capitalism is a necessary part of historical progress. So he became that kind of a very successful capitalist. And then I met him. And by that time, I started working on Ambedkar, and I said, "Ki आठवते का मी आता लिहितो?" And he said, "अरे बाबा, कशाला वेळ घालवतोस तू? का? अरे, where did he go finally? Religion. धर्माचा कुठं गेला? काय मिळणार आहे तिकडे? डेड एंड आहे. आणि भारतात धर्माच्या नावावर किती किती नुकसान झाले आणि हे झाले, त्यांना काय माहित नव्हतं का?" He was deluded. So it certainly poses one of the questions that was before me is that, which has to be answered properly, is that why did he go to religion? And we should not get into traps of theory and all that. We should understand him in his terms first. You may argue about that later, but first, what was his reason? And that was in a way a spark for me, because it is really difficult to understand how a person with that kind of education finds a solace or need for religion. Frankly, I mean, it is difficult for me even today to understand that. So now that I am going deep into Buddhism, I am understanding little better, but still the question remains. And we see, it seems that we are ducking one part we are uncomfortable with one part. And I think I have also done that part, is that he was a religious person. What is wrong to say that? You know, if we accept that, maybe things will become clearer. You know, if we try to put him into a liberal, Western liberal, left liberal frame, and then try to explain that turn to religion, I think we are putting something else. You know, it is good to, after all, we all know that Ambedkar or nobody had the answers for all the questions we face today. Everybody, we can take something or the other. And we have to move forward. That is what he expected. If it was, I was asked that, suppose Dr. Ambedkar had been here today, what he would give the message to us. I said, it is such a foolish question. But his answer would be, "Arey yaar, tum socho." What was he always telling his people? You think, just 1 month before Nagpur in Bombay, what is he saying? Vichar kara. I mean, obviously nobody was not going to come to Nagpur, but he was saying, think over. If you think that the path you want to, that I am taking, you want to come with me, come. If you don't come, it's fine. This is what he says in that big famous speech in Nare Park in Parel on the Buddha Jayanti. So it is always he's telling you, Baba, please think, please think, please think. So therefore, there is nothing wrong, or there should be no problem for us to take Ambedkar, I mean, the sense to critique Ambedkar, or to say that Ambedkar had limitations, or to even look at something beyond Ambedkar. This is the core of that thinking. Why does he get attracted to Buddha? Because of this very thing, that it gives you the openness to go forward. If you get stuck in a closed system, you are not going to go forward. That closed system will give a lot of joy and satisfaction and all, and it is certainly giving today. For example, people are living in closed system of capitalism, Modiism and all that, and they are very happy with that. It is a very good comfort zone, till some shock happens, and hopefully Donald Trump and others will give more shocks that people will wake up from their comfort zones. That comfort zone can take you through life, but it is the closed systems can never take you forward. And Ambedkar's thought, when you see this consistently, is that he is always is this famous dialogue, that there is no finality to thought. So he is always going ahead, correcting himself, and always is a student till the end. So the reason for why focusing on Ambedkar, my reason was this. Well, number one is that, after reading a lot, I had really no idea of writing a book. But then some friends of mine told me, you can't just sit over your what you know, and you should share those insights. And I immediately grasped that, because among the many things we learn from Ambedkar is Brahmanism. And as some people pointed out, it is a very understudied. Ambedkar didn't have the time to theorize it, and he was not very fond of theory anyway. But there is a big area on what Brahmanism is and how it works. It continues to work. It is very strong. And one of the things about Brahmanism, of course, is that to hold on to knowledge. This much I had learned. So I said, so my thing was to take the what I have learned for an audience of, I had at that time, a postgraduate student kind of audience. And why do this? Because there are 2-3 points. One is that before even Mr. Teltunde talked about it, this was very much there in the mind that, by writing about Ambedkar, you are in a way contributing to the glorification. After all, And by writing about Ambedkar, you are actually not writing about somebody else. When you select something, you are excluding somebody. And there are around Ambedkar itself, there are so many people about whom nothing has been written. Even today, so many untold stories are there. So, and then of course the other things also, that I am a Savarna and all that, then who am I to write and all that. But I didn't worry too much about that. My reason, and I offer this as a valid reason for talking about Ambedkar again and again in different contexts, is something like what you had said, sir. But I'll put it differently. You look around among the different philosophies that are available today. There's not much. The supermarket has become very small. There's not much. And we'll talk about Indian context only, was a point of talking about Igor Unarkala. So we have a Marxist thought which has reached a dead end. There has been no progress really. It had a great period in India, but really even politically it has reached some kind of dead end. Then there is a uncritical, unintelligent celebration of capitalism. And there is, the other stuff about which I don't even have to define it. You know what I'm talking about, which is attractive to many people, especially in the middle class. Given all in that circumstances, we have to overcome it. अजून काय? काहीच नाही आहे. Ideology, a political philosophy with a moral base. काय आहे भारतात आता? काहीच नाही आहे. It's almost we have no choice. So it is not a complete philosophy. It is in fact not even. Its basic challenge is that, unlike Marx, so there is no grand theory. Marx offers a grand theory, and grand theories have a great attraction. Grand theories are also easy to understand, so to speak. And you can hang on to a grand theory. So Ambedkar, it is not that he did not theorize. Of course, he had a theory of untouchability, he had a theory of caste, he had a theory of origin of sudras. So he had theories, but he was skeptical about grand theory. That is very clear. So you don't get a grand theory, and for various reasons, you can't say there is this one work which you read it and you will understand Ambedkar's philosophy. No, you can't say that about annihilation of caste, and you can't say that about Buddhism also, which is actually quite a difficult book to read for various reasons. So Ambedkar's philosophy has been constructed in pieces, and you have to put the pieces together. That is one of the challenges when we talk about Ambedkar's philosophy. So this construction has to be done. But once you construct it, you do get, and it would be a slightly loose construction, because there are parts that are he struggled with. There is ambiguity, there is contradiction, which is there in Marx also, by the way. All that said, and also we have this about which we can't do anything, is that the papers that have just gone, God knows what was all in there. Who knows? We are working with very little actually. We are working with very little. All this little we have to build we can sort of project this is the philosophy of Dr. Ambedkar. And once you get that, then using the criteria that he used for Buddha, or rather Buddha used that criteria to promote Dhamma, and Ambedkar quotes that also. So yeah, I found it very nice. So it is like this. I can't quote the Pali. I'll make some horrible pronunciation mistakes. I won't go into that. But it is basically like this. What is this philosophy? Ambedkar's philosophy. It is good in the beginning. It's good in the middle. and it's good in the end. This is about Dhamma. Good in the beginning means good values. Good in the middle means the path. And the end. Because the end also matters, no? Because they all, it is a utopian end. It is a utopian end. So there is a Marxist utopia, there is a Ram Rajya, and there is a Hindutva. So what is that end? What is the Hindutva end? Is it good in the beginning? No. It is certainly not good in the middle. Horrible. And what is the end? After all that, what are you going to get? So, it is required to promote that this is it doesn't give a concrete political program, which may be an advantage, but it is good in the beginning, good in the middle. And we have this advantage that he, for whatever reason, he is a very popular, I mean, he is very visible. So that is useful also. Because we don't, you quote some other thinker and all that, we don't have, it will not resonate. So using the very criteria that he had, that of a pragmatic criteria, is that you take what you think. Somebody mentioned about a workable constitution. It should work, right? So this is a workable proposition because of his visibility, of the certain kind of respect that is paid by all kinds of people. So it is very advantageous if we value democracy, if we value human dignity, if we think that with all its flaws, the Constitution of India should be protected, we have to invoke out. It says, and I'm really again and again asking, what else is there? So, and for whatever reason, people need heroes and heroic figures and all that. Just the Constitution of India, Ambedkar had this feeling that it would not command the kind of attachment or commitment that a religion could. I mean, his big struggle throughout his life is that he is a lawyer, he is a constitutionalist, but right till the end, he is saying that law is not going to be enough. And he has a deep realization of this, starting from Mahad, that law is not going to be enough. No framework of law can be a substitute to the social conscious. If there is no social conscious, law is not going to help. So, and this is a very provocative and powerful, and unless we have some kind of answer to that, then promoting, and using the word promoting, Dr. Ambedkar's thought, life and work in all different manners is, I think, necessary. Now, as far as the areas that are requiring for work, which is actually the subject of my, supposedly my subject of my talk, about where areas of work that of research and all that, which we need to go deeply. Let us, if we talk about, we put in 3 buckets about the life, about the work, which includes work as a lawyer and as in law college and all that, and then we have in the realm of ideas. Then in terms of the life, there are, we actually are working with very little. We are actually, you compare to, let us say, the life of, let us say the number of the resources you get on Gandhi. We have to use that comparison. You know, you can just sit here and write a biography of Gandhi, which will be original, using all the available materials available on the internet. Because there is so much available. On Ambedkar's life, we are actually working on very, very little material. As far as his early life is concerned, we had talked about Hermode. It seems like this. Hermode is all we have. on Babasaheb Ambedkar's early life. Khair Mode is all we have. And whatever has been done in later is either adding to Khair Mode or pointing out mistakes in Khair Mode. You know, and those are many lot of work the Ambedkar archivists are doing and they have done, and it will continue, I'm sure. But so Khair Mode is all that we are working with, and there are huge areas. I mean, a simple question like how did Ramji get interested in education? He had such a great influence on his son. He was a soldier, and then he became a school teacher. What was he proactive, or somebody recognized his talent, or what? We don't know anything. Ambedkar says he learnt English from Ramji. At that time, he knew English. And then he goes to Bombay, a pensioner. The story which I am also telling is that he wanted to, for his son will get a good education. You can look at it, what a big risk the man is taking. He has never been to Bombay before, as far as we know. He is taking his family to Bombay. He's a pensioner. And it's not that education is a ticket. It's not today, and it was not at that time. There was no reservation. There was no guarantee also. So we have that very large unknown area of Ambedkar's early life, which is we are working on very little. And this is, I was saying, talking to somebody in the morning, this is characteristic. Actually, we find it in Dalit autobiographies. The early life and all that in Marathi Dalit autobiography, you typically see that coming. It is one of the reasons is that everything was so vulnerable and fragile. Life itself was hit and miss. Infant mortality rates and all that. When we come to the Columbia phase, we know all the courses he studied, but whom did he talk to? He would surely have experienced racism. The racism was there. I mean, till 60s it was common in America. How could he not have escaped racism? But or rather, did he not, or how? He doesn't speak about it. Physics. Or was there some remarkable campus at that time that he didn't experience racism? We don't know all that. Then once we come to Mahad and all that, we are in a good Rasta clear. We have a lot of information. But so there is like area for study is that so now all the Mahad court papers, matters are available. It is waiting for analysis. It is really waiting for analysis. I am not capable of doing that. It is waiting for analysis that the entire Mahar Chaudhar Talab case, right till the end, and all the strategies he uses. It's a one-man battle he's fighting. All the strategies he uses, and the issues at stake, and the arguments that come from the other side. It is there is a rich story there. I think it should be. I hope somebody gets an idea. Going ahead, we have in Nagpur. So Nagpur is the first big conference before the RTC. So this is the time when the DC leaders from different parts of India come there. So this means that he was already networking with these people. He was already networking, probably through the Simon Convention, which means there would be correspondence. So now, in the case of correspondence, we have very little. We have letters to Bhavarao and a few other people. But surely he was writing to all the other DC leaders in India at that time. We may not get we don't have it in Ambedkar's papers, but we will, if we find out in the family archives of those people, there could be something there. Independent Labour Party, yes. What the party did is enough material. But how that party, Santosh, I still am wondering how that party came about. What was the thinking? What was those dialogues that happened at that time? All the people involved are of course long dead, so we can't know. But there was there is a social service league. There was already a sympathetic Savarna group available, all that. So, and how they actually come in contact with Ambedkar is also almost seems like some chance thing, you know. It's all, they are mostly CKPs, and CKPs, you know, they all are, you know, they marry themselves. So, hi, it's a mama, hi, it's a. So they have somehow come to know and become a part of his circle, it seems like. Jumping fast forward to the constitution making, there is in recent past, there is a lot of fine work on the related to the constitution making, but on Ambedkar's interventions, which are over a long period, and now numerous interventions on substantive and technical issues, I think that is not yet studied. There is so much. At every point, he's saying something, and many times he is the last word. Okay, and what is the pattern in this? Again, as I said, I didn't have the expertise to make pattern out of it, so I didn't discuss it. But there is this, and then there are places where he, what he says, as we know, probably people will know, and on the issue of due process, he says the matter is so damn complicated. In either way, it's not a much of a choice, either in the legislature or the judiciary. And he says, like, it literally says, "Tumhala kay karega, tum karo." He has no view on that, because the choice is it's a no choice, so to speak. So there are these issues also where he's actually saying that, this is beyond me. I don't know what the answer I have, but this is all this requires to be studied. And finally, there's two more things. The Scheduled Caste Federation Party, the first election, there were so many candidates. There were so many candidates in the assembly election. We have the names and all that. As far as the SCF Hyderabad is concerned, there is material. But what about the SCF candidates in some of the other northern parts of India? They are from Himachal, from Punjab, and all that. I don't know who were these people. What happened to them later? How they got? What was their? They are all Dalits, without the organizational support of which Dalits enjoyed in Bombay province. But here, these people working without any organizational support are standing for elections against the might of the Congress. So that is the SCF. They all lost. That doesn't matter, but that is a story. And finally, of course, the Buddha and his Dhamma, which is what I am working on now. But that I will not go into the details on that. But it is just just flag as far as ideas are concerned. Some of the issues is that which have been discussed also by Valerian Rodriguez, is that one is this till the end of Ambedkar, strange as it may say, Ambedkar struggled with the notion of equality. How do you defend equality, on what grounds? And that struggle comes in Buddha and Dhamma also. Then this very challenging task that we need some ancient religion as source of morality, very which you have to redefine. But you cannot have another source of morality. It has to be rebutted, I think, but we need a very good rebuttal for it. So that is there. Then this whole matter of this extraordinary way in which he reconstructs the Pali Canon. He actually reconstructs the Pali Canon, and that is a completely different chapter. About his engagement with Buddhism, the blank areas are also the first trip to Sri Lanka. he goes there. He was not officially a Buddhist then. He gets invited for a conference, international conference in Sri Lanka. He meets a lot of Sri Lankan Buddhists. So I think that it's an untold story. Babasaheb's networking with Asian Buddhists, important Asian Buddhists. So yeah, and then there is another one, and I'll finish with this. So the first book, the first version of Buddha and his Dhamma is Gospel. It's called Gospel, and which was printed and given to 50 people. Okay, now I have tried my best and I've got a blank. If anybody has some sources, otherwise I have left. But who were those 50 people and what were their responses? It would be very interesting because definitely between Gospel and Dhamma, there are some significant differences between the first version of Buddha and his Dhamma and this version. So, so this extraordinary person who walked single-handedly, it's like with no secretarial assistance, struggling for his health was never in his favor. The press was against him. He was the enemy. And did so many things. I think the question why talk about Ambedkar is foolish. It's like, how do we talk about it in such a way that, of course, we don't perpetuate the kind of things he disliked, which is hero worship and all. That can be definitely done. We have to, various ways have to be done. One of the things is writing books, but there are other things, YouTube, podcasts, this, that, and so many other things that people are doing. And I just thought that my job is to provide sufficient information for all the people who want to work on Ambedkar. And that was all my sort of aim was. I didn't really expect anything more than that. And I'm continuing to do work on that. I have 2-3 more projects on this, related to this. So with this, I think I really stopped. It was a completely impromptu kind of speech because I had prepared something, but you know, Prabodhan, whose name is very apt, has covered it. Has covered all the points. Sir has covered all the points. So I didn't want to repeat all that. So thank you very much again for your patience. And since I don't think you are giving another cup of tea, we can wind up. Thank you, sir.
It's excellent kind of confession of author that how he approached Dr. Ambedkar. Yes, definitely there he is citing the absences in his writing. I somehow open up discussion for your interaction. You can ask questions and comments. We'll have 10 minutes for it. Okay.
And he will give us tea also, no? Right, right.
प्रश्न विचार.
आंबेडकरांची टेक्स्ट कोणत्या काळात लिहिली गेली आणि सांगितलेले तुमच्या बायोग्राफी मध्ये असं मला समजलं. मला माझा एक प्रश्न आहे की फिलॉसॉफी ऑफ हिंदुइझम त्यांनी कधी लिहिलं? कारण मी हिंदू धर्माचं तत्वज्ञान नावाचं एक तर्कतीर्थांचं पुस्तक आहे आणि आंबेडकरांचं फिलॉसॉफी हिंदुइझम, हे दोन्ही बऱ्यापैकी वाचल्यानंतर माझ्या असं लक्षात आलं की दोन्ही पुस्तकामध्ये बरेच काही साम्य आहे.
लगेच आन्सर करू का? हा. सो the part after once the Second World War starts, that is actually Ambedkar's most productive time, because that time political activity had come to a standstill in India. All political activity once the Second War, because after the Congress ministry is realized, and that is the time when the book on untouchability and on revolution and counter-revolution, but not Buddha and his Dhamma, that came later. So these works are being conceptualized. So and from the references that are given in philosophy of Hinduism, We know definitely it was before 1941. Also, we know this from Chitnis's recollections, because Chitnis was the only person who had a dialogue with Ambedkar on philosophy of Hinduism, on Buddhism and revolution and counter-revolution. And Chitnis's memory is from 1940. So that is the period.
Your work is fantastic. You have covered all different phases of Ambedkar's movement. And after studying deeply the different phases of his struggle, and after knowing whatever the stands or whatever the struggles he has taken during his time, would you like to comment on the present Dalit politics, like how you see this, what is happening today after reading thoroughly Ambedkar?
I am not really equipped to talk about it. You should talk about what you have studied, right? नुसतं असं ते पुण्याचं विचारवंत असतो सो कॉल्ड, तसं नाही. जे अभ्यास केलं तेच बोलायचं. मी तेवढा अभ्यास केलेला नाहीये. पुण्याचा विचारवंत कुठलाही विचार बोलतो तो नाही. पण one thing is there, the writing on the wall is to be seen even in Ambedkar style. The splitting of the so-called Dalit vote had happened. So the word Dalit politics itself, at least in terms of Maharashtra and all that, is really was, as far as electoral politics is concerned, it is the पहिल्यापासूनच ती wicket weak आहे. And the rise of a middle class makes it even more complicated, because the middle class has only one politics. It forgets its other things. So, and in terms of electoral politics, you know, the politics can be visualized in many ways, but in terms of electoral politics, it was always a losing game, na? Chances कुठं होता? एकदम ward election मध्ये पण chance नाही हो, that you can, you know, that there are a substantial, because there is a substantial vote in a ward election, but it is split. It's split among Mahars also, no? Because I mean, whoever thought of caste really worked it out very well. It is highly fissured, and the fissure is more in the bottom. The consolidation happens easily on the top. This is some, so I don't know. So to blame, and people go into politics for various reasons. So therefore, and definitely this thing for power is there. So they will, given the circumstances, they will attach themselves wherever power. अजून काय करणार? म्हणजे how do they just survive as politics? So they have really no chance to.
नाही, तुम्ही म्हटले की आंबेडकरांच्या म्हणजे आंबेडकरांची अशी ग्रँड थिअरी नाहीये, जसं तुम्ही म्हटले की मार्क्स असे आंबेडकरिझम अशी एक ग्रँड थिअरी नाहीये असं तुम्ही म्हटलं. हा, तर मला म्हणजे असं जाणवतं बऱ्याच वेळा की आंबेडकरांचं म्हणजे जसं मार्क्सिझम मध्ये प्राक्सिस आहे, तसं आंबेडकरिझम मध्ये पण प्राक्सिस आहे. आणि त्यांनी म्हणजे ते लोकशाहीला मानणारे होते, आणि त्यासाठी त्यांनी बरेच प्रयत्न केले. म्हणजे शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन असेल, त्यानंतर स्वतंत्र लेबर पार्टी असेल, अशा प्रकारचे प्रयत्न केले. पण शेवटी ते फ्रस्ट्रेटेड वाटतात. आणि त्यांनी बीबीसीला दिलेला ज्या इंटरव्ह्यू आहे शेवटचा, की त्याच्यामध्ये ते म्हणतायत की मला याच्यात हे काय वाटत नाही, मला थोडं मार्क्सिझम किंवा सोशलिझमकडे जावं असं वाटतंय, असं त्यांनी म्हटलेलं आहे.
So yeah, no, see, somebody said, no, एखादा stray comment इकडे तिकडे केलेलं ना, to latch onto his bad history, it's also bad journalism. You have to see a pattern, and you have to see a thought behind it, and especially at that stage when he was so ill. And if you hear the interview clearly, he has you can see that has suffered great memory loss. He confuses. He gets the dates wrong. He gets the name of the party wrong. it is, as a journalist, I would not reproduce that kind of interview. It is wrong to, so I don't think we should catch on to some stray comments here and there. But yeah, as far as again about the theory part, one part which is with the big gap is that, so he has this, he talks, political democracy and social democracy. He has this. But what is a connection between the two? ते मिळत नाहीये. And he wants, and after Nagpur, he says, I am going to promote Buddhism, but he says, I am going to stand for elections. So it's not that he has given up that. So that means he is working on both these fronts and saying that one is not going to be enough. So how these two, how did he visualize is something I think we have to figure out. Because it is not the case that he would not have figured out. It is not, it's like, I read somewhere John Rawls, when he's talking about Hume, and he says, when he's a lecture notes, and he says, if you find something that he has not explained, don't jump to the conclusion that he didn't know. He didn't have the time, or it is somewhere else. If a man has thought this so much, he has certainly thought that through. After all, we also don't put whatever little we know on paper, no? So it is up to us to, that is the area of, I think, also of theorization, whatever. What are these? Is it even valid? This kind of not dichotomy, is this kind of categorization.
This question more clear.
Yeah.
What kind of being that
he recognized, and at that time, the Marx's early works had not been published in English, but so before that itself, he recognized the Marx's humanist base. When he says that Marx and Buddha had the same goal, he recognized that there is the humanism base is the same. So, and this I'm saying it's significant because it comes before the publication of Paris manuscripts, which is, just I think 56 or 57 or something. But at that time, so, and that was at that time, today it is nothing, but I think that time it was a original insight. So as he says it, his problem was with the methods, and as we know that with what he thought as the methods of communism is not exactly part of Marx's theory. I mean, Marx. So there probably is a case for saying that he didn't. He had not fully, I won't say he got fully understood Marx, but he also has this thing of, he understands the philosophies in terms of how it reflects in behavior. So he talks about Hindu philosophy and he says, "Ete तत्वज्ञान तुम काय चाटायचंय का? आचरणात आलं नाही तर ते काय करायचं तुमचं तत्वज्ञानाचं?" तर हाच प्रश्न. So it was not shown in the behavior of the communists in India. So for him, this is the Marx that is there. And he judged it by that. In Buddha and his Dhamma, he says that the use of force, Buddha would have sanctioned the use of force if no other means were available. He rejects absolute ahimsa. He makes this daring thing that Buddha was not a votary of ahimsa. So there is, I think you are right in suggesting that he was coming around to saying that we have to rely on Marx in some way or the other. He's certainly not outright rejection, no.
like at different fronts, like particularly peasant movement and working class movement that is going on. And we see that he wind up with ILP and then he shift to Scheduled Caste Federation. But in that shift, of course, we can see that he's more working on scheduled caste and caste issues. But at a masses level, the followers who are fighting for tenants issues and working class issue, what is happening in that sphere? Are they still continuously fighting on that issue or not? What is happening about the mass struggle after 1942? Like, is it because only Ambedkar is silent? Ambedkar is not talking about the peasant, tenants, and workers. So the entire force behind him is also not working on that.
So the Second World War period was, I mean, it was a period of lull. You read just by newspapers, what is happening, you see a real lull in the Second World War period, because that was a war period, no? So literally all political and organizing activity came to a sort of a lull. And then it resumed only when the British have started to leave, you know. So that what period you're talking about is that, except for the Quit India movement, there was, at least I am just going by what I have done really is that, you know, one very good source of information is the Bombay Chronicle, which is available digital. It's a great read and you can spend hours reading it, days. So doing all the way, all the years I have followed, and my sense is that there definitely, or that was a lull period. It was quite clear that the British are going to leave, and suddenly all political activity, research in India, the big, but including also mobilizations of Pakistan. But we have the later land struggle, no? In Hyderabad. We have the struggle later in Hyderabad, no? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. To have interaction with the author is quite a kind of boon to you, basically because he has approached Dr. Ambedkar. He had his own reasons why he approached Dr. Ambedkar, particularly as a personality, as a political figure, as a revolutionary leader. Then he, in certain sense, are talking about the historian craft. And again, he was talking about the absences. So mostly, as scholars, we have learned from him that there should be earnestness, honesty to your own kind of inquiry. When he was talking about his own concern to write about Ambedkar, so he said that yes, Ambedkar was a religious person. So we should not, in certain sense, imagine our own kind of ideals in our own kind of, we can say, ways. Our ideals might have their own kind of reasons and own kind of, we can say, ways of thinking through which they might be navigating. And so, interestingly, one has to see the personality as it is. So this is one kind of way he was looking at us, at Dr. Ambedkar, as honest personality. Secondly, particularly, he was talking about the ways he was approaching the various kind of phases of Dr. Ambedkar. He has said that particularly early phase of Dr. Ambedkar, there is hardly any kind of references. So we can't write about the, in certain sense, the emergence of Dr. Ambedkar. He was talking about the shift, particular left shift. He was talking about the kind of ways constitution making. He was talking about mostly about the embracing of religion, Buddhist religion, and many other things. It's quite a good exercise that we all should now engage with Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's biography to engage with the possibilities of freedom. And I stop here to just appealing you that Ambedkar would lead us to various kinds of avenues of freedoms. Thank you very much.
It is time of vote of thanks, but I will not take much time. I would like to thank to all the guests, the participants, paper presenters, and the chairpersons. And thank you to all, and take care, and have a great day. Bye. Ahead. Huh? क्या करना है? Moment. हाँ हाँ sir. Sir, come on. We would like to give memento and book to the sir. नहीं ते देते नहीं. हाँ. आप दोनों दे दो. हाँ. हाँ. Because you are chair. तुम्ही दोघे जण. हाँ. बुक भी दे दो. हाँ बुक. पुस्तक. Okay. Now we have declare the session is closed now. The seminar is closed. Yeah. Thank you.
Recording found.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.